Pleasant good morning, gentlemen. The time is now 9 a.m. and today is the 30th of January, and I want to welcome you to the class of Steele's Men's Conference. I'm Dr. Michael Steele, and I look forward to sharing with you in today's event. Please be aware that today's event is being recorded and is actually being presented. You can find it on YouTube, and I've shared the link with you for YouTube, where you can view the broadcast on YouTube. So you can share that link with your friends and colleagues also on YouTube Live. With that being said, today you're going to have in the midst of the conference, it's a men's conference, but we will have the presence of 2 or 3 ladies, and they are my students. They're the ones that I'm mentoring, and they are in the class today or the conference today for the purpose of learning, developing, and kind of knowing how the class of Steele operates, because they are the ones who will be the managers of such conferences that we will have in the future. So please allow me to acknowledge the person dressed in red, the person of Doreen Marungi, the female amongst us. Doreen, you are very welcome to the conference, and we celebrate you in our midst today. With that being said, I'm going to start the official recording of the conference, and that will start at exactly 10 minutes past the hour. So let us just give individuals a chance to gather. You're all welcome, all those who are already here. And let's just give individuals a chance to gather for the next couple of minutes. Our first official speaker will be speaking exactly at 1/4 past. At 1/4 past the hour will be our first official speaker for the conference. And that person would be His Excellency Dr. Ian Lavine. We are so looking forward to your presentation this morning, Dr. Lavine. It's good to see you in the conference early. Also, one of our speakers that I must acknowledge equally, our second speaker in the person of Mr. Oliver Mpenzi. Mr. Mpenzi, you're very welcome. And again, we look forward to your presentation, which would come thereafter Dr. Lavine's presentation. So make yourself comfortable. You're all on board, you're all on, and just get comfortable as we give a couple more minutes for other individuals to join with us. Thank you so very much. I will be right here in the background, just sorting out other details as we wait for others. You're all very welcome. Hmm. All right, Hank. All right. Well, we also want to acknowledge in this today's conference the person of Baroness Marriott Ram. Marriott, would you kindly let us know that you are there? Just acknowledge us this morning because we have already introduced Doreen, who is sitting in on the conference as one of the observers, and the other female observer who is going to be a part of the conference, as she is one of the mentors for the class of Steele, is the person of Marriott Ram. Marriott, would you just acknowledge us before we jump into the class, into the sessions today starting?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You're very welcome.
Okay, brilliant. I think it showed that, okay, now I'm on mute. Brilliant. Good morning, everyone. I hope you are really well and looking forward to this session with the gentlemen. We had a very successful ladies conference last week. And I'm looking forward to seeing what the gentleman's got to say. So
Well, thank you so very much for being with us. And are you privileging us with going to show your camera, or you're going to remain with your camera off, because I will be removing persons without their cameras?
okay, so that means that I'm actually in a state of when I do not particularly want to show my face. As
Okay.
in without makeup. So if you'd like to remove me, that's absolutely fine.
No, I wouldn't remove you. I would humor you for this presentation, but you will just be an eyesore to everybody else who sees me removing men without cameras. But you're welcome to remain with us, and I acknowledge you as the one amongst us. You're welcome. All right. Well, the time is 12 minutes after the hour of 9 in the morning, and our first speaker is Dr. Ian Lavine, and he will be all prepared to be starting at 9:15 this morning. just a bit of guidelines. We are going to be running the conference straight through. The persons who are appointed as speakers are presenting in a manner so that they are aware that those who are on the outside following by YouTube are following and observing them. So this presentation is promoting and building and establishing the class of Steele. And as a result of that, we are going to hold off on a lot of questions and comments from those within the audience because the class of Steele is going to be available after for forevermore, where persons are going to be able to join us, engage with us, and continue to build on what the speakers of our conference are going to be sharing with us. So without any further ado, I want to ask His Excellency Bishop Wesley Johnson, if you would just kindly open us as our chaplain, open us in a blessing for the men's conference. Your Excellency Wesley Johnson.
Again, Lord, we thank you for your loving kindness. Great is thy faithfulness. Thy mercies are new every morning. We're so grateful that you've given us this opportunity to gather once again in the class of Steele. We thank you for this men's conference. We thank you for our mentor. We thank you, Lord, for Dr. Michael Steele, his heart to reach the nations. Take charge today. Have your way. That all that are participate today will indeed be blessed and not leave the same way they came. This I ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so very much for that. Our chaplain in the class of Steele, Bishop Wesley Johnson. We appreciate you, sir. I'm going to ask the person of His Excellency Dr. Lavine now to take over. Dr. Lavine, the floor is yours for the next 45 minutes. You're welcome. And tell me when you're ready for me to share your slides, sir.
Good morning to you, Your Excellency, Dr. Michael Steele. And just as a clarity, just to confirm that you can hear me loud and clear, please, thank you. Thank you. It's indeed an honor to be with you, Dr. Steele, and I honor you. I honor the efforts which you are making through the class of Steele. It's an amazing opportunity to be here with you and to be with all your distinguished, I will want to say, as this is a men's conference, I'll say the distinguished men and also the amazing women who are here with us this morning. It's a good thing to be a part of a world-changing organization, and we give God thanks for you. In their absence, I'm not sure if any are here already, but in their absence or in their presence, I also want to give honor to the other speakers who will be presenting this morning. And we have already been blessed by His Excellency, the distinguished chaplain Wesley Johnson. And we are going to be starting shortly. So to all of you, once again, welcome to you. I must confess that I am here in the Cayman Islands, and just for your knowledge, it's now 4:16 a.m. here in the morning, and I was up from 3 a.m. just ready and excited to be a part of this amazing forum. So once again, Your Excellency, Dr. Steele, I am honored that you have chosen me to be a part of this amazing conference today. So ladies and gentlemen and ladies, this is your time, this is your moment, this is your season. Dr. Steele, thank you. Just like most of our amazing speakers today, I've been given 45 minutes, and I honor Dr. Steele for having us here and for keeping the time very tight on their presentations this morning. Today, I want to share with you on personality insights, personality insights. And I'll be sharing with you a few behavioral strategies for better understanding yourself and others. Personality insights, behavioral strategies for better understanding yourself and others. Just a brief 2-second history about myself. I've studied the area of behavioral science. I've studied the area of personal life coaching. I'm also a neuro coach and a self-taught trainer. So literally for over 20 years, I've went into the study of the brain and the study of the mind. And I just want to share some of my knowledge and expertise with you here this morning. Thank you very much. Next slide, please. So as we go through this morning, as I said, speaking on our behavioral insights or personality insights, we have the aim for you. And what is the aim? The aim is to provide you with a brief overview. As I said, it's just going to be a brief awareness overview of human behavioral theories, which will allow you to better understand yourself and others. And we realize that as we go through life, sometimes we don't understand ourselves, and oftentimes because we don't understand ourselves, it's very difficult to understand other persons. So as we go through today, we'll be bringing a bit of awareness so that you can be better able to understand yourself. And as you can understand yourself better, you will be in a more advantageous position to also understand others. Our anticipated outcomes at the end of this session, you'll be able to discover and understand your personality style. And when we speak about personality style, I'll be sharing a bit on the DISC personality profile system, the DISC, the DISC personality profile system, which we will speak about a bit later throughout my presentation. Understand why you and others are in a particular way. You'll also be able to appreciate the uniqueness in yourself and others. And ultimately, what we are trying to achieve and what we will achieve is that you will become a better you. And even as I share with you today, I am also myself becoming a better me. Next slide, please. So as we speak about our personality insights, our personality styles, our behavioral styles, there is a history to all of this. And we go back from 400 BC with the Greek physician Hippocrates, and he spoke about 4 dominant personalities. He spoke about the choleric, the sanguine, the phlegmatic, and the melancholy. And we see you, I think some of you or most of you would have also heard about the psychologist Dr. Carl Jung. In 1921, he also created and spoke about personalities from this perspective: thinking, feeling, sensation, and intuition. And we see Dr. William Marston in 1926. And this is what we will be focusing on today with the DISC personality profile. He spoke about drive, influence, steady, and conscientious. And we see the late Dr. Gary Kutor, he spoke about that we can also put our personality into an aspect of birds. And he spoke about dove, the owl, the peacock, and the eagle. So today what I'll be doing, I'll be correlating between the DISC personality profile and also the DOPE, which Dr. Gary spoke about. And why am I doing this? Because I realized in my work as a coach and a consultant, many persons seem to be able to relate to birds rather than the DISC personality profile. They all connect together. So as we go through this morning, I'll be just tying this in together so that you will have a better and clearer picture of what we're achieving today. And we see that personality or behavioral profiles are actually being used in numerous environments to assist individuals and teams to perform better. And when I say in numerous environments, I'm just not speaking about in the corporate world or the corporate space. It's being used in law enforcement. It's being used even in in the military, being used in schools, in families, in churches. So any arena, any environment, any space which you think about, personality profiles or behavioral style assessments are being used. And I hope that as we go through today that you will gain lots of knowledge, and at the end of this presentation that you will indeed confess that you have become a better you. Next slide, please. Earlier we spoke about Dr. William Moulton Marston, and we see in and it was actually between 1926 and 1928 that Mr. or Dr. William Marston explained that personality or that our behavioral expression of emotions can be branded into 4 types. And we already spoke about those 4 types. So he said they can be actually clustered into 4 types, stemming from a person's perception of self in relation to the environment. So this is in essence what he was saying. He was saying that based on your environment, your personality profile or your behavioral style can be adapted or adjusted. Example, you can be one person or display a certain personality style or profile or behavioral expression at home, but when you are at work, you just behave differently or your personality is different. But based on my training and based on the countless of seminars and consulting work I've done, I've seen that although your personality can shift, whether you're at work or church or at home or within your various environments, that a person's personality often seems to be almost steady, almost stable, almost consistent. However, there are certain variations based on the pressures that you experience in life, based on the pressures that you experience at work, based on the demands which are placed upon you. It simply means that your personality can be adjusted just to accommodate whatever space or environment that you are in. So based on what Dr. Marston did, he realized that your environment can be an indicator of how your personality will adjust to that particular environment. Next slide, please. So as we see, we are speaking about this personality profile, and just for a bit of ease, just for a bit of lightheartedness, I've said that I'll also be using the Bird personality, the DOPE by Dr. Gary Kutor. So we see the DISC personality profile, DISC, and I know some of you or all of you probably would have heard about the DISC. Some of you probably will have also taken the DISC personality sometime in your life, but we see the D, and I'm going to explain this in a greater detail as I go through the presentation this morning. So D for dominance, direct, result-oriented, firm, strong will, focus. So the D personality will be, guess what bird do you think the D personality will be? The D personality will be an eagle. So if you have that personality which is direct, you are a driver, you are result oriented, you're firm, you're strong will, you're forceful. You can be also branded into the category as being an eagle. If you are an eagle, you don't have to raise your hand here in the forum, but if you are an eagle, just raise your hand in your own head this morning. And the I on the profile is influence, is that person who's very influential, that person who's charismatic, outgoing, enthusiastic, optimistic, high-spirited, and lively. S, steadiness, that individual who is even tempered, accommodating, patient, humble, and tactful. And I'll speak a bit more on that as we proceed. And finally, the S, analytical, that person or that individual, you are analytical, you are reserved, you're precise, you are private, you are systematic. That's your C, you're the C personality or the conscientious personality, and that the bird for that would be an owl. Next slide, please. So we're going a bit more in depth into the personality profile or your behavioral style or your personality type. So we see that the person with the D personality, you are that driver. You're the person who you you give a task now and you want it completed now. Not that you give a task now and you say, you know what, you have 10 years to complete the task. Have you ever met any of those persons? Maybe your supervisor, your leader is a D personality. Maybe you are a D personality. So your strengths, as we see here on the slide, you are a driver, you are a go-getter, you are a self-starter, you are a leader, and you're confident. You're the person who is always driving. You're driving the boat, you're driving the ship. You don't drive a motorcycle, but you're driving the motorcycle. Whatever you do in life, even at home, you are just driving everything, and it goes on through every aspect of your life. And what are you motivated by? Or the person with a D personality, what are they motivated by? They're motivated by challenge, change, power, and authority. And your limitations can be that you can appear to be forceful, cruel, or impatient. So, what we often see within a workplace or a corporate environment is that the person with that high, deep personality, as we saw here with their limitations, they always come across forceful, cruel, or impatient. And it's just a perception. It's not that they are intentionally doing that, but because of their expectation, because of their drive and their willingness to get everything done today, not tomorrow, need everything done right now, they always appear to be impatient and cruel. And what can be some of their fears? Some of their fears, as we see here, can be loss of power and failure. So say that you're working in an environment or a space where you realize even your coworker, it doesn't necessarily mean that we are speaking about your manager, your boss, your supervisor. It can be a coworker. That person is a high deep personality. You yourself have to know that how to craft your response, how to craft your own behavioral style in order to match their behavioral style. And what we find often in workplaces that there is much conflict with the deep personality because the reality is that all of us with our various personalities, we don't seem to understand others with their various personalities. So it's always my way or the highway, my way or no way. So it's critically important that as you understand your unique personality, that you also understand the personality of others so that you can have a more conducive, creative, wholesome, and healthy environment. So generally, that is the deep personality type. And just to sum up, the deep personality type again is basically that person or that individual who is the go-getter and who has that drive to make things happen. And you find historically, persons with the deep personality, they're CEOs of companies, they're executive leaders, they're world leaders. And I guess you can think about just one world leader who, without even thinking too hard about this, you can say, yes, that person has a deep personality. We move on to the next slide, which we are going to speak about the I personality. So that's the deep personality, which is representative also of an eagle. So we are going on to the I personality, which is representative of a peacock. Are there any peacocks amongst us today? And we see that your strength or their strength will be they're friendly, talkative, and lively. That person is the type of person who is the life of the party. That person is the type of individual who you just need to control a bit because they're going to be at work and instead of quote unquote doing their work, they're around your cubicles. They're always chatting, they're always smiling, they're always looking to bring a lot of life into the workplace, and they can become a bit distracted by their charisma and their personality. But this person, as you will see about the peacock, and you know how a peacock is what very broad and very, very pretty, and a peacock always wants to let you know that the peacock is around. And we see that often with the person with the I personality. When they show up, you have to know that they show up. And when they're leaving, they have to let you know that they're leaving. And this person, the I personality or the I personality type, is motivated by what? Motivated by praise, motivated by approval, and motivated by a friendly environment. So how do you deal with this person in a workplace, a work environment, or generally in life? How do you motivate this person? This person is motivated, with the little email saying, you know what, John, Peter, Mary, Sue, you did a good job. They're motivated. You give them a reward certificate. You do any and everything that will motivate them, that will give that stamp of approval. And once this is done, you can be assured that this person will work hard and will become a very, very influential and productive person in your workplace. Limitations, they're self-centered, overly optimistic, and lack details. Why do they lack details? Because they are just simply, for lack of a better word, they're free spirited. So basically any and everything goes. And fear of rejection and fear of loss of reputation, because you see the peacock wants to let everyone know that the peacock is there. So if this person is not recognized, this person will think, well, you know what, I'm not being recognized, so therefore it means that I am not worthy, I'm not meant to be here. So that's the peacock, the I personality. And we move on quickly to the S, DIS. The S personality, and based on research, we see that at least between 75 to 85% of our population would be categorized in the space as being a C personality. And the C personality is the dove. Are there any doves amongst us today? And the strength of a dove: dependable, trustworthy, and the three C's. You know what the three C's are. You're cool, you're calm, and you're collective. And I can assure you that within you can literally, once again, without thinking too much about this, just think about a person in your workplace, at home, at church, wherever you go. That person who is just cool, calm, and collective. They can be a storm, and that person is going to be cool, calm, and collective. There can be an earthquake. That person is going to be cool, calm, and collective. There can be lots of conflict in your workplace or your work environment, and the dove, or the person with the S personality, and this personality is the stable personality. S means stable or steady, dependable, trustworthy, cool, calm, and collective. They are motivated by security, stability, and activities that can be started and finished. In other words, this person just needs their own space and their own time to work through what they are hoping to achieve. So when the D personality, that high D personality, that driver, remember earlier we spoke about the D. So when you have that D personality comes to say to you, well, Ian, I want this task finished by within the next hour, the S personality will not register that way, because the S personality just wants his time or her time and space to work through their tasks and their assignments. Why? Because their personality is more on the reserve side, and they prefer to have activities which can be started and finished. And when we say started and finished, we don't mean started now and finished now, but started now, but however is given a period of time to be completed. And their limitations: that person or the dove resists change. They're very sensitive to criticism, and that person procrastinates. So we see that because that style, the dove or the S personality, because he or she procrastinates as a manager or supervisor, one of your strategies there can be to give that person deadline. So you say, Ian, I'm giving you this project. You have until 5 o'clock on the 5th of February to have this project submitted or completed. And as we see here, one of their fears or two of their fears can be change or insecurity. The S personality, the dove, doesn't love to be engaged with change and they hate insecurity. So they love an environment which is secured, an environment which is filled with peace and harmony and tranquility. As I said before, at least based on research, at least between 75 to 85% of the personnel of the population would be placed in the category as the S personality, which is the stable or steady personality. So are you a dove or are you not a dove? Next slide, please. Thank you. The C personality, conscientious or compliant. And the animal or the bird there is the owl. Do you know anyone who is an owl? So their strengths, analytical, loyal, gifted, and focused. Is the person you give a task and just let them be. It's the person who will dot every I and cross every T, and if necessary, they will cross every I and dot every T. You understand what I mean? This person, the C, the compliant person, the conscientious person, you find those persons as maybe like accountants and lawyers. You know, they're very detail oriented. They're those bankers, those persons who see details and can spot a detail from a million miles away. So once again, the strength of that person, the all or the conscientious type of personality, analytical, they're loyal. So you don't have to worry about them. They're going to be loyal to their tasks. They're going to be loyal to their structures. They are gifted and they are extremely focused. You know, give them a cup of coffee, give them a glass of water, give them their computer, give them their task, and you hardly need any supervision. They're going to focus and they're going to do their task, but they're not just only going to do their task, they're going to do it with skill and expertise and with great joy and with great perfection. Motivation, they're motivated by detailed tasks, they're motivated by logical thinking, and they need limited social interaction. You remember earlier we spoke about the I personality, the influential personality, or that peacock personality. Well, the C personality or the all is completely different. This person needs limited social interaction. Just give them their task, let them be, and they will go on and get their task done without any major issues. We see here limitations as we spoke about a bit earlier. They are professionalism, and they are very they want everything to be done perfectly, and if stuff can't be done perfectly, they can become very frustrated, very disappointed. They are impersonal. You know, as I said, they don't need persons around, they just need equipment, time, space, and they're going to do what they need to do. And they're also bound by procedures. Fears, we see here perfectly, inaccuracy or criticism. So they need everything to be done accurately. And once again, once they do the work and they're criticized, they're going to feel as if they have not been deflated. So that's the C personality, which is conscientious or the all. Next slide, please. So as we wind down this morning, as we spoke about briefly with our personality insights based on the DISC personality profile system, the DISC, the driver, the influential person, the steady person, or the conscientious person with their personality style. And remember that we also merged that with the bird. You know, you have the dove or the owl, the peacock or the eagle. Which one are you? Are you D? Are you I? Are you S? Are you C? Or are you a dove? Are you an owl? What about a peacock? Are you a peacock? Or E? Are you an eagle? So we see that you can change your personality, and you can also change your behavioral style depending on the environment, on the circumstance. And we see here in the area of personality change or behavioral change, And we see from the area of brain science and brain research and neuro coaching, we see neuroplasticity, which means that your brain has the ability to adjust or change within an environment. So each personality can be changed. You know, some persons say, you know what, this is who I am and they can't change. Well, we have all the scientific research that says our personality can be changed. Our brain can literally change through effort, through time, through various strategies. So you can change your personality style depending on the environment or circumstance. You may be one person at home and another person at work. However, based on, as I said earlier, based on my studies and based on the coaching and consulting that I've done, I've seen that for most part that the personality seems to remain a bit consistent with just a bit of change depending on environments and situations. And as we close this morning, I want to thank you again for your time. Continue to understand yourself with your behavioral styles, whilst at the same time making an effort to also understand others. Whether you are a ISRC, or whether you be an eagle, peacock, dove, or owl, I want to encourage you to make it your effort to become the best you can be in life and work. Next slide, please. And I want to say thank you for your presence and thank you for your time. To Your Excellency, Dr. Michael A. Steele, it has been an absolute pleasure to be here with you on the class of Steele and at your amazing men's conference, and to be amongst such distinguished, as I say, it's a men's conference, so distinguished gentlemen are also the amazing ladies who are here tuning in this morning. I hope that you receive what I shared with you, and remember that as you engage with your own personality to become the best you can be in life and also at work. Perfectly on time. It's now quarter to the hour. My time is up, and I thank you for yours. And once again, I thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Steele, for the class of Steele, and you have our fullest support. I am Dr. Ian Lavine. God bless you and thank you.
I want to celebrate Dr. Lavine. And one of the things that I highlight about Dr. Lavine is his military precision. Dr. Lavine operates with military precision, and so much so that your Excellency, I think I wanted to confirm that your time is actually from quarter past until the hour completes. So you have 15 more minutes that belongs to you. So
Okay.
it would be unjust of me. It would be unjust of me to deprive you of your 15 minutes. So what I would say is, could you take this 15 minutes to tell us about your services, where individuals can find you, and what is your plan for the future, and where do you see the skills that you have able to take individuals?
Thank you so much again, Your Excellency, Dr. Michael Steele. Again, I want to thank all of you for being here. For over 20 years, as I said, when I started this morning, I've done lots of studying. And even as we speak, you know, Dr. Steele, I'm still studying. And my wife Salita wants to know, Ian, when are you going to finish studying? I say I'm going to finish study when my when my eulogy is given. However, for over 20 years, I've studied theology, I've studied behavioral science, I've studied the field of neurocoaching, dealing with the brain. I've studied life coaching, I've studied self-talk in terms of, you know, the thoughts that you have in your head and how your brain can literally be rewarded by just thoughts and words. And there's lots of scientific evidence to prove these studies that I've engaged myself in. And what do? As Dr. Steele said, I have a strong law enforcement background for over 23 years. And outside of my law enforcement background, I am also a coach and consultant speaker trainer. So I go into companies and organizations and groups and do training based on the entire aspect of neuroquotient. Neuroquotient is the missing or one of the missing pieces to personal growth and development. Once we understand how your brain operates, once you understand how your mind operates, you're going to have, you yourself will be transformed. You will become a better you. Your teams will be better. Your space will be better. Your families will be better. Your churches will be better. And your entire community will be better once you have a better understanding of the aspect of neuro coaching. And also from a self-taught perspective, which brings in the entire aspect of neurocoaching and neuroscience. Once again, I go into companies and I help persons and corporate executives, teams, and leaders to have a better understanding of their mind. Why? So that they can think better, focus better, engage better. We know this in the last couple of years, we've been hearing about staff engagement and lots of governments and companies and organizations are now using staff engagement. Why? Because they realize that staff weren't engaging properly. And when I say staff not engaging properly, what was the main complaint? Not the teams per se, but the senior management and senior leaders were not properly engaging with their staff. So I go into companies and organizations giving simple strategies. I try not to become very overly scientific with what I'm doing, overly laborious with what I'm doing. Why? I bring science, I explain the science, but why I don't take this to an extreme for one simple reason. It looks good and it sounds good when you come into your space and an environment as a coach and as a consultant that you can show off your skills and talents and expertise. But what I've realized that because our lives are so busy, because corporate executives, you don't have not even an hour of your time to really sit down and engage in all the details. Your life is already filled with details and stress and distresses. So when I go into organizations and companies, I make it as quickly as I can. And when I mean as quickly as I can, I don't mean being sloppy or just brushing things aside, but straight to the point as I can. The last seminar that I did with a group of HR professionals and executives, I did exactly this. I spoke on the behavioral profile system. I spoke about the DIS and I spoke about having the DIS marry with the bird personality, and that was well received, and it became an eye opener for many. For there were already persons within that HR forum who knew about personality profiling, and it came up. You know, every time you hear something, it's like that eureka moment, that aha moment. So for some of them, it was like that aha moment that when they left, you know, they even up to today, you know, persons are still saying, you know, what you shared about this personality profile, what you shared about our personality styles and our behavioral styles really made a difference amongst our team. And why was I brought into that space? Because they were having that HR team were experiencing some conflicts amongst themselves. So they said, you know what, let's bring Dr. Lavine to see what he can do. And I went in and I was able to help them to move on to the next level. So that is what I do outside of my law enforcement background. As I said before, going to companies and organizations, I train executives, leaders, teams, groups, whoever needs help, they call Dr. Lavine, and I prescribe not medication, but I prescribe a dose of personal growth and development. I can be contacted. I know Dr. Steele is going to share my slide with you, but my contact number is there, and also my email address is also there, and I am also on Facebook under my name, Dr. Ian S. Lavine. So as I said earlier, neuroscience is the way forward. If you want to grow personally and professionally at a greater level, at a faster level, you need to apply the entire aspect of neuroscience into your entire life on the taking. And maybe 2 years ago, I did a conference for a group of government employees, a team over almost 60 persons. I said that was maybe 2, 3 years ago. And literally up to today, when some of those persons see me, they literally say and remind me of the training that I did, and even some of the buzz phrases that I use within that training. They oftentimes approach me with those buzz phrases. So as I said, the services that I've been rendering and offering to many agencies and persons has been phenomenal. And I am so grateful that God has chosen me, just like all of you working within your various environments and within your various undertaking and spaces to become a better person. And when you become a better person, those who you train and those you with whom you engage with will also become a better person.
Well, thank you so very much, Dr. Lavine, for your presentation. It has been well presented. Are there any questions for Dr. Lavine that jump to mind? If there are any questions, just kindly just give me a wave that I can open for any questions. I see, Maria, you have a question. Please ask your question now.
Hi. Thank you, Dr. Lavine, Your Excellency. I really enjoyed the presentation and I admire your work fully, especially on the field of what you're doing with your chaplaincy. It's very inspiring and very inspirational to me personally as well. And just listening to the different types, these types, you know, I personally, I could not really identify myself as just one specific personality. How does it work when you are really working with combined personality? And I'm definitely sure that I'm not the one. How does it work when you say that, okay, maybe it's an eagle dove or a peacock dove or an owl eagle? How does the science approach this?
Yes, thank you for that amazing question. So we see, based on the personality style, the personality profiles, that everyone will have a dominant personality. So you will have a dominant personality, and you already answered your question. You already identified the strategy within this. So you have a dominant personality, and along with your dominant personality, you're also going to have your secondary personality. So it simply means, let's say that you are a high D, which is the driver, and your secondary personality, let's say, is an S, which is steady or stable, or the dove. It simply means that you are operating at that high D level, but yet you have that S personality as a buffer. So whereas you have a person with a really strong high D personality will operate primarily at that level. Once you have those additional blended personalities, those secondary personalities, your dominant personality will be almost sustained. So the person with a high D personality will come across as really cruel, but the person with this high D personality, but yet you have, let's say, the C under that, you will still see that high D personality coming out, but because they're buffered with a different personality, that high D personality will become a bit more tempered per se. You call those basically like blended personalities. So you have your dominant personality and you have your secondary personality, and in essence, your secondary personality is going to perfectly complement your dominant personality. Like for me, I am a S, which is more the steady personality. So I am a high F, and my secondary personality is the I, or the picker, or the influential. And because I know this, I know how to craft my speech, how to craft my environment, how to craft my space. But I am also always cognizant or aware that my dominant personality is that dove personality, or that steady personality, that S personality. But coupled with that, I also have that type of peacock personality. But I know how to perfectly balance that personality. And how, because this was just an awareness session, getting straight to the point, but the more complete aspect to this personality profile training will be actually to do the personality assessment, the DIS personality assessment, which is the physical person, where you plot your questions to the answers on the profile sheet. And that is what I do when they go into companies or organization. You actually do the assessment, and then I do the presentation, which I just did. And it literally becomes a aha moment. And there are so many different personalities there. There's also one called the business chemistry, which lots of corporate executive use. But you see, when it comes back, they're all they're literally just all the same. Just a little difference here and there. But once, I can assure you, if you were to physically do the DIS personality, and you were to do the business chemistry, or you were to do the Myers-Briggs, you will realize, hey, it's all the same. But it always becomes a aha moment.
Am I allowed one more, Your Excellency, Dr. Steele?
You have been, if I might introduce, Her Excellency Marriott Ram is responsible for the publishing of the Billionaires Chronicle, and she is mentoring the class of Steele to raise my level of professionalism. And today she is in our class to ask questions. She's also here to cause all of us as men to reach to the next level. So, Your Excellency, you're very welcome to carry on, with my permission.
Oh, thank you, Your Excellency. I was just really wondering that, once I have got, identified the certain personalities, even if it's not really down to the dot, but when it comes to really the practical application, that I know X, Y, Z these are the different personalities. What is the actual practical application of the knowledge? And for example, I'd love to know that, in your chaplaincy service, in your work, when you go out and you have to be present in situations when people are distressed, but not necessarily just in that setting, for example, in company setting as well. How can we turn this to our advantage?
Number one, you said it already, because you have the knowledge, then you have to give a physical response to that. And I give you a quick example. Just maybe a month, 2 months ago, I did the HR seminar that I did. We had one person literally in the seminar who was that S personality, that steady personality, who, give me my space and just let me take time to do my work. And what the manager, who was so ironic, was a D personality, the driver, who says, I give you this task today, I want it done by today. And because the S personality couldn't manage that, the person's work just keep lagging and lagging, because this person, the S, the dove, I just want to do stuff at my own pace. And guess what happened? I gave this strategy. I said, okay, since that we now have a better understanding of your personality types, your behavioral traits, this is what I want you to do. And I'm now speaking to both manager and the team leader. I say, manager, you're high D, team leader, you're the S. So manager, this is what I want you to do. When you give this team leader this task to do, put a timeline on that. Otherwise, this person will take forever to have the task done. And guess what the manager said? They said, Dr. Lavine, you're so right. Because I understand the whole aspect of personality styles, and I already gave this person a timeline to complete their task. And the good news is we have already started to see improvement with their work performance. So sometimes in a work environment, we can say that persons are lazy, they're non-productive, and that might not necessarily be the case. The case is that, because of their personality styles and their behavioral temperament, they just respond differently. You may say your boss is rude and crude, it's simply because he is on high D. But once we understand each other, then we'll be able to craft our responses, our experiences to match each other's personality style or profile. It's actually complementing each other. So what do? You have to apply a practical aspect to what you're doing. You have to know what the conflict is, what the issue is, and give practical examples, practical strategies. And I can assure you that once you give those practical strategies, that it always works. I'm not going to say it works 90% of the time. It always works, because once you give those strategies, you are supporting the strategy. You're just not giving strategies and leaving people in the background. You give strategies and you support the strategies. And once you support the strategies, it will become a success.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so very much to Dr. Lavine. I want to again thank Her Excellency Marriott Ram for taking the initiative to being our question person. I think she's fallen into her natural role, being the writer of a magazine, and she's also a Forbes business writer as well. So I think she's just slipping right into her role. The benefits of having the ladies amongst us. Us men would sit quietly and receive, process, and go home. And the ladies would ask those questions. So again, Marriott, you're very welcome. Thank you for being in our midst. Dr. Lavine, thank you so very much for an excellent presentation. And equally, I sincerely look forward to other great opportunities where we can come together and do a whole lot more sharing and teaching as we go forward. And please, you can confirm that you are officially a member of the class of Steele as one of our teachers.
Yes,
and there to guide. And I am also one of your students, so I don't want to behave as though I have reached, but I equally remain a student of many of the teachers that I will be presenting to you today. So again, please let us celebrate His Excellency Dr. Lavine for a good presentation. Thank you so very much, sir. Well done.
Thank you. And as you celebrate me, Dr. Steele, I celebrate all of you. Thank you.
Well, with that being said, we have our next speaker. Our next speaker, Mr. Olivier Mpenzi, is a hard worker, who enjoys being part of a productive team. He's a professional, career-minded individual with over 11 years experience in the banking industry, with high integrity, strong focus, reliability, and trustworthy. I think these are some of the most notable attributes necessary when you are, especially in the banking environment. Olivier has a proven track record of successfully building profitable and sustainable businesses. He's also skilled in relationship management and financial inclusion. This helps build strong client bases, which in turn drives a sustainable revenue growth for the bank. This has also enabled him to challenge the market, analyze the market, and drive the market aggressively. Olivier also possesses good analytical skills, teamwork, and leadership skills, along with being a strong sales professional. Olivier has a real sense of respect for the persons regardless of their position in the institution. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite to come as our next presenter, Mr. Olivier Mpenzi, and he's going to give a brief introduction of himself and his official presentation will start at 10:15. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Olivier Mpenzi as he gets ready to bring his presentation.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Hi, everyone.
We can hear you. Well done.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here with you, and we really thank God for this time. I'm really thank Excellency Dr. Steele for this time and to choose me as one of the speaker. Excellency, I really thank you very much. As you said, my name is Olivier Mpenzi. I'm Rwandan. I'm married with 2 lovely daughters. In terms of qualification, I have a bachelor in accounting and a master's. I have an MBA, master's in business administration. I also have a master's in procurement. I do have certificates. I have a certificate in leadership. I have a certificate in insurance and financial inclusion as well as digital financial inclusion. So in terms of experience, as Dr. Michael Steele said, I have 11 experience. I've been working with the commercial banks as well as the project. I have experience in consumer banking, which is retail banking, policies and procedures, and also being at the senior levels in the management, being taking decision and which will affect the business in general. And I'm result oriented. I'm business oriented as well. And I'm very sure without hesitating, with our knowledge, with everything, we'll be able to share the ideas, we'll be able to move the words to the next level. So without any further delay, I will go to my presentation if you allow me. Thank you, Dr. Steele. I'm going to talk about financial inclusion. As you know, if you say financial inclusion, we all know that it's availability of the funds. How can we get the money? How can we get the loan in the bank? Next slide, please. Financial inclusion is defined as the availability, equality of opportunities to access financial services. As I said, if you think about financial inclusion, many people think about access the bank, banking, loans, equity, and insurance. But we have to think beyond that. We have to think beyond having an account in a bank, having a current account, or having a saving account in a bank, or able to get a loan. So what can we do? As you see, I know everyone here knows about financial inclusion, but we have to think beyond. What can we do? I'll give you an example from now. As you have a big issue with a pandemic, COVID-19, so what can we do for us? Like now, if you have a bank account, but you are being challenged, you cannot go to the bank because some of the countries are in lockdown. They cannot go to the bank to withdraw their money. They cannot go to the bank to deposit their money. So what can we do? That's why I was saying that we have to think beyond that, beyond having an account to the bank, beyond having a loan in the bank, beyond thinking that in the world, we have poverty people. They cannot be able to save. They cannot be able to get a loan. They cannot be able to transfer money, even ourselves. Everyone be able to transfer the money from his account to the other beneficiary? Is anyone be able to transfer the money from one country to another? That's the purpose of the financial inclusion that we wanted to talk about today. Next slide, please. globally, about 1.7 billion or 31% of our debt remain unbanked without an account or financial institution through a mobile money provided in 2017. So the research that was conducted in 2017, they found that more people, but among them that doesn't have an account were women and poor people in the rural areas. So you can imagine. So if in the rural areas, they can't able to have an account, what can we think? What can we think for us to do? What can we think for us to support? I'll give you an example. If you look at in Africa, we have banks, we have commercial banks, we have microfinance, we have other financial institutions, but we really have some issues for us to get their money. By that's why I was saying that we have to think beyond, like Dr. Lavine. Why don't you think to say that in some of the country, I'll give you an example like Guinea-Conakry, they don't have fintech. For you to be able to bring a fintech in Guinea-Conakry or any other country in Africa, there are very many. It's just something that came in my mind, like Guinea-Conakry and any other country. Even the country that they have some fintech, but it's not enough for them to be able to work. I give you by example. If you look at the fintech, even if you are not in that country, you are a foreign in that country, but it's very easy to go there to partner with a local partner that can be able to deal with the regulation and be able to get other requirements, other documents that will be required by the government for you to be able to deal with telecom companies and central bank as well, or some of the institutions, they don't deal with the central bank. They have other entity that is dealing with the financial institutions, but some of the countries that they deal with central bank, but that is very easy. But that's why I was saying that you have to think very beyond that. If you have money, if you have financial institution in place, how about digital financial inclusion? How can you be able to support the community? How can you be able to support the people? But again, at the end, also you benefit. It's a good business that will help community to grow, that will help the continent to grow. And then from one country to another, it reach even the entire continent. So for example, I'll give you for example, for everyone to understand better. Let's say example of the microloan. We know very well that in Africa, it's not anyone can be able to access or to get a loan in a bank. But with microloans, when you have that such fintech, you can deal with telecom companies together with commercial banks and be able to support people. If you look at the smartphone in Africa, there are people that they don't think that you get a smartphone. By bringing such ideas and be able to negotiate with the commercial banks and be able for people to get a loan that can be paid within a certain period and get a smartphone. On the top of having smartphone, they can be able to negotiate or to get a loan, a simple loan that can be able to help them to be able to move to the next level. As Dr. Michael Steele said, we wanted to see what can we do to move to the second level. What can we do for everyone to move to the second level, including community, including people. So having smartphone, be able to transact at any time using a smartphone, with that, customer will be happy. People will be happy to transact when he's at home. As now, as we said, I'm in Rwanda, we are in lockdown. But if I have an account, but I don't have that product, for me to be able to move the money from my bank to my wallet or from wallet to the bank, then I will face issues. That's why financial inclusion, nowadays we have to focus on the digital financial inclusion. So there's much more opportunities, especially in Africa, in terms of bringing fintech and be able to serve people. And I'm very sure with that customer will be happy because you give them a product that will be convenient to them. If I'm in the rural area, I'll be able to transact using my smartphone, which I'm thinking that I will never get, because I got it through a loan that will be paid, let's say 12 months or 24 months. I will pay a small money with 12 months and be able to have a smartphone. But getting the entire amount to buy it, it will be a big problem for me. By that, customer or people will be having a smartphone, be able to transact, having all the features that smartphone has. Secondly, we'll be able to get a loan from the bank that can help them to move to the second level. That's what we need in Africa. I know in the US and in the Europe, they have that. You can go, you can get a phone and be able to pay as the certain period. But in Africa, we don't have that. People, you know, there are some countries that you cannot transact. You have to go to the bank. Also to access your money, it's not easy. You may wake up a branch that was in the rural area is closed. But once you have this phone, you have a smartphone, you have your bank in your hand. You have everything in your hand at a low cost. Proceed, please. Financial inclusion goals. Access of financial services at reasonable cost, clear regulation governing institutions sustainability, continuity, and competition to ensure affordability of the clients. As I said, once you have your smartphone, let's say if I'm in the place where I have to drive and go to the bank for 30 minutes, can you imagine it will 1 hour going and come back? So I will save fuel, I will save my time, everything. That's why I say the access of financial at a reasonable cost. You not pay everything. And also transfer charges will be more reasonable. That's why I'm saying that once you have fintech, it will be easy for you because you've identified the customer need. And once you know the customer needs, it will be easier for you to sell your product because you know the customer need and you know what people need. So your idea or your research or your product is coming to serve them conveniently. So it will really help customers, it will help people to do what they need at the time that they want at any time. Next slide, please. If you look at this man, he's struggling to go to the ATM to withdraw a certain fees. You can imagine working like this, maybe for 30 minutes or even for an hour looking for an ATM where there's an ATM for you to withdraw the money. ATM is an automatic teller machine. So he's looking for an ATM to withdraw the money, which is not bad, but time and also accessibility in the rural area where there's no ATM. So he will be having money in the bank, but not be able to access his money, which is a challenge. That's why digital financial inclusion, we come to resolve the idea, to resolve the issue, for people needs, for community needs. You can see he's struggling to go, he will wait, someone will be in, maybe they will be in the queue. I remember I went to Gabon and Congo Brazza. There was only one ATM in the hotel. And by that time, it was the end of the month, where I was in the queue for 1 hour to wait just to go to the ATM and withdraw the money. You can imagine. So I had to call someone to come and assist me. So if I had my money on the wallet, or if I was be able to transfer the money using my smartphone, I could go to the ATM. I will pay my bills. I will pay all expenses using my smartphone. I will pay hotel bills using my card. So I won't go to the ATM. Next slide, please. Banks leverage IT and people were provided financial services digitally. However, below barriers act as roadblock to financial inclusion. If you look at this, I wanted just for us to be challenged, that you have to think beyond this. If you say that lack of bank branch in the rural area, I agree. And the way we are going and the way the countries and the world is moving very fast, we no longer have branch in the rural area. People will be having their bank in their hands with a smartphone. That's why I was putting this so that people cannot think about having branch in up country, because they need to be transferring. Like now, if you are in the US, you can send me an email, say, Olivier, I need ABCD, ABCD. What are the requirements for me to comply? What are the requirements for me to be eligible? So from there, you no longer need a branch. You need just a proper communication, a proper guidance to put everything in order for you to be able to do what you need. Low income savings. Exactly. So if in Africa, I keep saying in Africa because that's where there is big opportunity in terms of financial inclusion than Europe and the other continent as well. Because we know some other business that are doing business, but they cannot be able to go to the bank to deposit the money. They're just putting the money in their safe. You can imagine having the money in the pockets. Within a week, you finish your money. But once you have your money, you put in the bank, or you transfer, or you tell your people that wanted to pay you, just make transfer. You don't need to go to the bank. Make a transfer, I will receive a message. I will receive an SMS. It will be easy for me. And then once everything I need, I'll be able to transfer digitally. It will be easier. Next slide, please. Measures to achieve greater financial inclusion. As I said, removing a cost barrier to a banking. As I said, still now, there are some other barriers in terms of going to the bank, financial inclusion. That's why I was focusing on the digital financial inclusion. Because now, I took an example for COVID-19, because someone who is at home, he cannot be able to go to the bank to withdraw the money. Someone who is not in the bank, he cannot be able to go or to drive. He doesn't have a vehicle, or also think about banking costs are very expensive. And then you brought a solution to them whereby they can transfer using their smartphone. They can put the money on their wallet, on their smartphone, on their cell phone. Someone who is unbanked will be happy. That's what the big role of the financial inclusion is, to link banked people and unbanked people. And also, one of the requirements, know your customer. You know, nowadays, we have what you call you can have some suspicious accounts, also money laundering. So for us to be able, for everyone to be able to know what is doing, has to meet some KYC requirements, and very easy. Once you have that approval in the country, they will link the ID, just the ID, and link it with your platform. Once you put the ID details, it will link to the local authority system, and then from there you will be able to know if the ID or the passports is genuine or not. So that's also is very, very important, and also to expanding financial technology. That's why if you come up with a digital financial inclusion, you will it will be very, very attractive and responding to the customer need than just having a microfinance, than just having a financial institution or commercial banks just like that. So it will be coming to respond the customer needs. Adjusted collateral and security requirements with the objective of providing hassle-free credits. Exactly, as you know, there are some people that think that they cannot get a loan because they don't have a collateral. That's the big challenge you have in Africa. But by bringing fintech that's really responding to the customer needs, it will be very easy to the customer. It will be very easy to the community to access some money for them to resolve their issues, some money for them to think about small projects so that they can move to the next level. And also electronic benefit transfers as well. Because when you have a card, you may have a debit card and also a credit card. And you can, there are some many people that they are eligible to a credit card, but doesn't have it. When it's a travel, they can't be able to pay the hotel bills. And some of the places, debit card is acceptable, but other places, you have to use credit card instead of using debit card. Let me explain myself. Debit card is the money that is the card that is linked to your account. So you have to use the money that you have in the bank. But a credit card, you have given a certain limit, whether you don't have the money, but it's a trust that the bank gave you for you to do not be stuck in case you want to transfer, in case you have to pay your hotel bills and all that. So it's very, very important. Next slide, please. Financial inclusion reduces poverty by expanding poor people access to financial services and increasing their economic opportunity. As I said, with financial inclusion, it will help people to get a small loan. It will help people to grow their economy of the country, of the community as well. Because once you are eligible to get a loan, despite any amount, because you have to go with the levels as well. But you have a solution to the people that can be able to access the money, that can be able to lend at any time once they are eligible. And this is very easy with the fintech. They just check the behavior. Once you are using it, you are taking a small loan on time. By the time you are paying, let's say, $20, if you pay on time, your limit will be increased. Then the second time you'll be eligible to 50. Second time you'll be eligible to 100. By that, you are building the community, you are helping the community, but again, you are also gaining. Because now we wanted to see how can we network. It's about networking. It's about helping people, but at the end, we are gaining as well. We are helping each other. We are working together. So with this, you'll be able to respond the customer needs, people needs, and also gain as well. Next slide, please. What are the main functions of the financial institutions? The financial institution provide loans and advance to the customers. The rate of return is very high in case of investment made in this type of the institutions. It also gives a high rate consultancy to the customers to their beneficial investment. It also serves as depository of the customers. I talked about that. I think it is clear. We can go to the next slide. I would like to extend my best wishes for you and remind everyone to think beyond and take action to create meaningful and sustainable change on the financial inclusion with our country, with Africa, and even beyond. There are so many opportunities that we have just to wake up our mind and then think beyond and work aggressively for us to be able to move to the next level. I know you know about financial inclusion, but I want everyone to think, to remember that there are so many opportunities, especially during this COVID-19. Fintech is the right thing to do nowadays. Fintech is the right time for us to focus on. So I encourage everyone to think about it and don't hesitate in case you need any further clarification or any need in terms of support or in terms of anything, don't hesitate to contact me. Thank you very much.
I want to say thank you so very much, Your Excellency Mpenzi, for your presentation and for sharing with us at this level. It has been very informative. And I want to open the floor for questions. Any persons who would have questions. I'm going to first ask our PR person in the person of Her Excellency Mariette to start the ball rolling for this. And by the way, we have some good surprises for you speakers who have been participating with us. There's more to this than meets the eye. But Your Excellency Mariette, would you please ask your question?
Well, if no one has any questions, I've got hundreds, well, not hundreds of them, but I love your topic. It's absolutely something that is completely down my street, Your Excellency. Thank you so much for the presentation. So if no one has, I'd love to go ahead.
Thank you very much.
But I'd love to give the opportunity first because I was the first to ask the question prior from Dr. Lavine. Dr. Steele?
Yes, you're fine. Go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Fine. In that case, I'm firing ahead. You know, it's really interesting to see that I don't think many people know much about Rwanda. Well, I'm certainly this is not a country that's generally within my focus. And just looking at some research and some statistics to compare your notes while you were speaking, I was absolutely amazed that actually Rwanda has the same sort of population. Okay. It's another question coming in. Sorry, I was there first.
No, it's fine. No problem. Thank you for appreciating.
That it's a similar size of country in terms of population to my birth country, which is in the middle of Europe in Hungary, and just the situation is just so different to what your situation is currently right now. And I wanted to ask that, you know, since 1994, and obviously that was a huge, massive downturn in absolutely every single aspect of the country with regards to its own internal affairs, but also what happened on a global scale. But you know, what has been since 1994? I know that there's been quite a lot of rise and quite a lot of things had been established in a country in order to elevate the interest for a global exposure. And just looking at, I was quite intrigued to find out that you are a member of the UN, the African nation, Francophone East African community, and obviously the Commonwealth. So how do you see that the advancements have been made, and especially with the current government, the president who is actually having the third term now for the last few years? How are they establishing their international connections in order to really move the interest of the US and Europe and the Middle East to actually to come in and facilitate the transformation for this inclusion? Because obviously, you know, it's the outside sources that you're looking for, but you know, from the outside of what America would expect from you, or what Europe would expect from your country, and you've got a lot to give, definitely a lot of resources. But what steps have been made so far to facilitate this inclusion?
Thank you very much, Mariette. As you said, after '94, it was like no country, and then we start from nothing. So what we did with our president, I was younger by that time, but I know everything. With the president started looking the supports or encourage other countries to come and invest in Rwanda. Like now, me as Rwandans, I have almost the same rights with foreigner person. You can have documents for you to operate in Rwanda while you are not in Rwanda. You can just apply online and be able to get a certificate for you to operate as a company. Secondly, if you want to come in Rwanda, you can apply and get a visa online. You don't need to go to any embassy. You just get the visa on arrival. What you do, just apply online using the link. And once you're at the airport, you get your visa, enjoy 30 days by getting it on arrival. That was the purpose, to attract people for the hospitality. You know, a country without hospitality, you cannot move. You understand?
Yeah.
So that's the first thing that we did. Secondly, it just also to attract investors to come and invest in Rwanda. As I said now, if I'm just walking in the street with you or anyone, no one can come and ask you, where's your ID? Because we know that once you came in the country, you came via the airport, everything was in order. No one can ask you at any time, even in the night. So with that trust, foreigners, investors, and countries, they have that trust that they can invest. Business people, they can invest without any doubt. You understand? And also open for investors. For now, we have many foreign banks in the country. So with that, people can get the jobs. People can work with that company, with the banks and other multinational institutions. So it's easier. It's a way to create jobs for people. It's a way to help community. And also we have been focused for schools as well, by attracting people, schools to come and have the operate in Rwanda. We have them here in Rwanda. And also we have some big hotels. We have Marriott, which was not here before. We have Radisson Blu, which was not here before. We have another regional hotel, we call Serena Hotel. And among all that are 5-star hotels. We have also other hotels in the rural area, 7-star, which is near the gorillas. If people wanted to go to see the gorillas, they can stay there. You see?
Yeah, the mountain gorillas. Yeah, I'd love to see them. I think that's just amazing.
Exactly. So with that, of course, with the government support and anyone, so that's why it has been attract people to come and invest in Rwanda. That's why even other countries, even the entire world, they are very happy if they are in Rwanda. Even now, I'm very sure when you come in Rwanda, you'll be surprised.
I'm coming.
You are welcome. So that's what the objective.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Yeah, and coming to the financial inclusion, now we are able to have, after genocide, is that when we got 3 telecom companies. We have MTN, Airtel, and Tigo. So we are trying to work with them to see if we can have some integration with the financial institution and telecom companies as well, for us to be able to help people, for the people to be able to transact, as I was explaining, but we still have some challenges.
What would you say, I mean, in terms of the people, because it really comes down to the use of those phones, that the phones are given to people and they can get into their wallet and they can do the online banking, etc., etc. How easy or what's the current actually rate of accessing these devices or distributing these devices? Obviously, it's something that it's quite tricky. How can it be made more possible? And finally, are the people actually feeling optimistic about what's the general feel about from the general population, as in terms of, I'm looking for, like, some of the countries, yeah, like looking at the Caribbean, I'm looking at like a lot of things, like, you know, Caribbeans, like for example what St. Nevis did after the hurricane, when they really started from scratch. It's like getting into the tourism, getting really into the agriculture or the resources, but they're really, really good at. And you guys are doing exactly the same, the same sort of principles there, and having the various kind of incentives with the visa and really getting there. But I'm seeing that in the Caribbean, the startup system, the ecosystem is very, very, very strong, because these people are just feeling so really burning desire of really getting out there. Is it the same in Rwanda as well, in Africa? What's the general feel from people?
Now it's the same. Before, people used to think that when you don't pay cash, they don't believe the money electronically. You understand? But with time, I can give you my example, my own example. It's now 5 months. I never touch doing cash transactions. You understand? But by government support, it's being said at the radios, TV, and all that we have to go digitally. We have to transact digitally. If you go to the shop, they have some signage where it has some code. So when you have money on your wallet, you just put that code, and immediately you put the amount and the PIN. The money you move from your wallet to the merchant account, and you receive a message immediately that the money has been received. So without that awareness, customers will be able to trust, because they are seeing people that are transacting. As you speak, now no one is allowed to go and pay cash.
Yeah.
You have to pay digitally. Either you make a transfer or they don't give you anything. So it's a way we put much effort on the awareness for people to understand in the rural area as well.
All right. Well, thank you so very much for the engagement, Your Excellency. Again, Marriott, well done. And the next person that we have that have a question to ask, that would be His Excellency Dr. Lavine. Dr. Lavine, you have a question to ask. Please go ahead, Dr. Lavine.
Mr. Olivier, your presentation was an exceptional presentation. And what caught my attention is not necessarily a question, but a comment. But what really caught my attention and really opened my ears is when you made mention about in your whole aspect with the financial inclusion, when you mentioned about the KYC and the money laundering. But I don't know if this slipped me, but did you also mention relative to terrorist financing?
Yeah, I mentioned it, but I'll explain to that. I wanted to mention because as we are here, I wanted everyone to have that in their mind, that we can help people, we can help community by providing a fintech, but also to give you a trust that QIC, by giving an example, if I say proper QIC, it's not in my control and cannot be also in your control as well, right?
Yes.
But if I have ID, it can be on my platform or your platform as a fintech. It has to be linked to the national ID identification, something like that.
Yes.
So once it's linked and you put the ID, immediately it will show you on the screen that this ID is correct or not. So I wanted just to give that trust, because you know, when you're doing a survey or you are doing a study of the business, you have to think everything. So
yes,
I wanted people to have that trust that there's a proper KYC in order to avoid some suspicious transaction for them, because you know someone who's going to be onboarded.
Excellent. Thank you. Because I come from a strong background in terms of financial investigations. So when you started to speak about your KYC and your money laundering and everything which deals with that, it really caught on my interest. But as I said, your presentation was a very, very helpful, a very healthy presentation, and I want to thank you for presenting this morning. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you
Thank you,
very much,
Dr. Steele.
Doctor. Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you so very much for that. Are there any other questions? Any person else have any other questions or any other comments that you want to share with Mr. Mpenzi? You're free to do so. Any other questions? I'm just looking to make sure I don't miss anyone. Okay, so I'm not hogging the floor by presenting my own questions, because I have a few questions for Mr. Mpenzi, and they're quite interesting, and they're at the higher level. One of the things that I have discovered over the years is with a number of our partners and associates who are in the higher net worth categories trying to transact business. And it creates an element of distrust and sometimes confusion with the dynamics. What are your relationships with international banks? Now we're referring to banking, and we want to have an idea of working with banks, for example, in the US and in other major areas in the US, in Europe, in Switzerland. How do you see the relationships growing, considering most of those high street banks in Europe and in the US, they are at a total technology level. Everything is as you would say, electronic, technologically advanced. How do you compete? How do you find that you're getting in sync with regulations as per those other international bankings? And then what international partners that you have in the US that you would say these banks work very well with Africa? These banks in the US work well with you in Africa.
Thank you very much, Excellency. As you said, commercial banks, they have a very good relationships. Like, I'll give you an example. Like now, there's a Citibank, who is based in the US, that is based in the US. They have a very good relationship with commercial bank in Africa, but not all all commercial banks, or some local banks as well. But they have that what they call, that bank is called intermediary bank. So if I need something, it will be, if I need such transfer or any transfer, it has to go via intermediary bank, which is Citibank in the US and DZ Bank in the Europe. We have Citibank and DZ Bank as well. So each transfer has to go through that. But in terms of business relationship, or even, let's say, for example, I'm in Rwanda, I want to do business in Botswana or any country, and I have my security here in Rwanda. You don't have to doubt that my security, my collateral is in Rwanda. How am I going to be financed in Botswana? There's another bank there in Botswana, and that bank will write to your bank in Rwanda to access the security on their behalf. And what they'll do, they will check the valuation, they will do the valuation of your security, and therefore they will confirm to your bank in Botswana to go ahead and support you and finance you. So you can understand with that trust.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right. Well, thank you so very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It was well done. Come on, let's celebrate him. Thank you for sharing with us. I think we are a little bit more informed, and just in your presence, I want to confirm to those in the class of Steele that Mpenzi is the financial advisor for the class of Steele, and for anything that we are doing, he will be making sure that we do things the correct way. Any of our partners or our associates that are looking to kind of work with us in different areas, you can be assured that the information that is coming through the class of Steele, our leadership and our team, it is not going to be second-rated information. It is not going to be Bishop's opinion or Dr. Steele's opinion, but it is going to be coming from reputable sources. I believe that as we are building networks, trying to increase our net worth, I believe that the fundamental things that need to be in place are alliances with individuals of integrity, of character, but individuals who are in the know of what they're discussing. Too many organizations and companies run around with hearsay and strong opinions. I believe that what we're building is an environment and a family where persons can be duly and correctly informed. As mentioned, you heard Dr. Lavine mentioning his background in finances, and Dr. Lavine and myself go back over 25 plus years. And we acknowledge that pertaining to finances, persons, even sometimes ambassadors and other individuals, they're not aware of becoming persons of political influence. And they do not understand that term in the financial circles of money laundering, etc. And it's a very thin line. So we want you to be assured that we have individuals who can advise you, support you, and help you through any processes that you will have at the highest levels. Your Excellency, Mpenzi Oliver, thank you so very much again. It is an absolute pleasure working with you, and I look forward to the other workshops that you will be presenting in the class of Steele in the coming months. As a matter of fact, I will even declare that you have challenged my knowledge, because I had to go and really look at what is financial inclusion. I had to really go and do a little bit more research on financial inclusion. So again, well done, sir. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well, with that being shared, how many of you think we're on to a good goal? Are y'all, everybody's okay? Are we getting there? I used to be focused on numbers and everything like that, but I wanna comfort your spirit that today we are focusing on content, we're focusing on presentation, and we're also focusing on professionalism. I want to do a little bit of housekeeping on my part, if I may. One of the reasons why we have decided, and before we bring on our next speaker, who is Grandmaster Edward Scott, his presentation starts in a couple of minutes. But before he comes on, I want to speak to us leaders that are now engaging the next level of communication. How many of you agree with me that we are now stepping into a new era of communication, a new era of engaging? And the class of Steele, I have a vision to be pioneering what is happening amongst leaders. And the reason why I use the term pioneering is because I look around at a lot of conferences that I'm invited to, and to some degree, I'm a little bit disappointed. I'm a little bit disappointed sometimes because you go to conferences that are online, Zoom conferences, and the protocols that are in place, I'm not very impressed with them. And you see individuals, they are coming to professional meetings, and because of the new advancement, the new protocols, individuals show up to meetings what I would term inappropriate. How many of you are with me? Come on, somebody. I want to know that I'm speaking to individuals that are with me. They show up inappropriate. How many of you have been to meetings and you see people sitting down and they're professionals? I'm talking about high-level international professionals in the government sections, in business at the highest levels, and the presentations are appalling. For me personally, as a professional, they are appalling. And as a result of that, when I looked at us embarking on the class of Steele, I decided that, you know what, if you are going to set a standard, set a high standard. Are you with me? If you are going to set a standard for anything you're doing, set a high standard. You're not going to engage everyone. Everyone is not going to fit in to your audience. Everyone is not going to celebrate your professionalism. But how many of you know that individuals not celebrating your professionalism is no excuse for you to water down your professionalism? As a matter of fact, I think more so, it is for us to remove such individuals if they cannot step up their game. If you go to a corporate meeting in a boardroom and you see someone showing up in slippers and a t-shirt, and the CEO of the corporation just flew in on his private plane from out of Hong Kong to sit down and have a board meeting with you. Come on. How many of you think he is going to be impressed when he shows up in a boardroom and the secretary walks in a pair of slippers and a t-shirt? Come on, talk to me. Talk to me. But we find it so easy to have these international meetings where we're supposed to be present and we're not present. We don't have our cameras on. Nobody could see if it is really you. I could see Ezra Jacko, but is it really Ezra Jacko that is there? Is it really him? Or is that somebody that is sneaking into my meeting, pretending to be who they're not? You see, Dr. Lavine is a professional in investigation as a police inspector. He's a professional. I like having him on the team in the class of Steele because we are sure that we are dealing with who we're dealing with. Mr. Mpenzi, Oliver, when he first joined the class of Steele, I just saw a picture and a person and a LinkedIn profile that looked real nice. But how do I know that's Mr. Mpenzi? Mariette Ram, Her Excellency, is a very busy person. She doesn't have time to be hanging out every place. But how do I know somebody does not take her picture and her name and show up in a meeting and pretend to be her in my meeting? Wave at me if you get what I'm trying to say. Come on, wave at me if you get what I'm trying to say. So the process and the procedures for being in the class of Steele is if you are not present, we're not going to have you in our meetings. I'm allowing individuals right now because I'm teaching. But the protocols that are being put in place is that if you cannot put on your cameras, do not come to my meetings. Don't be offended, but I want to know that if you come to my meetings, I can see you, that you're paying attention to my meetings. You're listening to our speakers who have dedicated their time and their energy to be here to present to you. So I want to know that you're present. Are you with me? Come on, if you're celebrating me, give me a wave. If you're celebrating the change that I'm trying to bring, give me a wave, because I'm going to bring it if you like it or not. Some individuals, they say that I'm a little bit strict. I'm a little bit difficult as a mentor. But here's the important thing. Professionalism is going to challenge all of us. Every one of us is going to be challenged with professionalism. Every one of us. And I want us to be in a place where we recognize that if we are going to be relevant, the competition for relevance is great. So you have to step up your game. The market for your presence is great. Dr. Lavine, I put you here and I brought you to present because I want you to be one of those individuals amongst us, like so many others, that when you make a presentation, individuals are going to want you. They're going to want you because they see you operate with excellence. They see you operate with your presentation, how you dress, how you carry yourself. How many of you see that my suit matches with the backgrounds? I'm in red and blue. Come on, somebody. I'm talking to us. I'm talking to us. Come on. How many of you see Doreen is in red? Doreen knows that I like red. you see, I want you to step up your game in 2021. If you want to be relevant, if you want to make an impact, if you want people to recognize you, show up in conferences. But when you show up in those conferences, look professional. Sit down in your suit and let your name be right there. Dr. Ian Lavine, His Excellency Dr. Michael Steele, Wesley Johnson. Let people that come to those conferences and those meetings that you attend see you. I want to know, who is that man? Who is that woman? I'm talking to you. This is for you. Don't show up in big professional meetings and be in a t-shirt and have your cameras off and you're sitting down eating in the worst way. People are going to look at you and they are going to judge you according to your presentation. This is the new era of looking at your character. This is the new era at looking at your professionalism. The current dispensation was showing you when you showed up in a meeting because people could see you and people judged you and observed you in those conferences that were physical. But now we're going into a virtual world. And if you are going to stand out in the virtual world where millions are competing, I almost dare to say that fools are sitting down in their front rooms and are dressing in suits and they are making professionals look like fools. Did you hear what I just said? I'll say it again. I will say it again. I said fools are sitting down in their front rooms dressed in suits and looking all professionals, and they are making the professionals who are the real deal look like fools in the meetings. Why? Because those who are out there to scam you, those who are out there to take advantage of your wisdom, of your resources. My wife has just stepped in and said, I'm being a little bit passionate. So I need to calm down under the mentoring of my wife. I am sorry. My wife just popped in and said I was being too Pentecostal. Forgive me. So as I was saying, those of us that are finding ourselves showing up in meetings, please realize that you're being watched. Please realize that people are observing you. I mentioned to you subtly that Her Excellency Marriott Ram is the owner of Billionaires Chronicle. And she and I are partnered, and we are going to be featuring individuals from the class of Steele at appointed times in the Billionaires Chronicle. But we want to know that those individuals that we're going to feature or give opportunities to or open doors to are going to be individuals who can engage international audiences and look professional. You're professional in your own right, but we want to give you now the heads up in the virtual conferences that you will be a part of. How many of you agree with me and are celebrating the change I'm bringing? So with that being said, I want to appreciate my speakers and speaking about them right now. I want to appreciate my speakers for dressing so professionally. I celebrate you. I do. I sincerely do. You can speak on my platform again. Because if you had showed up and you did not look professional, surely you would not show up on my platform again. And that would be the reason why. I want to celebrate you for preparing for the classes. Because in preparing for the class, it shows me that you're taking this seriously. Because this is the new era that is upon us. Scouts are coming and sitting and looking at you and watching you and taking notes. I want to celebrate His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Hilary Emoh, who is here, one of the founders of Leaders Without Borders Development Center, who will be one of the speakers this evening. And they're scouting, they're our partners and our associates. They are scouting. What are they scouting for? Are you going to be the X factor in this era of looking for those who individuals will invest in? Are you the one with the X factor? Are you the one that's going to stand out? Are you the one that's going to make the extra effort to be present? A lot of individuals go to conferences, and when they're in conferences, they're not there. They just have it loud in their houses. And sometimes you hear, if their microphone came on by accident, you hear so many things going on that's coming across and you're holding your head, oh my God. Oh my God. So we want to make sure that we teach individuals in the class of Steele how to operate in Zoom conferences. That's what the class of Steele is all about. Professionalism. How to mute your microphone. How to have your cameras on. How to be aware of your surroundings. How to put yourself in a position where the person that is at home might not run behind you when they just came out of the bathroom in their towel. So make sure that when you're having a professional conference, that your back is against the wall. Come on, somebody. Come on. You know, they're simple little things, but come on. Have your back against the wall and your camera on so that your daughter does not rush going to a meeting and is running through the house in her towel. And then your conference is being streamed because it's such an important one that it's going global. But then individuals all over the world are now embarrassed and they're holding their head down, and you show up on YouTube as foul up bleeps and blunders. With that being said, I think I've brought up the time where we're going to be prepared for His Excellency Edward Scott. He's at 9:15. And I was just filling in with a little bit of information about who I am and what we do and where we're going. And I want to tell you the truth. I want to tell you the truth. I'm excited about the class of Steele. I'm excited about all y'all. The class of Steele is all y'all. I'm proud of you all for your efforts, your support, your professionalism. And I hope that in 2021, you close the deal. I hope that you close the deal. I hope that you sign that big deal that you're looking to sign. I hope that that investor, that banker, that meeting that you attend on Zoom, when you show up in that meeting, I hope you'll be the X factor. You'll be the one that they say, who is that? I need to know him. Who is she? I need to know her. I'm Dr. Michael Steele, and thank you so very much for listening to me. Ladies and gentlemen, let me present His Excellency, my brother, Edward Scott, who's going to come and be sharing with us. And he's just going to give you a little bit of introduction about himself while I prepare him for his presentation that starts at 11:15. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Edward Scott, you're welcome all the way from Botswana.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, morning for some of you. It's afternoon here in Botswana. I'm sure protocol has already been established. But thank you, Your Excellency, Ambassador Steele, for this opportunity. Thank you, honored guest, respected attendees here. It's definitely an honor to be part of the class of Steele and part of the things moving forward into 2021. Some of you may have read, had an opportunity to briefly read my profile and biography information as it came up. Dr. Lavine, I'm looking forward to definitely working with you in the future in terms of some security and investigation things. This has been something that that's passionate for me, the security and safety as well too. Come multi-talented. Fortunately, I'm a jack of all trades and a master of quite a few. Thanks to God and a good, strong Caribbean upbringing. And a good, strong Caribbean upbringing. But I'm now here in Botswana by way of the Caribbean. Born and raised in the U.S. Also lived abroad growing up. Roots in the Caribbean as well from my mother's side. But now my family and I, after having lived 3 years in the Caribbean, are now here in Botswana. I'm here in Botswana now with a goal and a mission. There's a lot of work to be done, particularly in the arena of advocacy for gender-based violence, the rape culture that's prevalent throughout the world, in particular in African countries. South Africa, Botswana, where I am, is no different. But also in the realm of security, where we talk about everybody knows about security. We hear security, we talk about security, but do we actually know what security is? Do we actually know what security is? Security might mean a lot of different things to you. Security might be financial security, being secure in the fact that you can comfortably pay your bills. You can comfortably buy the things you need for your home. You can comfortably pay school fees for your kids. You can comfortably do these things. In terms of security, for some of us, security may mean having guard dogs at home, having our homes alarmed or fenced, having security monitor our homes, having guards at work, these type of things. All these things are security. But in this time of post-COVID, well, I won't say post-COVID, let me say during this time of COVID pandemic, security and safety are kind of synonymous. In other words, they go hand in hand. You really can't have one without the other one. So even though I prepared this presentation, I might get away from it just a bit and point out some issues in terms of safety protocols as well too, as time would allow. Is everybody with me? Okay, let's look at the particular presentation: traveling and safety protocols in a COVID-19 world. I will try not to beat you over the head with information that you already know, but try to, again, just more or less refresh our memories and look at travel and safety protocols from a different perspective, and possibly some things that you may not have be aware of previously. Your Excellency, Ambassador Steele, can you go to the next slide, please, sir? This presentation is designed to share both relevant and up-to-date information that you may need to know when traveling during this COVID-19 pandemic, and to give you some, additional information and tips on travel safety and security. Next slide, please. These are some of the things that I look at and concern myself with in security, whether it's during private security or whether it's in the capacity of bodyguarding, which I've done also. These are some of the things that I start with: who, what, when, where, why, and how. As we go about developing, and these are questions I usually ask my client. This is information that I need to know in order to ascertain threats, in order to provide the best security that I can for a client, whether it's a group or individual. And it also ties into travel as well too. Let's look at the first one. It says, who is traveling? Who's traveling? This is a simple question, but a pertinent one, especially in this new COVID-19 environment. Who, in this case, refers to either yourself or those who may be traveling with you. Special arrangements have to be made in your travel planning to make sure that everyone is accommodated. As ambassadors and people in clergy, we find ourselves traveling all over the world in places, sometimes even in in hostile situations. So we want to make sure that we have a clear understanding of who is traveling, not just ourselves, but who is part of our travel contingent. Are we traveling with small children? Are we traveling with elders? Are we traveling with men? Are we traveling mostly women? Are we traveling with people who may be physically impaired, physically disabled? Those are things that we need to know in terms of building a safe and secure environment from the time that you're traveling. This goes also hand in hand with the security protocols in terms of safety during the COVID-19 pandemic. Who is traveling is important. You may be traveling with somebody who has a medical condition, for example, asthma, bronchitis. They might have underlying health issues. You may have some people traveling with the common cold. Now, I know this may sound ridiculous right now, and thinking in this time of COVID-19, with these underlying conditions and issues, you may want to err on the side of caution and probably stay home. But when you have to travel, again, I'm speaking mostly to us as ambassadors and people of the clergy and business people who find ourselves having to travel from point A to point B to either conduct business, to transact business in person, although we try to do it as virtually as we can. Oftentimes it's not able to do that. So let's keep in mind who is traveling. We'll come back to that later in our question and answer session. The next point, what are we traveling for? In this COVID environment, your reasons for traveling are just as important as what you're taking on the trip. The World Health Organization has recommended that if you are not traveling for urgent reasons, whether it be business or holiday, then postpone such travel to a later date to avoid exposure to the virus. How many of us in recent weeks or even months during the 2020 year found ourselves having to travel for business? Just a show of hands. Having to travel for business. How many of us, unfortunately, had to find ourselves traveling for an emergency, whether it was a medical emergency or whether it was a death in the family? Traveling. These are the things that we want to take into consideration when we're traveling. Is the travel necessary? Is the travel necessary? Again, the World Health Organization did put the criteria out there, and governments too have come forward and told us about the necessity for traveling, or the lack of traveling when it's not necessary for us to do so that we can keep ourselves safe and secure. Now, all of this is going to tie back into security in just a bit. Let's look at the next point in view of time. If you can scroll up just a bit on that, Ambassador, for that third point. Okay. Yes. What are we traveling for? The fourth one. When are you traveling? When are you traveling? This is important as who is traveling. Certain times of the year. Can you scroll up again, please? it's lost in the screen. Or can everybody see it?
Okay. I just have, we just have the when are you traveling, and then the next slide it says, but you may want to consider traveling.
Yes, sir. I'm looking at that. I'm trying to get to the bottom of. Apologies for that.
Okay.
In terms of when you're traveling, oftentimes we find ourselves traveling during peak seasons, and we find ourselves doing that even for business, sometimes for leisure. But when you're traveling is important too in this time of COVID, especially in terms of security. And I'm pretty sure, let's see, Dr. Lavine can attest to this in terms of financial security in times of fraud. These usually are the times when people are at their busiest during festive season, as we have it here on the African continent, during holiday season, throughout the world, during the summer breaks in the States, when there's a crowd of people in one area and people are transacting money, transacting funds. That's usually when a lot of the scammers come out. It's being done not only just online, but also through very, very sophisticated electronic devices that we'll talk about at a later time. So these are things that we have to be aware of as well. Traveling during these off seasons, this of course will limit your exposure to these type of people, as well as exposure to COVID-19 too. So whether you travel by air, road, or sea, this is a basic rule of thumb that will help us. The next point, where you travel is the key too in the COVID-19 pandemic. Certain areas of the world, of course, are far more stricken than others, where some are not. As you'll see as time allows with this video, there's planning ahead in terms of finding the right place to be considered for leisure or business. For example, those of you who may have had plans in the 2020 year for whether it was for religious conferences, for events like the women's event and this event as well. These could have and normally would have been done possibly on location. Would have flown into location, but now we find ourselves doing it in a virtual arena. However, if you do find yourself traveling to areas and wanting or needing to conduct business, it's always best to err on the side of caution. There's several websites that you can go on to that you can pull up to get real-time information. WHO has one. The United Nations also has one. There's also another one by the Red Cross, where you can actually pull up real-time information and see information regarding the COVID pandemic in a particular country. A lot of these things you won't find on CNN or BBC World News. They're just kind of specific because they have a wide range in terms of a world to cover. But if you're going to specific places, you can pull up information regarding the COVID on there in terms of planning. That will help you plan and make a better decision on where. Because when you talk about going to a particular place, I know a lot of countries, like for example here in Botswana, there has been a moratorium and a limit on the amount of people who can gather. Just off the top of my head, here in Botswana, I know we cannot have gatherings more than 50 people at a time. And this is also inclusive of weddings and funerals and any other gathering that you might have, including gatherings at churches. And they can't be any more than 2 hours. 2 hours tops, and then there's a break in between. And if you want to meet again, of course, you can reconvene, but they must have that 2 hour break in between. And this is, of course, to stave off the flow of the exposure to coronavirus. So where you're traveling also is important. The next point there, Ambassador, why are you traveling? People have a tendency to go a bit stir crazy during lockdown. How many of us experience lockdowns in our areas? And some of you might still be experiencing lockdowns. I know in the UK, they're in a full court press right now in terms of lockdown in the country. So is South Africa, and a lot of other countries have had to do that. Traveling just because you want to travel, or is traveling a necessity, for example? Are you traveling for emergency reasons? These are things that you have to consider. And while the sake of being redundant, I know there's been a lot of information that's been recommended by both WHO and many countries around the world who have encouraged us to discontinue travel. A lot of them have closed borders and closed borders to stop the spread of coronavirus, both inside and outside the borders. Furthermore, there have been documented occurrences even of people attempting to get past government regulations when traveling to and from particular countries, and that have been restricted by the country of origin or the country of arrival. You always seem to have somebody who is insistent on ice skating uphill, so to speak. Oh, we can get in under the radar if I get this particular document, or I know somebody that works in this spot, or I know somebody that works here. Let me tell you, all these things will end you in prison because these are all government restrictions. These things are passed by individual republics, individual governments, and they are passed in as federal law. A lot of them are passed under the current state of emergencies that some countries have. So these things can, any type of circumvention in trying to get around the system in terms of travel and safety, that will put not only you but others in harm's way during the pandemic is a no-no. So these are things we have to keep in our minds. And I'm gonna tell you this straight up: if you know anybody who's attempting to circumvent the system, you might want to pull their coat and say, hey, look, it's all good and fine what you're doing, but if you do what you're doing, this is the repercussions of it. Because a lot of people, they want to always push the envelope and push the system on doing it. So we have to make sure that we, as upstanding citizens, especially here in the class of Steele, setting that example, we have to make sure that we are doing the right things in terms of travel and safety. Finally, and I think this is probably something that a lot of us maybe take for granted: how are we traveling from point A to point B? I'm pretty sure all of us here have our personal cars. We have our family units that we have, but it's always a tendency to think in terms of, this is my family, this is my family unit, I know that they're safe. However, are you with your family members 24 hours a day? No, they go off to work as time permits, they go off to school as time permits, they may see friends if curfew or lockdown is not there, and you don't know where those people have been. So all these things we have to take in mind talk about and keeping in mind in terms of making sure that we stay safe. How does all this tie into security? People know, actually, Ambassador, if you can go to this slide. How does all this tie into security? If we look at this and let's look at some of the trends and conditions that's changed or stay the same during the pandemic and see which ones have affected us the most. On the left, you look at things before the pandemic. We had mass travel, large and frequent gatherings, less attention to health, cross-border trading for goods and services, regular occurrences of crime-related incidents, government with their safe supplies. and that includes also vaccine too. But on the right-hand side, we see how we may be now in today's world. We went from mass travel to less travel, right? That's affected us tremendously as a people. We like to travel. We like to go. We're social people, so we like to get out. Fewer gatherings and limited attendance. There's more attention to health now. In terms of I know sometimes we have a tendency to be hard-headed, get a cold, a scratchy throat. That's okay. I'll deal with it at home. But maybe we've turned more attention now to being more healthy, less cross-border trading for goods and services. This one has been really hit home now being in Botswana, which is a landlocked country, and having to depend on goods and services coming up from our neighbors, South Africa, for example, Namibia from the west, and even through Zimbabwe, from Mozambique, from that border. These things now not only are issues in terms of making sure goods and services are with us, but also in terms of security, because now black market things are being brought into the country, things are being brought to the country. So so we want to make sure we keep an eye on these things in terms of security. Again, Dr. Lavine, this ties into financial crimes as well too. Government hoarding of vaccines. There is, according to WHO, a safe level of vaccines that each country is allowed to keep to fight pandemic, whether it's influenza, whether it's HIV, AIDS in there. But now we find ourselves hoarding. Governments who can afford are now hoarding supplies and vaccinations, possibly for themselves. And those who are less fortunate, have less money to spend, are not able to get the necessary vaccines in their homes or in their countries. Again, this ties into security, because now it opens up a black market for goods and services to come into a country, to come into the populace. And in some shape, form, or fashion, these things may have been illegally manufactured. They could have not had a particular country's stamp of approval in terms of the ingredients that are used. And some of these things may end up being deadly. Some of it may even be placebos. But millions of dollars are lost every year on these type of things, and this pandemic is no different. So these are the things that I wanted to share in view of time. Your Excellency, I will not show the video, but here are some of the things that, again, just as a reminder, from the UN to make sure we stop the spread of coronavirus safely and securely. If you'll go to the next slide, please. The next one.
Your Excellency, if you would like me to share the slide, I think I can make the slide available if you would like me to.
It was, I was looking at the time. Your Excellency, I didn't want to take up time from other speakers who are with us. We can always revisit this because this won't be my last time. As I said, I plan to be more visible and more accessible during workshops and the weekly meetings for the class of Steele. And if you look at the last slide that I have, that's my contact information for those of you, the one previous, that's my contact information for those of you who may want that. You can also get that from His Excellency Ambassador Steele. That's direct to me. You might want to write that down. If you see it, take a picture, a screenshot, a snapshot of it. And then moving into the final slide. This is something that we've talked about before between myself and His Excellency Ambassador Steele. Coming soon to the class of Steele in 2021. Be ye also ready. Be ye also ready. I'm gonna save that one for a surprise. Yes, it will. It will also do with more dealing with safety and security. Safety and security, not only in your home, but when you're traveling. And we'll look at personal safety and security and tips with that. And we'll do it from a biblical perspective. We'll do it from a biblical perspective. Be ye also ready. That's all I have. Thank you for this opportunity, for allowing me to share um, the, the the presentation with you. There's a lot more where that came from, but again, in view of time, I didn't want to encroach on anyone else's time on that. But now we're open for questions, security related or COVID-19 related, if there are any.
Well, you're open to for any questions. If there are any questions, anybody have any questions, you're free to ask your questions. I will have my comments after you share your thoughts. Any questions from anyone?
Anything security related? Not only to our presentation there, but traveling, that can also be personal security, travel security, home security, statistics.
Okay. Well, Your Excellency, I think I want to qualify this segment because it's quite important. This aspect with regards to going forward, security is extremely important. As a matter of fact, it is nice to. I see Dr. Lavine before I jump in. Dr. Lavine, you can ask your question, please.
Greetings to you, Grandmaster. Once again, like the other presentation, your presentation was an excellent presentation. I appreciate the time that you took to research, the time that you took to share with us. And as I said, I have a law enforcement background over 23 years, which also included 10 years out of that 23 years would have been as a law enforcement financial crime investigator. So I will deal with issues of money laundering, terrorist financing, fraud, and outside of that, naturally every area of law enforcement. However, outside of my law enforcement background, I am certified in the whole area, as you probably heard before, neuro coaching, personal life coaching, and coaching to deal with the brain and the mind. Tying into, I'm taking this away now from my law enforcement experience and background and law enforcement qualifications back into my certifications in the area of personal growth and development. And so ironic, and some person might say, why is this tying into this? And it sort of surprised me also, but when I did my personal life coaching certification, one of the some of the material that we were given to study actually spoke about security, personal security, and one of the areas that it spoke about from a psychological perspective when they interviewed criminals. And once again, this wasn't apart from my police training, this was actually in some of the literature I was engaged with in my personal growth and development certifications. And from a psychological perspective, it mentioned that when criminals were interviewed, and they interviewed in terms of attacking or perpetrating crime against person on the street, it was said that they just didn't attack anyone. It doesn't matter. It didn't matter how big you were, how tall you were, how short you were. It didn't matter per se of your physical stature or your physical composure. What mattered then was your physical demeanor. So you can be 6 feet and 300 pounds, but you look big. You don't look confident. You can be 5'4" and 100 pounds, but you have an air of confidence in you. And they also spoke about the the way a person walk and the way a person presented themselves, that the criminals say, you know what, this guy is way bigger than me, but he just doesn't look the part, so I'm going to attack him. And this person is way smaller than me, but there's an air about that person. There's a confidence about that person. There's just a demeanor about that person. So you know what? That is a good target. Can you speak more about that to us? And why I mentioned that it would help us, even as you're saying, even in our travels, in airports, in train stations, as we travel along the streets, so that we can have that greater awareness of our own personal space and our own personal security, so that we wouldn't be perceived as a target. Thank
Yes, sir.
you, Grandmaster.
Not a problem. Thank you for that. One of the things that you hit just perfectly on was that distance and awareness, because thieves are people of they're opportunists. And just like we might punch a clock and go to work from 9 to 5, they do the same thing, going to work from 9 to 5, in terms of 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 learning which victims to attack. And just like you said, it is a psychological thing. If you might have somebody who looks frail, they look the part, they look as an easy target, and thieves and criminals pick up on that. Even though they might not be, they pick up on that, and that makes them a target for that. Whereas somebody like myself, 6'2", 300 and some odd pounds, that's my story and I'm sticking to it, might not look like an easy target for that. But they still try in this day and age. Now, instead of just with this, it comes with the guns, the knives, that type of stuff, for intimidation or protection from the person that they're about to attack. One thing I can say that we all need to get in the habit of doing is learning how to walk and to move with awareness and confidence. One thing Corona should have taught us is that 6 feet rule about social distancing. Even before Corona, I was practicing social distancing in terms of security and being aware of my surroundings. People are not aware of their surroundings. They just get up, they go hunky-dory like nothing's gonna happen. And just as you do that, there's people out there, whether you go to the shops and are sitting in your vehicle, they're sitting in the vehicle, or walking by and looking like people who are just mixing the crowd. They are there to spy on you and spy on prospective victims to take advantage of you when you least expect it. So developing a an a confidence about yourself. I've been told that I walk like a dragon. You see me walk, aside from being a big guy, you see me walking, and it's like, oh, we may have had a mind to try this one, but I don't think I don't think it would be advantageous for me to do so. It's not that I'm bad, it's not that I'm strong, it's not that I'm big, it's not that I'm fast. I just walk with confidence, and that confidence can be felt around that perimeter of social distancing that I have. And you know when you have it, because when you walk, people kind of do this Red Sea type of thing. The waters kind of part unknowing to you, because the energy that you have created is one that's not necessarily standoffish, but it is an energy that everybody has, that you can develop to be greater than someone else's. Have you ever had somebody sneak up on you, for example, and they scare you? But even if they scare you, before you actually have what I call threat assessment, and they come behind you, you feel that thing behind you. Some refer to it as the hair stood up on the back of my neck. I felt the presence on that. Now, think about developing your skill set to the point where you have that sense of awareness and confidence, not only from a short perimeter around you, but you can expand that perimeter to be able to look for threats. And one of the things that I know also is part of your training, and probably something that we did share, is learning how to assess threats, learning how to be able to look at people, look at situations, look at circumstances, even look at environments, and assess the threat or the threat levels within a particular parameter or within a particular environment, whether it's people, places, or things. So yeah, that's something we all need to develop, and I would like to tag team with you on the future and putting together a comprehensive workshop that we can share with the members of Class of Steele.
Thank you, Grandmaster. And just one more comment once again, even tying in again perfectly with what you have been sharing this morning. Again, from a psychological, physiological, behavioral aspect that, you know, as men, once again, it doesn't matter how big we are, how tall we are, how whatever we are, you know, and even as you were saying, walking and having that right to parties, and they've done lots of psychological surveys, behavioral surveys with men walking, and, you know, naturally, I don't know for what reason, you know, self-esteem issues, what reason men walk with their heads down, which doesn't allow that right seat to be parted. So I think that what you have been sharing today has been really critical, and I trust that there will be additional avenues and opportunities for you to share on security, and even from a personal security level. And my last comment is, by virtue of what I do also in the law enforcement arena, you just spoke about that, is having the risk assessments, and I have to constantly do that for special tasks that I am given. And I trust that the next time that you are engaging with the Class of Steele, or whatever forum you're in, that you'll be able to give us some more insight into the whole aspect of risk and threat assessment. Thank you. Thank you, Grandmaster. Thank you, Dr. Steele. Thank you.
Well, thank you so very much for that. Sorry, Grandmaster, I have a question for you, but you could respond to Dr. Lavine.
Sorry, and your question, I'm sorry.
No, I have a question for you as well, a comment to add to what we're discussing. And I want to thank Dr. Lavine for being here, because we have represented I should use the term, the police force, the legal side of security at the highest level. This is where it is at. And one of the things that I want to add credence to, Dr. Lavine has been in policing, and it has shaped his character. His character is shaped. You've been involved in martial arts, and it has shaped your character. Bishop Wesley has been involved in humanitarian work and pastoral care, and it has shaped his character. Pinos has been involved in government, and it has shaped his character. And the reason why I'm sharing these thoughts, Mpenzi has been involved in banking, and it has shaped his character. A lot of us need to recognize that in the environment of security, we have to adopt the right character, because our own environments creates, for example, if we have in a martial arts circle, I might look at Mpenzi and think he's easy to, you know, we just knock him out, you know, and just knock him out and take away his phone and just give him 2 slaps. But then we might look at Pinos, and Pinos' face might say, no, don't try that. So what I'm trying to convey is we have to kind of look in the mirrors at ourselves in light of security and ask ourselves a question. Do I look like a pushover? Do I look like someone that if I walk into an environment, somebody's going to take advantage of me? And that's why I want to endorse your work. I want to endorse your work, Grandmaster Scott, because in the Class of Steele, these are things we're going to be teaching individuals. They're things that nobody teaches. We just go through life not taking awareness of these dynamics, but they're important. I'm a grandmaster and I'm a master in martial arts. And that's why you and I are so close. And I don't, I look at myself and I wonder, Grandmaster, would you pick a fight with me if you pick a fight with me? Would you pick a fight with me?
Sir, not at all, because I've learned that dynamite comes in small packages. True story. At my first Worlds tournament that I was participating, the gentleman was a lot smaller than I was, but he was by all means, without a doubt, the fastest little person of Asian descent I have ever seen in my life. He hit me so many times and knocked me out, actually. And when they brought me to, I was still swinging, and my classmate was like, "Hey, the fight is over." So from that point, I learned not to take people for granted, because you never know what somebody's skill set is. You might look at somebody like me and think, "Oh, that guy, he's not to be messed with," and I could be a teddy bear. At the same time, you could have a small person and take them for granted, small in stature and small in width too, and be like, "Oh, that's a pushover. I can get to them," and that person will be the death of you. But that same psychological strength, that same psychological confidence is something that we need to develop, because not only does it work in terms of security and making ourselves feel secure and creating an environment around us, it also is something I learned in my years in China, um, understanding the dynamics of how the Japanese and the Chinese would view you when you came into a boardroom or a formal meeting for business and even leisure. It's all about how you carried yourself. It's all about even how you stepped, how you motioned, how you gestured, the whole 9 yards. And it's something that was inculcated in me now, and now it's second nature. I do these things without even asking. My head is on a constant 360 360 pivot, whether I'm here even at home or whether I'm out. So definitely it's something we can get into.
Well, I want to thank, oh, sorry, go on, Bishop Wesley. Bishop Wesley has
Yes,
a
sir.
question. Please go ahead with your question. Bishop Wesley Johnson, go ahead with your question.
Good morning, Grandmaster. Greetings.
Good morning, sir.
All. It's truly blessed thus far. Excellent presentations. I want to say, Grandmaster, I appreciate your sharing today. I believe that we have to be more cognizant of our own personal security, whether we're a casual walk, whether we're business meeting, wherever we may be. And I found that out the hard way, because I've had the privilege of ministering in more than 100, or traveling to more than 100 countries, and can honestly say that I was really not. I took my own personal security for granted, and anyone could just come up on me. It wouldn't bother me. But while in Trinidad in the year 2000, I was in a restaurant, Tunapuna, Trinidad, just at the counter, reading the menu, which was posted on the wall, and a gentleman entered the restaurant very quickly, and I just paid it no mind. But he walked up on me, and by the time I reacted, he had already put a 45 in my face and pulled the trigger. I was shot in the face at close range with a 45. And my being here is truly a miracle. I don't look like someone who was shot in the face with a 45. Anyone who knows about handguns, no, you don't walk away from a 45, especially when shot in the face at close range. But I'm a living testimony that God is the saving strength of his anointed. But I do believe that if I'd have been more cognizant and taken more notice of those around about me, See, and this is something now as a result, you just can't walk up on me. Whenever I'm going to go to enter anywhere, I survey the area. I'm
Of
mindful,
course.
everyone who's moving, anyone who's moving, it catches my attention, whether near or far. And you just cannot walk up on me anymore, especially if I don't know you. And I thank you for that. And I think it's something that needs to be stressed is personal awareness when it comes to being cognizant of your surroundings, no matter where you're at. Never get so relaxed where you're not taking note of what's happening around about you. So I appreciate that, sir.
Thank you very much. Definitely, definitely. And God bless you to be able to still be here and share with us and bask in your presence after such a traumatic experience. Wow. You're my new hero, sir. And I bow to you in respect because I can't even imagine having that. But even in ministry, Bishop, these things have to come into play because when we go into different areas, whether it's country, what it may be an arena or a venue or a country or a people that we might even be familiar with, but there are presence, there are entities who are not there for the purposes that God has ordained for you to be there. And you have to be aware. You have to not only pray and have that spirit of discernment, but you also have to use the common senses that God has given you in order to train for these threat assessments. So you have that physical threat assessment, and then of course you have that spiritual threat assessment that you combine to make you that ultimate warrior. And yeah, I'm looking forward to pairing with Dr. Lavine, putting together, like I said, a comprehensive program where I can even do, we can even do virtual training in terms of how do you enter a building? How do you sit down at a table? Say you're out at a restaurant. How do you sit even in church? You know, do you sit with your back to entrances or exits? All these things are important when we talk about threat assessment and security.
Well, I want to thank you gentlemen, Bishop. Bishop Wesley. I really want to thank you for sharing with us. As you know, I just want you guys to know that this is being streamed live, and it's going global, and the reason why we're doing this is because there are lots of subject matters that are not discussed, and they're needful. And security is very important. When I travel, there's certain things that I put in place, and Dr. Lavine knows. Dr. Lavine knows when I travel to Nigeria, he's on call for me, because if something happens to me, somebody outside of Nigeria has to be aware of where I am, and is able to, if there's some kind of help that could happen outside of my environment, Dr. Lavine is aware. That's important. And when I'm on ground, I don't go strange places. I follow the directions of those who are with me, and I don't bring people into my space that are strangers.
Exactly.
And it's not that you're afraid or you're a chicken or anything like that, but like Bishop Wesley rightly said, if we walk around thinking of, everything is fine, everything is grand, and we don't take stock of our security, we could find ourselves in problems. I'll share a quick scenario. While I was in London, I remember I was in London in the train station, the underground, walking with my mobile phone, and this huge guy, I was talking on my phone, and you hear people say, "Don't walk and talk with your phone." You hear people say, "Don't walk and talk with your phone," because they're opportunists just waiting to snatch your phone. Even in Nigeria, they'll tell you, don't talk to your phone while you're just parked in the car with the windows rolled down, because somebody would push their hands inside and take, anywhere in Africa. But this gentleman came up to me and says, "Give me your phone." And just like that, a big guy, bigger than big guy. So he looked at me and he said, give me your phone. And because I know who I am, I looked at my phone and I said, what? He said, give me your phone. I said, which phone? This phone? And I put the phone in his face. I said, this phone? And I turned and kept walking. But I want to share something very important here. My knees were trembling. Listen to what I'm sharing with you. I want you to hear what I'm sharing with you. My knees were trembling. My adrenaline rushed high. And I was hoping that when I turned around, that man is not brave enough or stupid enough to cause me to go into another mode. Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
So there was a side of us that in those moments, we have to do two things. We have
fight
to
or flight.
Fight or flight. And if you do the flight, that person is going to come after you, or somebody else that is partner is going to attack you. But if you do I'm going to show my dominance, because I know there are a lot of security cameras in London. I know there are a lot of people watching, and I know that if he sees that, it is going to make him think second about doing it or attacking me. So I say that to say we need to be aware of potential harm, potential danger, and how are you going to respond if it happens? How are you going to behave if a threat comes? And not to walk around and behaving, oh, no threats aren't going to come. I'm walking in grandeur, no threats will never come. I'll give way to you, Grandmaster.
It always puts me in the mind of the story in the Bible when Moses sent Joshua and Caleb to spy the land. And the first that Moses sent out came back, and their response wasn't too favorable. But when Joshua and Caleb came back, they said, hey, look, we can take it. We can take. Did they have that confidence in it? I'm pretty sure they had that fight or flight reflex as well. But because they had been trained, because they had been mentored, because they had been coached, because they had the confidence to lead the people under Moses' leadership, they were able to go into a strange land, a foreign land, be able to do a threat assessment, be able to spy out the land, and come back with a favorable report to say, yes, we can take the land. Yes, we can take it. And that's pretty much what's done in bodyguarding when we go in, when we're looking at especially high profile clients, whether it's CEOs of companies, whether it's political dignitaries. Once we have their itinerary, especially a travel itinerary, there is a particular contingent within the bodyguard detail who does nothing but logistics. They fly ahead to look at possible entrances, escapes. They spy out the land. They interview the staff where the prospective client might be staying. They everything and everybody that you can possibly think of, is nothing is left to chance. And then they take that information back, and now they can put together a comprehensive battle plan, a strategy, how to get the client safely from point A to point B. And it's all about confidence and awareness. And these are the things that I teach even in my martial arts classes.
Well, I want to thank you, Grandmaster Scott, for such a lovely presentation. And as you know, Grandmaster Scott and myself, he is one of the trustees. He's the international trustees for Hope Transplant International. He's one of our international trustees. And he's also my martial arts brother. And we are connected to a number of martial arts masters who train those in the United States, Defense, Ministry of Defense, persons in the Army, and different disciplines around the world. Equally, we're connected to a number of martial arts in the movie section. A lot of our friends and brothers are in the martial arts community. Now, the reason why we share that is because they're individuals who are going into Africa in business. And we want to create an environment where if those individuals need security that can be trusted, security that they can rely on, we have an arsenal of individuals that are masters in martial arts that are in private investigation and private security and bodyguards that we can also offer to those individuals in business. Because don't take lightly, in this current era, person security is going to be quite important. And there are persons, you're going to have environments where persons are going to find themselves in environments where they can be potentially kidnapped, because you have to look at some logistics. And that's why I think, and I believe that this aspect of the conference was extremely important. So again, thank you so very much for your contribution, Grandmaster Scott.
Not a problem.
And please be aware and assured that you will be speaking in a lot more of our conferences and in the class of Steele. And also you will be recommended, and your services will be recommended to those in businesses who are looking for bodyguards, etc., and also for advisors to government leaders pertaining to security infrastructure development and awareness. We haven't covered things like border security, immigration security, land security, corporate security, and those are the areas that we cover eloquently. So again, thank you so very much, Your Excellency. Well done. Come on, let's give him a hand. Let's give him a virtual hand for a good presentation this evening.
I'm sorry, Bishop. I will say this briefly. The two things that made me successful in the field, in the industry. Number one, I can't be bought. My integrity is impeccable. There's no amount of money, there's no amount of gold, no amount of diamonds, no amount of appointment that you could give me to make me lose focus or lose sight of my goal. And my goal is not so much the client, but to get my team back home safely. That's the thing. The second thing is I will never take a job where I feel, after we've done the assessment, that my team will be in any shape, form, fashion, in any known danger or harm. I will advise, perhaps you might want to change your schedule. Perhaps you might want to do it this way or do it that way, because the client is not the boss. I don't care how much money they have. They can be multi-billionaires. They are not the boss. In protection, I'm here putting my people and myself, my life on the line for them. So in that, they must listen and do what I ask them to do, because I've been doing this for a minute and I know what I'm doing.
Well, thank you so very much for that that acknowledgement and that awareness, and we will be going into that in a whole lot more details when we talk about persons who are looking for personal security, because we will have those conferences for business leaders specifically, and that would be yourself and Dr. Lavine, who will be a part of that conference. I want to, so thank you so very much again, Grandmaster Scott. We're going into lunch now, and we will be on break until our next session will start at 1 p.m. And what I would, before we go into break, I just want to acknowledge the presence of Ambassador Dr. Hilary Emoh. Dr. Hilary is the co-founder of Leaders Without Borders Development Center. And he's also, I want to say, he's also the mentor for the class of Steele. So please allow me to just, prior to our break, welcome him and allow him to just greet us and give his little, what he wants to say to us as you get prepared for his session this evening. He's going to give us a wonderful session. As a matter of fact, for this whole conference, he is the very person that I want to appreciate beyond measure for pushing me, encouraging me, and watching me behind the scenes, because the class of Steele and every organization that wants to display excellence and professionalism needs a mentor. So I want to introduce the mentor organization that is covering the class of Steele in the person of Dr. Hillary Emoh. You're welcome, Dr. Hillary.
We have a question from an online viewer for Grandmaster.
Mhm.
So when he's finished, before you go.
Go ahead, Dr. Hillary.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Steele. I've been following up with the presentation so far. It's been a hectic Saturday. Even while I was driving, I was listening to Olivier while he was doing his presentation. I want to say I'm very, very excited to be here. It's been a wonderful session so far. And I know that a lot of people are watching this all over the world, and they will benefit a lot. What you're doing is very, very great. It's a great step that you're taking. I want to correct the house. In virtual, when they say you should give a round of applause, you don't do like this. Visual this is how you do it. A round of applause, you do this. So I think I should throw that in. So we let us start learning something. And when Dr. Steele was talking about professionalism, I was very excited because one of the topics, the topic I'm going to be speaking on today has to do with personal development. And I think as a class, this should be the basics for every class. When a class is starting like this, people need to, first of all, know who they are, what they're doing, and where they're going to. So I'm going to be talking on personal development. Trust me, it's going to be very, very exciting. You're going to have fun. You're going to learn a lot. And I trust that I'll be getting some very good feedbacks. So thank you, Dr. Steele. I look forward to my presentation in the next, I think in the next less than 1 hour.
Well, thank you so very much, and let's celebrate him. Let us celebrate Dr. Hillary. You're picking on me. Well done. It is absolute pleasure having you in here with us, and we look forward to His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Hillary, who is going to be our next speaker this evening. Well, he's going to be, we have one other speaker prior to you, Your Excellency. But before we go into lunch, there's a question from online. One of our online viewers has a question, and he sent a message asking for Grandmaster Scott. The question is, what would be the recommended, what would he recommend to the advantaged individuals in terms of self-defense? What will be best suited? And he's speaking of individuals who would be considered disabled or challenged individuals. What do you recommend in that environment?
Well, first of all, let me say that from my experience, throughout the world, mostly in Western countries, but I'm trying to change the dynamics of that here on the continent. There are martial art programs, whether they're done through NGOs or government entities, who actually offer self-defense for those who may be physically impaired or physically challenged. First thing I would suggest is to see if there are any in your area that offer any type of martial arts training for those who may have such challenges. If not, then I can talk to you one-on-one, either through WhatsApp. The number that was posted here is also my WhatsApp number, where you can reach me and we can discuss that one-on-one in terms of the direction on where you should take your training and getting to just know more about you, so I can give a a true assessment of even perhaps the type of martial arts that would benefit you in your particular situation. Hopefully that answered the question.
Okay, thank you so very much for that response. And here's what we're going to do. You're free to go to lunch. I'm going to stay here because we are live. So you are break. There's a break for lunch. So those who want to go off to lunch, and we are going to resume at 1 p.m. But because we're running live, I'm going to stay here with individuals who want to, we can have some dialogue and we can keep our online audience engaged while we prepare for our next session. So those who are inclined to remain, Grandmaster, if you want to remain with us, if there are any questions, if there are any things you want us to discuss, we're just going to have open discussion for those who will remain until 1 p.m. when we will bring on our other speakers. So for those who want to leave, if you don't have to log out, you could turn off your cameras and you can just relax and catch yourself, have your break, or you could log out and log back in if you choose to, but we will remain here and try to keep our online audience engaged until our next session, which begins at 1 o'clock. Any person who has anything that they want to share with us, as a matter of fact, for Leaders Without Borders, Dr. Hillary, if you are inclined to stay with us, I want to thank you for just dropping in. And any person that have any questions or anything to speak to the international audience, you are free to do so at this point as we engage. So we're open for open engagement and discussion at this point. Mm-hmm.
I will be here, Your Excellency, open for discussion and engagement.
Okay. And okay. Well, I've been instructed. I've been instructed by the First Lady that I have some preparations to put in place, so I can open them. Should I open the microphones and individuals who want to speak or any questions or comments? I can do that. Dr. Hillary, I see you are seated with us. Anything that is in your heart prior to your presentation to prepare individuals for what's in your heart to share? Dr. Hillary, the mic is open. I gotta figure out how to get to the.
Yeah, thank you, Your Excellency. I mean, I'm going to be here at least until the next presentation starts. I want to be physically present. During I think it was after Oliver's presentation, you sent a stinger to to everybody on board, and I think that sort of got people started up, and so people got upset and left and left. I know you didn't take notice. And probably you're thinking of the stinger that you sent, but the stinger was you don't want anybody on your platform who is not going to be physically present. And I tell you that is a stinger because because even though I was listening to the presentation, I couldn't come online because I was actually driving. So, but my speakers were on. I could hear this the presenter in my car, But that actually got. I know that was a bit of a push, and I like that. In personal development, you have to once in a while send such signals to people. That helps people, to bring them back to life. Some people might take it wrongly. Some people might get offended. But whether you like it or not, that is some of the measures you need to take. To have a balanced organization, to have an organization that has integrity, So people should respect you, whether they like it or not. You know, everybody needs to be respected. And if you have such a platform where you have people of integrity, then you should follow simple instructions. So that is what I just want to say for now.
Somebody said, I want to celebrate your contribution, Dr. Hillary, because I will be honest with you. Sometimes we set principles for organizations, and some of those principles can be taken the wrong way. But we have to get across the message that is important to why we do what we're doing. You know, and this is a good discussion that you have opened, and I really appreciate you for being open with me and opening this discussion, because it is one I know we're going to battle with. But here's something very interesting. Dr. Hillary, if you sent me a message and declare I'm driving, I'm on the road, I'm not able to speak, I'm not able to share my camera or anyone, that's acceptable. It's kind of like in the professional circles, when you have a meeting and you're not able to attend the meeting, you send an apology. You know, so we also have to get to that place of comfort where we can share. I'm not able to share my camera. As a matter of fact, I have persons who are on that they can't share their cameras, and they've explained why. And that's okay. It's all about professionalism. However, there's a standard. Mpenzi is into banking, and their requirements that the bank has pertaining to engage in certain services. But if you have special circumstances, you're able to negotiate with the banker and your bank manager. And your bank manager could say, oh, okay, then I can do this for you and assist you in light of your special circumstances. As a matter of fact, when Grandmaster, and I want to add to the discussion with Grandmaster Scott, when he mentioned that in security, a lot of individuals are not aware that in personal security, the bodyguard is actually the boss. Your bodyguard is the person that makes the decisions. When he says you have to go, it doesn't matter what anybody else says. You have to go. When he says you have to move, it is not about other speakers saying, but you're not finished yet. But his interest and his job is your security. And when he does his logistics, you don't have a choice. It's not about if you like it or not. You are paying him to protect you. And if he needs to snatch you up and run with you, it might embarrass you, but he's going to do it because you're paying him to at all costs, keep you alive. And the class of Steele, I want us to have a platform that individuals learn. When you come to the platform, you're present. And if you're not present, you can apologize for not being here. So I really celebrate yous and all of us who are building this platform. And I hope that you are continuing to look at me and see that what we are pioneering is going to have conflict. But in the long run, I believe that if we walk through those conflicts, we will see good fruit.
May I speak, Your Excellency?
Yes, go ahead.
It goes in line with what you were saying in terms of, and what His Excellency Dr. Hilliard was saying also, in terms of being obedient to leadership and presentation also. One of the things I gleaned from many years in the hotel industry, which is one of my fortes, one of my backgrounds, being a hotelier by trade and working for probably the most successful to date international hotel chain it is. I worked for Marriott International, which now is the largest. They're the Walmarts of the hotel chain. They have hotels all over the world. But I say that to say this: they were successful because of the way they presented the product. whether it was from the extended stay hotel or whether it was from just one of the smaller versions or all the way up to now what they have in their umbrella, the Ritz-Carltons, the Westin chains. They bought out the Starwood brand. So they made them the largest one. And when you think in terms of the hotel industry and the discipline in that, and you apply it to what we're trying to do here with the class of Steele, it was inculcated into my brain that what does, let's say, for example, the Hotel 6 or the Motel 8 have that the Westins or the Marriott have? They have beds. We have beds. They have maybe refrigerators in the room. We have refrigerators. They have airport transportation. We have it. What are the things that cause us to be different and cause us to have the repeat business and cause us to be the leaders in the industry? Is because we do it better. And the reason we do it better is because of the way we present a particular product to a client. We are our product, and that's something else. Those of you who have expertise in this, in terms of personal development, would also help me to expound on this. We have to understand that we are a brand. We ourselves are a brand. You understand? And if we are to present ourselves, especially in this time of COVID-19 where everything is virtual, and you brought this out in the beginning of the conference, this thing is going global. This thing is going international. We are branding ourselves based on how we present ourselves. And this is something that we should follow, and a dynamic and a pattern that we should follow in our everyday lives. How we brand ourselves, how we dress, how we talk, our interpersonal relationships with one another, how we present ourselves, our integrity, making sure we're keeping our word on these. All of these things go into the branding of us as individuals to work towards our credibility, our integrity, and make people feel comfortable in being able to get information from us, being able to listen to information from us, and knowing that because of the way we have presented ourselves, then we are credible, we're true, and we basically know what we're doing. And that's where I think also too, with the class of Steele, as we go forward in 2021, we need to put a bit more emphasis on in terms of branding. Are you with me? Is everybody with me on that? Branding ourselves, because we are a brand. You know, Grandmaster is a brand. If you go on my Facebook page for my school, for my different pages with the different auxiliaries of the school, that is a brand that I have created that now has taken fire, not only in my area, but around the world. And it's all about branding. So we should definitely make sure we're careful on how we present ourselves, especially in a forum like this.
Okay. Dr. Lavine, any comment from you, Dr. Lavine? I see you there, military, and I just want to lend your voice to the discussion. Dr. Lavine, the military one. Yeah. Any comment from you, Dr. Lavine?
I am listening, but it's a pleasure to meet the Honorable Ambassador, Dr. Hillary, and I am truly, sir, looking forward to his presentation. And obviously what the Grandmaster has said has been phenomenal. And I know that whatever has been shared today by all the speakers has gone global, has gone viral. And as Dr. Hillary, the ambassador, as you correctly mentioned, you're going to be speaking on the area of personal development, and personal development is very critical. And even as we speak about the entire aspect of personal development, you know, we hear, and lots of the research and studies has gone into this, that success is actually 15% aptitude and the remaining 85% attitude. And we find that now, how it doesn't matter how bright you are, how skilled you are, how intelligent you are, how much you can maneuver your corporate space and your corporate atmosphere with your talents and abilities. From my experience as a leader within my law enforcement agency, and also with my experience in the area of coaching, consulting, training, and speaking, I realize, and we know for a fact that most of the issues and the conflicts and the concerns that we have within our work environment is not necessarily or are not necessarily based on the technical aspects. We have very skilled persons in our space. That's why they were hired, because of their skill sets. But we see that lots of the issues come from one thing: personality clashes and the whole aspect of behavioral issues. You can spend almost 95% of your day, or that might be a bit extreme, let's say 85% of your day as a manager or a leader, dealing with human behavioral issues and personality issues and all the soft skill issues. And when that happens, you see that the technical aspects of our work environment are minimized, because you're dealing with so much issues, people issues. And so that is why I'm so keen to hear what Dr. Hillary, the ambassador, is going to speak on the whole aspect of personal development. And for you, Grandmaster, although you spoke with the whole aspect of security awareness, you also brought back that level of personal awareness, and you keep speaking about it. And I wanted to plug in, that is what the therapists are using these days. They're speaking about mindfulness, having an awareness of your environment. When you're sitting and you're mindful, you know how the seat that you're sitting in, you know how it feels, the texture, how it smells, and just as we become more mindful in our work environments, we will have a better work environment. It's just not a matter of delegating tasks and roles and responsibilities, but it's also being mindful, literally mindful about what is going on in Dr. Lavine's head and His Excellency Michael Steele's head. Being aware of what is going on with your team, and sometimes you may have to be a bit more intrusive, one-on-one. How's everything going at home? And intrusive, not in a bad way, or intrusive not in the way that you are invading someone's personal privacy or someone's life, but you just have to understand that we are people, spirit, soul, body. We are emotional beings. We operate with thought, feelings, and emotions. So I honestly believe, and I honestly know, I should say, that once we get the whole aspect of the personal growth and development solidified and compact, and really have that all tightened up within our lives and within our own corporate environments and workspaces, I know that we will have a better level of productivity. We will become better, our teams will become better, and as I said before, the world as a whole will become better. So Dr. Hillary, I am meeting you for such a time as this, sir. And Dr. I call you Doctor. Well, let's keep that Dr. Edwards Grandmaster. I know that we are going to do great things in the earth. Thank you.
I want to appreciate the presence of Pinos, and Pinos has he's joined the class of Steele a few months now. He's one of our members, and I celebrate him. I celebrate him because he's a great leader, and he has a wealth of experience, and as a result of that, it really blesses me, because when you look at individuals who are elderly or much more mature than you are, but yet they are respecting the value of self-development, it really is a testimony to the fact that all of us need it. I am so overexcited at the push and the support of Dr. Hillary. I'm over the moon, and the reason is because I am getting taught how to be better. But here is an individual opinion saying, and he's a past government official, and he's a father, he's a businessman, he's a bishop of bishops. And here's he in the class of Steele. Phineas, please give us your opinion on the conference so far. How do you think the conference is going? And what is your thoughts, Phineas? You're welcome.
Where is my translator, Mr. Sopuru? He is not there.
Oh, Sopuru is not with us. Sopuru is not with us. So we are going to be very patient with you. It is okay. It is okay for you to take your time and we will be with you.
Maybe I want to ask if Mr. Mpenzi from Rwanda, he doesn't know French or Swahili.
Mpenzi, Mpenzi, you're still with us, Mpenzi? Phineas is feeling, Mpenzi, are you still with us? Okay. We're not saying Mpenzi I think he might be taking his coffee. So Phineas, you've been, oh.
Excellency.
Yes, Mpenzi, are you Swahili or French?
Yes, I do.
Aha. So Phineas, you have been saved.
Phineas.
Oui.
Habari.
Mzuri sana.
Nashukuru. Yeah.
Nitakuwa na lazima ya namba yako na email yako tuwasiliane.
Hakuna shida, nitakutumia.
Lakini ninataka ueleze mkutano yote, conference yote kusema tunafurahi sana 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 na mambo wanatoka kutufainzia hapa. Waintervenant tunawafurahia, wanatujenga na inatupatia fursa ya kuweza kuendelea na kuweza kubadilisha mafikiri yetu kabisa. Na tunaona kama mwaka huu ni mwaka ambao tunaenda kubadilika, kuchange everything.
Okay. He said that he's very happy for today presentation. He's happy with all speakers and the host as well. He's very happy, and he believed that with this and this year he'll be able to change. This will be able to change everyone here and change our mind as well. So he has no doubt that everything will go smoothly by this year 2021.
Kila mtu ambaye amefika leo kuweza kusikiliza wa intervenant ni sherti amerudi na kitu ndani mwake ambayo imemubadilisha.
He said that for someone who got this opportunity to be able to follow this event and all the speakers, he doesn't have any doubt that everyone will go back with something that has been changed their mind.
Na ndio maana tunafurahia sana class of Steele, sababu class of Steele inaleta huyu, tuweke mafikiri fasi moja, tujui namuna ya kubadilisha ulimwengu. Sisi tukibadilika wa kwanza na sisi tubadilishe ulimwengu.
He said that the good thing with this is just to bring someone from here, another one from here, and then you put everyone together, Dr. Michael Steele, you put everyone together from each corner. And once we are together, we share the ideas, we share everything. And once we are transformed, because you cannot go and change a word when we are not transformed. Once we have been changed, once we have been transformed, that's when we go and react on work and convince others. So it will help us to put everything together, to be convinced, to share the ideas, to get skills, and be able to move to the next level.
Unaona, kadiri amesema juu ya security. Security inaomba kwanza we peke unakuwa msecurity ndio uweze kufikiria security ya mtu mwingine, sababu hauwezi kufikiria security ya mtu mwingine ukisha kufa
na uchakusikia security na we pia. He said that he really happy for the presentation made on security. He said that for you to be able to teach for others, you have to convince yourself. You have to believe that you have that security yourself. You have to convince that you follow the rules. And once you are convinced, you will be able to teach others.
Na ninashukuru sana kwa mimi nafurahi. I'm very excited. Mzuri sana kwa kuona mambo na
He's very happy, he's very excited.
Na asante, Mungu awabariki.
He's very happy and very excited. The way things is going smoothly, very well, very organized. Mungu awabariki. May God bless you.
I'm laughing because I didn't plan this section of the meeting. I actually was going to go off, but then when I had someone from the online section started to communicate with us, and my wife is in the back making sure that everything is in order, and it really brought a new face to our conference. Dr. Hillary, I really celebrate the vision of Dr. Hillary as well, because I know Dr. Hillary sees something that is good. Dr. Hillary, tell us what you were seeing. Come on, don't just sit there and be smiling, but tell us what you were seeing, the collaboration, the interaction, and I'm not gonna forget His Excellency Dr. Ewers, but Dr. Hillary, tell us what you were seeing.
I mean, you can see that you've brought people from all over the world. You brought people from all over the world, and this is just the basic steps. You're taking the right steps, towards greatness. Once you are able to get people who believe in what you're doing, who see the vision of what you're doing, the sky is not the limit. You become limitless. So I see this becoming a very, very great platform, where you have, people wanting to come in and speak, people looking for membership, people begging to come in, because when you have professionals from all over the world, you are encouraging the culture. There's no limits to what you're doing right now. And this is where it should be. This is how it should be. So I want to celebrate you. I'm very impressed, very, very impressed.
Well, I want to ask His Excellency Donald Ewers to kind of give his take on today's conference. And he has been, Donald Ewers is our Chief of Protocols in the class of Steele. And the reason is because he's a man of excellence. He's a man of protocol, as a matter of fact. And he equally watches what I do as a mentor and critiques me. So please be aware that I'm surrounded by individuals who, in as much as I might be a mentor, I listen to their contributions and I try to grow and be molded into the disciplines that they're sharing with me as we go forward. Your Excellency Donald Ewers, please share your thoughts on the conference today and what you think about the class of Steele and where we're going.
Right, thanks, Your Excellency, Dr. Steele. So far, just something that highlighted that I would like to, elaborate a bit more on what the Grandmaster Edward Scott talks about security. And one thing I've learned in life, that we have what we call accountability, and accountability to each other in so many different ways. For example, I have a friend who was introduced to, I'll just put a label, gold and silver. He's from British Guyana. He lives in the UK all his life. He's got involved with a friend who wants to go into this gold and silver business. We're talking about security. And you know, in Africa, my little interest with the gold and silver is a very sensitive area, very close area. He picked himself up and traveled first time to Ghana. We're talking about security and protocol. Dr. Steele, you're putting your hand on your mouth. And the security is, he didn't tell his wife. The only person he told he's going to Ghana with this gold and silver business is me. He had put me tremendous under stress because I know with the gold and silver business, I would say it's a nightmare because you're going into an environment, going to go with this gold and silver, haven't put any protocol in safety in place. No, what happened if they kidnap this man? He went into, remember, he doesn't know, everything is just verbal by phone. He doesn't know who he's going to see. He's going to turn up at this hotel. He's going to deal with this gold and silver. He's brought money. And I'm here panicking, thinking everything can go wrong. But God has it to be, when he eventually went there, he met the young man. He was a young man with gold and silver. And it was so much confusion. He just went round in Pearson and eventually came back to the UK. And when I met him, I said, don't ever put me through that again with the gold and silver, and don't put nothing in protocol. What would I have told your wife had anything gone wrong? So I'm just talking, sir, that you enlighten about the protocol about safety. And I'm just saying that we all have what we call accountability to each other. If it is your children, if they go out, you know that they're coming from school or from work at certain times. So I really like you highlight that. And that is a principle I've took on in my life, that wherever I go, I say to my family, I'm here, I'm coming at a certain time, etc., etc. When we work in our secular job, we must be there between 9 to 5 o'clock. If not, they expect a phone call because there will be a consequences if you don't turn up at work. And I think those principles, even within the church, even within our secular job, even with anything we are doing with the class of Steele, there's accountability. Do not take it for granted that because some things can happen. So I would like to highlight that part, that you really highlight an area where the accountability about safety in the world that we're living into. There's so many things that happens. You know, I used to feed the homeless in the streets of London. And there's the risk. I had to put up a protocol for the risk, the do's and the don'ts in safety, that you don't exchange your telephone number. You don't be too familiarized. You keep your personal space. So there's a lot of things in the dynamics of the protocol of safety, and we all are accountable. So that really kind of stand out. You're asking me to give a summary, but there's a lot of information. I don't want to be long-winded. A lot of things that we have learned today, and I like the one you were talking about, the personalities. I would have put myself under the Dove to be cool, collective, and calm, and the 3 C's. And, you know, in group dynamics, I used to be an occupational therapist, so I used to run a lot of groups. And we used to have group dynamics that you got the know-it-all, you got the people who don't say little, and the facilitator, like what Dr. Steele is doing, has to embrace and bring everybody in, that we all have a piece of the cake or a piece of the pie. We all engage, we all participate. No one man is an island. So, you know, the conference, if I'm not mistaken, he said, man up. And a lot of times we have to man up as men. We have to be, we are leaders in different ways, in different forms, and we learn. Anybody who doesn't come to the Steele of class and say they're not learning, well, I know something is missing. But there's also, Bishop Steele, you talked about when you had your mobile, and this young man say, hand the phone to you. There's one thing I've learned as well, that we have what we call sixth sense. When your sixth sense kick in danger, immediately you there's something within you will say, either you walk, either you stand, either you turn around. There's a sixth sense with this. In our Christian faith, we say the Spirit of God will lead you and direct you, and that's what always bring me through my danger zone, through my troubled waters. So the summary of all of it is quite good. We have learned quite a bit. I've learned quite a bit, and thank for all the presentation that has gone on, and we are learning. We're in the school of learning, and I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, you stop learn until the breath leave the body. Even in your 80s, this lady has just died in America. She was 90 something, Cecilia something, she just died, and she only had an interview recently 3 days ago, and she's saying that, oh, she's still there to work, and anyway, the Lord took her home. So until the breath leave our body, we're in the school of learning. Bishop, I hand back to you.
Thank you so very much for your contribution, your submission. I want to, as we are preparing now for the second second section of our conference today, we want to acknowledge the presence of our next speaker, who is on time, and you could see him busily engaging with, in the background, he's engaging with the First Lady, putting everything in place, Michael Aronson. And I see Grandmaster Scott is smiling because we all know him as Brother Bob. So he's ready. So I want to just acknowledge, Michael Aronson in this conference this evening, but he is going to be beginning officially at 12:15. So we just want to acknowledge him and greet him. Michael, at 12? Sorry, at 1 p.m. I'm sorry. He's going to be at 1 p.m. I'm sorry. Exactly 1 p.m. Michael Aronson is going to be beginning. So that's in the next 7 minutes. Michael Aronson, just greet us and welcome to the conference. Welcome to the chat. Are you able? Oh, you're welcome.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you. You're welcome.
Okay, so I'm going to make everybody laugh because I was already making Jeannie laugh. Howdy from Texas. Or more specifically, howdy from my Kung Fu Brothers home city of Houston. For those of you who don't know, Edward Scott is my over 30-year-old Kung Fu brother. He's big enough so I used to be able to hide underneath him and behind him all the time. It was awesome.
Oh, you're so welcome. You're so welcome. Your wealth of wisdom. I'm really looking forward to this evening's session with you, Michael, because individuals are going to get to see another side of individuals in your position. And I really welcome you to this evening's session. And I look forward to a great presentation. You're live globally. You're being streamed live at this moment. So the audience that we have, a lot of individuals who've been having challenges, they have opted to just follow the conference online, either on our Facebook page or on our YouTube. So the link is available right there. So without any further ado, just kind of do your introduction as I prepare your presentation for you. And you would start your presentation in 5 minutes. So you're free to just give us any introduction and discussion that you would like to do. Welcome again, Michael Aronson. Thank you so very much.
Well, everybody is saying good afternoon, good evening, so I'm just going to say good early morning. It's about 7 o'clock in the morning here. Normally, I'm at a park working out before teaching martial arts this morning. So I want to thank all of you instead. Thanks to Michael and Jeannie, I get to wear a torture device this morning. I worked on Wall Street in New York for 7 years, even though I'm a native Texan. And I swore when I came back home to Texas that the one thing I would never do again is wear one of these, except to weddings and special occasions. But Michael and Jeannie kept bribing me, so here I am. So for those of you who don't know, Michael can be pretty persuasive.
I guess the cat is out of the bag, so I'm no longer delivered from the secrecy of my persuasion.
Well, Michael, you and my brother just have to get over your shyness. I've been working on that for years, but so far I don't know if it's taken. So let me just give, there's a huge biography, which most of it's true, which Michael's already posted. The rest of it is storytelling, but it's really cool. But just briefly, again, my name is Michael Aronson. I'm grateful because my grandfather's name was Aaron Aronson, so he wreaked havoc. So nice I named him twice. And I was born and raised in Texas. I lived 10 years in New York, Hong Kong, and London. That's why if you were expecting a thick Texas accent this morning, it's not going to happen. I basically just say yo, y'all, and go with it. But I've lived kind of a split life. During the day, I'm a mild-mannered financial person, project manager, business process change person. Have really enjoyed that the last 15 years or so, working with small to large companies. I have my own consulting company working with small businesses to help them build financial reporting, because one of the things that I've noticed over the years is a lot of people who do startups or have done major businesses, two of their biggest issues is one, getting the funds to run the business, and two, once they have the funds, being able to track them and being able to see the results with the customers. During the evening, I am a martial arts teacher, or try to be. I will say that in the past year, for those of you who may be having any kind of joint issues, I'm 2.5 inches taller, which of course my brother Scott at 6'5" would not notice, but I can't hide under him as well as I can now. I can look at his chest rather than his stomach now. It's disconcerting. But I had knee replacements last year, and a couple of things in October and November. So I almost today, just to show off, would stand up rather than sit down in my chair just because I'm proud of it. So I can look my wife in the eyes again, finally, after 10 years. It's again, for her, a little bit disconcerting. For those of you who are happily married, trust me when I tell you, when a woman calls you special, it's not a compliment. Anyway, so today, in 1 minute, I'm going to try and fill the whole 45 minutes. I've listened, I got on a little early, sort of sneaking around and listening to some other people. First of all, I just want to say, without humor for a second, number one, I want to thank Michael and Jeannie for pulling this all together. In earnest, Michael is one of the best people I've ever known at pulling people together and good things coming out of it. So Michael and Jeannie, I first want to say thank you very much for having me this early morning. Not bitter or anything, but thank you anyway. And the other acknowledgement I want to do, for those of you who don't know, and I'll say it again, for those of you coming back, there's another gentleman on here who is, we're brothers from two different mothers. We knew each other's mothers, so I can almost say we're from the same mother. Edward Scott is one of 3 people who I have sweated blood with in my life who are like blood brothers. I have 2 older sisters. I'm going to make everybody laugh now, but Brother Scott is like a little brother to me. Very rarely can I say something like that to a man that big. And if we had more time, we would make all of you laugh hysterically at the things we put each other through and that we went through back in the day. Now that I am not old but venerated, I don't do a lot of that stuff anymore. When I first started, I had hair and was taller. So today's topic is going to be, Michael, if you can bring up my presentation, please, sir. Okay. Hopefully everybody can see that. Can everybody see the information, hopefully? All right, thank you. So currently I am doing a something about this from an automation and business process change for a major tech company in California. And so I thought it would be a good idea this morning with everybody and seeing what everybody else's topic is to maybe discuss for a few minutes what the current status of doing and tracking financial results, finance, etc., and looking at it from a broad scope perspective, from a small business startup to scale to mid-tier businesses. We could go over large businesses, but I think for today's meeting, I think it's more important looking at some of the people's histories that are on here today. I think it's better that I expound a little bit on how this can help small to big mid-tier businesses. Given COVID, given everything else now, the other aspect that we must consider going forward in the short term is how do we help each other track and report and bring forth good financial and business results in an age where right now a lot of us are working from the home and don't have that usual interaction between each other. I was thinking the other day, I mean, look at us all here today. Thank goodness that we have this technology during this COVID exercise, because otherwise, how would we be able to conduct some of this business? So today I'm looking at showing you basically how to run a finance or a business intelligence organization in a small to mid-tier concept. Michael, if you could go to the next slide, please. Okay, this is rather a really busy slide. I hope everybody can see it. I apologize for the colors, but if you guys can't tell by now, I'm kind of a visual person. So what this is looking at is showing you from a manual to a digital to an automated or automatic transformation. Most companies today, and it's real surprising, even a lot of tech companies have a tremendous amount of manual processes and manual ways to do business, manual ways to do finance. And in this day and age, it's really not a good thing because today people need to make decisions quickly, but also accurately. This is critical. I know in dealing with Michael and dealing with my brother Scott and I are currently involved in something in Botswana from an infrastructure standpoint that I'm helping them. And we're doing what's called a SAS model, which I'm not going to go into today. But the point is the ability to be able to meet and to be able to look at how to do this and be able to get to a decision quickly is critical today. So I'm going to go over here just for a second. I won't spend too much time on this. There's a lot of information on here, everybody. And again, when I'm looking away, please bear with me. One of the other things about getting older in life is I have the laptop screen and I have a huge monitor. So I'm looking at my monitor so I can see what I'm actually talking about. So please bear with me, guys. So the first stage is a pre-digital, manual, reactive, and disparate. What does that mean? Basically, what that means is at this point or stage, a company has really antiquated manual processes in finance, in accounting, in even marketing and sales. There's a lack of finance CRMs. the ability to be able to go out there and be able to talk to the customer. And when we're looking at customers in this age, we have two types of customers. We have the internal customers, those of us that we work with each other every day, and then those customers that, of course, we're trying to bring in, that gives us a lot of good money. So from that pre-digital, we get into the beginner stage. For those of you who have had a business for a while, or those of you who work at a mid to large business at a high level, one of the real huge detriments today as you grow a business, and it's sort of a natural progression, is it becomes siloed. What do I mean by siloed? They don't talk to each other. The person that's performing a service, the person before him or her, the person after him or her, honestly, don't talk to each other or don't know what each other does. Well, that can cause not only a little bit of chaos, but a lot of bottlenecks when you're trying to get business done. So the first stage that we get is what's called ERP systems or financial websites. The ERP systems, and I've worked on all of them, SAP, which I affectionately call a stupid analytical program, is what I think it stands for, but SAP, Oracle, AX Dynamics, some lesser ERPs, things like that. ERP only means enterprise reporting system, basically. What does that mean? That means this is a system that pulls and integrates everything together. So from a workflow or process standpoint, from the beginning of the sale or the beginning of whatever the functionality of the company is, to the end product where you're reporting, finally, you have something that transgresses the entire scope of the business. Then we get into, finally, a capability leap. What do I mean by capability leap? I'm going to do an analogy because it's my best analogy. My brother will laugh at this. When you first start martial arts, kind of a doofus. In Texas, that means clumsy. And what I mean by that is you don't know what you're doing. As you progress, you stop worrying about technique and you get into martial principles. And then from the martial principles, the final stage is it's all natural to you. Somebody does something, you react, or you act and react. Well, it's the same thing in business, all right? A unsophisticated or immature business has a tough time naturally reacting to issues, naturally reacting to other types of things there. So as we get into the capability leap, we get into the financial integration. I want you to also note something at the bottom here. You'll notice a little statistic here where I'm telling you or showing you as the stage goes. It's interesting because and it's interesting here. If you notice between level 1 and level 2, 30% of the companies are at the pre-digital stage. Then 35% of the companies or the beginners, it goes up to where they commence the action. As you notice, as I described this, you're going to see that 25% of the companies are in the level 3, only 10% of the companies are in level 4 or advanced, and only 1% worldwide are basically in the BI stage or the business intelligence stage. And let me also note real quick before I get into automation and bots and all that, we are not, very few, if anybody, is at the AI or artificial intelligence stage yet. To a lot of people, that's a little bit scary. They think of Skynet. So let me make clear today, I'm not speaking about Skynet. I'm not speaking about the Terminator. I'm actually talking about something a little bit more helpful than that. So as we go from the financial integration, we basically, and this is the critical part, is when we basically make financial operations as a service. More importantly, we make it as a customer service. What's not understood a lot today is if you run the business well, every part of your business should be a customer service. Every part of it. All right. Number 2, when people are trained And by the way, you'll hear a designation going forward. It's from my Sarbanes-Oxley days, guys. I apologize. You'll hear the term SME. I promise you it's not a criticism. SME means subject matter expert, basically the owner of what they're doing. All right. So back to the customer service. All right. When Michael brings us all here today to talk to each other, what is Michael really doing? All right. When he brings us all together, he's performing a service for the rest of us, because now that we're all together, all right, this gives us an opportunity worldwide to pick each other's brains and brainstorm and make everything better for all of us. To me, this is the first day of me being part of this team. And that's how I look at it today. We are now going forward today, as I go over this, and as those speakers who've done it today, and those who aren't speaking today, going forward, we are now a collaborative team, which is what I think Michael's real purpose of this is. All right. When I was looking at Michael putting this together, I was thinking to myself, well, knowing Michael, what's he really trying to do here? And I think having known him for now a while, other than being envious of where he lives in or used to live in St. Thomas before he decided to come to London. And by the way, guys, having
Barbados.
Oh, Barbados. Excuse me. Well, thank you. Evidently, he's cutting me off now, and I can no longer speak today. Whoops. I've been to the Caribbean several times. I understand. Michael, I will humbly have my wife send you walnut brownies after the meeting. Thank you. My brother Scott will tell you what my wife becomes Betty Crocker during Christmas time. Anyway, all right. That's why I keep working out, guys. Otherwise, I would look like the purple girl in Willy Wonka. Anyway, the last stage, the stage that is your goal, is to get to predictive financial operations. What do I mean by predictive? So when you're putting together a budget, I'm going to be really blunt with everybody. I don't care whether you're a small business or a big business. After the first quarter, your budget doesn't mean anything. All right. Once you have a quarter's worth of actuals, your budget is anywhere from 2% to infinity off. Because in 3 months in the modern world of the volatility of the way that we all have to work today, it becomes almost inconsequential other than as a guideline or outline. So what do I mean by that and how it relates to predictive? When we get to predictive, we forecast. We hope to be better than a weatherman. We have a saying here in Houston, which again, my brother Scott, who's from here, will tell you, the greatest job in this city is a weatherman, because he or she never has to be right, and they still get to keep their job. The only thing currently like that also in these days is an economist. All right. I say that because my undergraduate degree is in international economics, and it argues with my finance masters every day. They can't seem to agree. So when we get to predictive financial operations, what that means is we anticipate very nicely what's going to happen. And if for some reason we're wrong, we can turn it around real quickly and put in a new forecast that means something to us. So this kind of gives you an outlay at the get-go from a very unsophisticated financial situation to an AI level, to where basically human beings right now are allowing the machines to give us the results so that we as humans can make the major decisions. Take away the time it takes to build. I don't know about you guys, but after all these years, I'm sick of an Excel spreadsheet. All right. Personally, I'd rather be able to make the decisions based on the information given to me. So Michael, if you can go to the next slide, please, sir. And I promise everybody this is only 5 slides, so I'm going to keep it short like me. So why do small to mid-tier companies need business intelligence automation BI? I know it's a lot of words here. I'm only going to go over a few. I've already gone over some reasons, but let me get a little bit deeper here. All right. Basically, I've already covered the first one. It forecasts a business in a very efficient and iterative way. It allows you, the decision maker, the runner of the business, or if you're a high level person in the business, all right, it allows you to work with your people on decision making and empowers them to make decisions rather than to be sitting there all day on an Excel spreadsheet wondering what they're doing there. All right. It promotes and improves communications. Let me define what I mean here a little bit. ERP solutions, RPAs, bots, and cognitive abilities. What are RPAs and bots? For those of you who have not heard of these before, it's pretty fantastic because what these are is basically, these are the tools used to do things automatically. One of the other things, because I'm talking to a world audience here, is we all have to deal with not only the policies of each individual country's accounting and financial policies, we have to deal with something called IFRS, which is the international financial policies, which supersede everything. These RPAs and bots handle this. One of the big problems today, besides organization, is taxes. So it enhances the business performance, improves customer satisfaction. I've mentioned before that the customer satisfaction is not only external, but internal. Remember, guys and gals, when you are doing this, all right, you not only have the external customers you're trying to service and make sales or market to, but just as important, you have employees as well. All right. There's one other thing that I really want to go over here from all of this is risk management, risk mitigation. All right. In this day and age and what's happening in the world, whether it's personal or professional, we spend our days mitigating risk. I missed it, and I apologize to my brother for this, but my brother earlier, I believe, gave a lecture on security, if I remember right. All right. Brother Scott was talking about security from a personal protection standpoint, from a internal security standpoint, possibly data security, etc. Similarly, risk management is nothing more than security for your company, security for your data. The number one risk to any of your companies today is your data. All right. Everything else is safe if your data is safe. If your data is exposed, if your data is revealed, two things happen. One, you lose confidence. Two, you lose your position in the marketplace because now everybody knows what the heck you're doing. They understand strategically and tactically how you're moving. In automating and doing this, as part of this, it has much higher security standards and you can control that security through the financial transformation automation. Now, the other thing that I want to emphasize, all right, I'm listening to Michael today and boy, this sounds really cool, but you know what? It sounds really complicated. It sounds like you're only complicating my life. I thought the same thing. However, in fact, once you have this implemented and you're trained on it and all of this, basically it simplifies everything. How does it simplify everything? You're no longer bored every day doing manual processes. For instance, I'm going to be really basic for a second. You're trying to do calculations on an Excel spreadsheet so you can get a report out. But what if you had a system to where a robot, quote unquote, or a bot did those calculations for you and created a report for you and made it so the only thing that the human being had to do once it was done was set it up so you could do all the what ifs. What if this happens? What's the result? One of the advantages, and I've worked on this before, and it's really thrilling to me, is to be able to real quickly, if something happens, I went back to budget versus forecast. What if the budget's blown up? and you have to create a whole new forecast. Then, using this type of financial transformation and this cognitive ability, basically, once the spreadsheet or the report is redone quickly, very quickly, you can put in a lot of what if scenarios and then act upon them, right? Another thing that's really, really critical today, pricing. How do I place myself in the marketplace? How do I react if somebody undercuts me? This financial transformation and automation allows you to do that quickly. Because what it can do is quickly pull in what the industry is doing. What is the pricing among your competitors? And then be able to create or redo a pricing structure that not only keeps your margins, increases your volumes, but more importantly, positions you in the marketplace to not only react quickly, but win. Right? This is a world economy right now, contrary to what most people think. What does that mean? It means we have to react quickly. Look at us all here today in this forum. We're talking to each other from all over the world. It's now 7:22 in Houston. It's 1:22 in London. It's 3:22 where my brother is in Africa, and so forth. By the time I'm up, many of you people have already had a full day of work. So I have the advantage of seeing what you guys have already done. But what if through the automation, y'all could have the same advantage I do to where even when you're asleep, it's working for you. So when you wake up in your morning, you turn on the computer, you already know what's happening and what's happened. All right. The last thing is, as I've said this before, it provides strategic, not tactical performance in the workplace and in the marketplace. All right. In this day and age, gentlemen, forget tactics. All right. Scott will tell you that I'm an inveterate reader of Sun Tzu and The Art of War. Also, the Book of Five Rings by Musashi, the greatest Japanese swordsman. All right. There is also a writer from Africa. One of the other things that is a pet peeve of mine is I study how weapons developed all across the world, particularly swords and spears and things. For instance, while the Chinese hold on to their spear to fight horses and everything back in the day, in Africa, for instance, what is now the modern javelin used to be a spear that could be thrown, and they've verified this, almost 200 yards by an African tribesman. I like to call it the first ICBM. It was amazing. Similarly, today we need strategic performance. What do I mean by strategic versus tactical? Tactical is short-term reaction to what happened today or this week. Strategic is predictive, and basically, what do you think is going to happen and how do we react to it and position ourselves? Next slide, please, sir. Okay. Now, I put this slide in because let me also tell you a little thing about change management. It's something else I do. Most people even today are adverse to change. All right. I'm 62 years old. I can still do a split. Harder for me to get up from it, but I can still do it. I usually ask my students to help me now. And so the reason I bring that up, when you get to be my age, the rest of the world right now still thinks that we're unchangeable, that we can't adapt, etc. One of the great things about the martial arts, it's not only an avocation, it's a lifestyle, right? You have to adapt to change. What I'm talking to you about today is one of the biggest change management items around. Why do I bring this up? Let me be blunt here. When you have someone in finance or accounting or in marketing, whatever, all right, versus someone who's a CEO or CFO at the C level and maybe senior vice president level and up, They care about what happens to the company, realistically. Below that level, senior manager and below, they care about what happens to themselves. So when you were talking about change, good morning, Doreen. Good to see you. All right, so when we're talking about change, it's implicit to know that for a subject matter expert, the person actually doing the work that's most affected by this, from their day-to-day, they only care how this is going to affect them. Parenthetically, they may care about how it affects the business. And once they rise up in the company, they'll slowly but surely care about how it affects the company per se. But in their day-to-day work life, they care about how this is going to affect them, and will this allow me to take ownership of what I produce? I bring this up because this is critical, because your average worker below the VP level, all right, is loyal to an extent, but not like it used to be. Okay. Michael, do you see the note from Doreen? Just FYI, she's having some internet issues this morning. Just FYI.
Yes, I see it. Acknowledged.
Okay. Okay. So I just really want to give you a couple of things about what this does for the average worker, your employee, right? Time savings, especially in small to medium businesses where you have 5 to 7 employees, or you have up to 50 employees. You don't need those employees to spend 6 hours of their day working tirelessly on a computer. You need them to be making decisions that help your company grow, right? At mid to large companies, right? One of the ways to engender loyalty and to make people stay is to make it a fun place to work, right? In this day and age, in the communication age, it's critical that we do this. So we also have easy to understand visuals. I am a dashboard freak. Again, I'm visual. You can throw, I'm a numbers guy. I'm a numbers savant. Scott will tell you, I remember numbers from 1935. I remember my phone number from when I was a kid growing up in Dallas. All right. But as I've gotten older and wiser, I've become much more visual. This is what these things do too. They make it more visual, and they also help you create the KPIs and the predictive analysis, right? If you go to point 5, empower employees. What do I mean by that? This empowers everybody. How's it empower? Because for the first time with all this information, it allows people at every level to make decisions, to feel that they're important, to think that they're important. And let me stop right there. All right. I use 2 terms here. All right. In your personal life, you should feel things. In your work environment, you should think things. All right. So that is something I want to bring up, that this financial transformation forces you to do. All right. When you're reporting something going forward, when you have this information at your feet and you're the one responsible for making the decisions, all right, you take the emotion out of it and you make it tactical to strategic, all right, so that your decisions are based upon analysis, based upon thought, based upon critique, so that when you make a decision and take action, you're comfortable in the knowledge knowing that the action you're taking is not based on a feeling you had, which a lot of times, frankly, can be incorrect. And in this day and age where you have to react quickly, all right, one of the other things that you learn when you're in the martial arts as you get more advanced is when you fight or you spar or you move, you can't be angry. You can't be emotional, because if you do that, you're going to lose, right? You can't see what's happening around you. There's situational awareness. Similarly, in a business sense, you have to have situational awareness. So when I'm looking at this, all right, this empowers the employees. And another thing from, okay, wait for it, saving money. You don't need as large an IT staff The problem sometimes with a large IT staff is IT, they know they're it. All right. So they have you captured. You're a captured audience. This, most of the time, allows you to be your own IT staff. Especially for small to mid-tier companies or startups, this is really critical. The last thing I want to talk about on here is the transparent collaboration. What do I mean by this? For those of you who work for mid-tier to large-tier companies, one of the biggest problems is departments don't talk to each other. All right? Because they're scared of each other. There's a farm term they use. They're siloed. Picture about 6 or 7 wheat or farm things where you're storing things. They're all in those silos and they're buried in the crops and they can't see each other. The only way this financial transformation works, ladies and gentlemen, and the only way that we work in this current age is to block and knock down those silos and talk to each other. You cannot operate in a vacuum today. It will not work. Next slide, please. Okay, we're actually almost done. And I'll open it for discussion or make a couple of comments here. One of the things that I will say when I do a PowerPoint presentation, I normally just talk extemporaneously instead of doing a PowerPoint presentation because most people have the same looks you guys have now. Even those of you who are late afternoon, which is somewhere between stunned, amazed, and will he finish, please? So, so I'm nearing the end, everybody. So I want to go a little bit over the areas that this focus on. All right. As you can see, overall financial performance and KPI metrics. KPI meaning key performance indicators. Sorry. Some of you will laugh who may know the company. One of the companies I worked for in the past, unfortunately, in this case was BP, British Petroleum. And one of the downsides of working with them is they have their own intranet. And on that intranet, they have, and I'm not exaggerating, almost 30 pages of acronyms and the definitions of what they mean. Of course, they also used to call people that were underneath the chairman turtles, the ones that they were trying to bring up to become executives someday. Personally, I used to think that's because their heads were always underneath in their shells, but that's just me. So when we look at the overall financial performance and KPI, I've gone to that ad nauseum already, so I won't cover that as much. Customer satisfaction. I've talked about internal a lot. How does this help with your customers? I don't know what any of you do, but I do make one assumption. You do deal at some point, most of you, with external customers. Okay. Well, what is one of the major complaints about people from external customers and companies? I called you today. I really need to have a response, and it's now 3 days later, and I'm still waiting. I'm pissed off. That's a Texas term for upset, right? And how does this help that? Again, if you get this information quickly, I'll turn to like a CRM, all right? Your customer relations tool, whatever that is, all right? If you have this automated or have this with cognitive bots, you can set this customer tool up to where it moves quickly. It gives you information quickly. So if a customer calls you with a problem, you can find out what the solution is and get back to them quickly. Today, customer retention is critical from an external standpoint. All right. I will tell you in both my own consulting company, from a client standpoint, in this day and age, a lot of people are one-offs. And in a martial arts standpoint, I will tell you that 1 out of maybe 5,000 people get to the master level. All right. They see the movies. They think it's really cool. And then they go to a class and realize this stuff hurts. Okay, well, you mean you want me to come back tomorrow and do this to myself again? I've had 6 joint surgeries. My wife calls it the only mistress she'll let me sleep with. All right. Well, the only love that I have as great as martial arts at this stage of my life is this, and also mentoring people's businesses to make sure that they do well. All right. So the last thing that I want to go over that's important to everybody. You've invested all this money in making this transformation. All right. Especially for those of you who own a small to mid-term business, you're looking at this going, how can I afford all this? All right. There are affordable solutions. All right. That's where you work through with different consultants, etc. But your return on investment and margins for investing in something like this is huge in 2 ways. One, your financial results / customer retention. That's the external result. And your ability to report to the government authorities, yuck, all right, be able to do your tax stuff quicker, etc. The only people we don't like a lot of this is the CPAs, because some of them think it's going to put them out of business. Uh-oh, sorry, I hit a button. All right.
That's just me bring you back to earth. That's only me bring you back to earth.
Okay. Well, ground control to Major Tom. Thank you. So, so overall, what have I told you in the last 30 to 40 minutes? Basically, welcome to the modern age. All I'm really telling you today is this is part and parcel of what Michael's attempting to do, which is to get us all to collaborate, work efficiently, and help each other to succeed. I was told by a grandfather once that the greatest revenge against anybody who's told you what you can't do in life is to succeed at the thing they told you couldn't do. In every 3 of the 3 schools that I've trained in over the last 43 years, I was told that I would quit, that I was not going to be able to succeed because I was small, because I wasn't strong. And my retort to them was the people who invented all this stuff were my size. I'm 5'4", 148 pounds. The next smaller guy in the school that Scott and I went to was 5'11", 205. People used to ask me, why is your footwork so good? Because it had to be. Well, same thing in financial transformation and in the business world today. All right, especially for small to mid-tier businesses. Here in the United States, right now, our small business environment is absolutely abysmal and terrible with everything going on here. What people forget is every large conglomerate that exists today was at one point a small business. No business started large. Okay? No business had at its head someone who was worth $190 billion. All right? Here in Texas, one of the affections I have, Michael Dell, quit UT, my alma mater, where I went, and built his first computer in his garage in Austin. If you go to Forbes and look at the people who did the financial things and started a business and are now huge, very interesting statistic. Up to 1/3 of them never went to college. They became millionaires and billionaires and hired the MBAs to run the business for them. So, and I'm an MBA and I'm saying that. All right. So, in conclusion, with everything else that everybody's trying to do today, from running a business to being in a business to working for somebody, all right, what I've brought to you today is just a little piece of how to make your life better. I'm going to end this by saying that the main reason I came on here today, one of the main reasons, was not only to mentor, but to meet everybody. If it wasn't for COVID, my wife and I would have already been in Africa to see my brother and his wife. My wife wants to pet kitties. So I just want to say today that it has been a true honor, a privilege, and a pleasure. Hopefully I didn't put everybody to sleep today. This is not the most exciting topic, but it is a critical topic. I'd much rather would have attended Scott's security thing. For one thing, he's a much better speaker than I am. All right, Scott could sell a hog to a pig farmer. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm still not used to seeing him with a white beard. He looks like Moses to me today. But anyway, can you part the Red Sea, brother? Anyway, by the way, one other thing, if you're into true martial arts, one of the things you find out with brothers is you would think externally that we all hate each other. But one of the critical things is we cut each other down all day, so we become immune to everybody else's stuff. All right. So in closing today, let me just say again to Michael and Jeannie, it has been an honor and privilege, sir and ma'am, to be here today. But more so, it's been an honor and privilege to be on this World Forum today from Texas. And I'll leave you with one last thought that I have found to be true. 3 years ago, my wife and I were in Italy. And when we told them we were American, they kind of looked at us and walked away. When we told them we were from Texas, they all surrounded us. I guess they expected us to come in on a horse or something. I will tell you, all right, one of the good things about Texas, especially Houston, because we are the oil and gas capital of the world, and we have the third largest port in the world, it is now also, for those of you who don't know, to the consternation of New York City, Houston is now the most diverse city in the world. We have 138 languages spoken here. All right. We have the fourth largest Chinatown. We have the second largest Indian population outside of India in the world. We have the sixth largest Chinese population. All right. We have, I think if I remember right, because I looked this up, we have the fifth largest African contingent, and we are number 2 to New York in consults and all that, and ambassadors. So when I say this, and of course Scott's perking up, and by the way, for someone from Dallas to say all this wonderful stuff about Houston you guys don't understand is killing me. All right. All right. But I just want to say that here in Houston, all right, I'm here to help. If anybody would like to continue going forward with this, here to help, here to collaborate. And I wish everybody a much better year than 2020. I even told them I went get my eyes checked last week. I told my eye doctor, please tell me I have 2021 vision. I don't even want 2020 vision anymore. All right. So to me, I don't even, 2020 is in hindsight. Thank you. So thank you very much. God bless everybody. And thank you again. Have a great rest of the day. It's 7:45 in the morning now. So as soon as I hang up here, I'm going to take this tie off, go warm up, and go teach martial arts for 2 or 3 hours. For those of you who are in the afternoon or evening, I envy you. Get some good sleep. For those of you who still have some day left, go do something productive, fantastic, and be with your family. Thank you, guys.
Come on, let's celebrate, Mike.
Okay, so Michael.
You know what? You're free to remove the tie, but
I can
please
breathe
don't
again.
go yet.
Thank you.
Don't leave us. Don't leave us yet. Don't leave us yet.
Hey, sometimes you get hot under the collar when people are staring at you. Okay, that can be me again. All right, thank you.
All right, don't leave us yet, Michael. Just hang on for the next couple of minutes.
It's better to hang
Michael,
on and than be barely hanging. I agree, Michael.
I want to thank you so very much. I have We have inside of the audience a bank manager, a area bank manager in the person of Mr. Mpenzi Oliver. And I think I want to, if I'm going to open for any questions or comments, Michael, Mr. Mpenzi, I want to open to you first because you both speak the same language. So, Mr. Mpenzi, do you have any questions or comments? And then we also have a question from Dr. Lavine, His Excellency Dr. Lavine. Mr. Mpenzi, over to you, sir.
Please, just please, it's early in the morning for me, guys. So please be gentle. I'll try and answer as well as I can. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Michael Aronson. It was very, very good presentation. I really, on my side, I really enjoy.
Okay.
And it's not a question, it's just to appreciate. If you look at the presentation and if you look at the practice, many SMEs are not formal, and which we end up for them to do not grow and move maybe from the SME to the corporate.
Right.
So this is really a guidance for all SMEs, even a startup company, to have this vision, to look for the best practice. And also, having said to that, if SME doesn't have a good structure, it will also be difficult for that SME to get a loan from the bank because they don't have a record.
So you bring up a
once SME have a record, once SME have a very good record, a good structure, so it will be good for them. It will be good for the SMEs to take to the next level and be able to get any facility in the bank, anything, even anything. It just to have a good structure, have a good record. Everything will be smoothly. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Mpenzi, may I make a statement, if I can, to that? Because you bring up a very good point, which I neglected in my wonderful presentation today. There's a critical element that I left out here that I think you speak to, and that is from an organizational standpoint. In order for what I've said to work, there are a couple of other things that have to be there. And I mentioned earlier, Mpenzi, about change management. It's the culture of the organization that should also be addressed. You mentioned about SMEs maybe having not a structure or something like that. That's a very critical comment, because part and parcel of implementing something like this is in parallel to that. We need to have the forward thinking of the sponsorship, i.e. the C-level people, or if it's a smaller company, the owner, to understand that we need to set up an environment to make this work. And what do I mean by setting up an environment to make this work? We may need to engender loyalty from the SMEs in this day and age, which is very rare, like I've talked about, by showing them that we're making an effort to making their job easier, more efficient, and more creative. Most people who work today, especially the young people who are coming up today, are not going to stay at any one company 10 or 20 years for two reasons. One, money. Because once you get into a large company, you might get a decent raise unless you get a promotion. When I say decent, maybe 3 to 5%, maybe every year. Most young people, they aren't going to wait for that. All right, they're going to switch from company to company every 3 to 5 years at a higher level to do that. Secondly, most people come to work for their boss, not for the company. In this day and age, there are very few leaders. There are a ton of managers. This financial transformation allows everybody to be leaders. One of my favorite sayings from a good friend of mine is, look, upon up there are my people. I must catch up to them, for I am their leader. If you understand a wolf pack, Mpenzi, One of the cool things about a wolf pack, the leader is never at the front of the pack. The older wolves are at the front of the pack. The wolf, the lead wolf, is at the very end. Why? Because he or she is making sure that the wolves ahead of them are safe and that there's nobody trying to get from them from behind.
Perfect.
Okay? So, to your point, parallel to implementing something like this, we must first look at the structure and the organization that we put this in. And we must first change and adapt that culture and that organization first. And engender, remember I said at the beginning of this, people at a certain level care about the company. People at a certain level care about themselves and how it's going to help them. The only way to get a SME to take ownership is to prove to that SME that they're empowered. I hope that answers a little bit of what you've said here today. So, and again, guys and gals, it's very important to understand what I'm presenting to you today can never be done in a vacuum. All right. One thing that most companies don't get today is because everything is connected within a company, everything needs to be connected and understood as well.
Yeah.
Dr. Lavine, I saw a picture of you and then it disappeared.
Yeah, Dr. Lavine has a question.
Yes, can he, if you don't mind, can I see him? There he is. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Professor. How are you?
Almost awake.
Good. I must say that your presentation was a very heavy and informative presentation. I actually took lots of notes. To be honest, I think that I took more notes from you than I took for the other speakers. But what you said really and truly resonated within me. It's so amazing what you said, and why I say that is because I also hold a management position within my organization. So I perfectly understand what you're saying about leaders and managers or supervisors, that entire concept. You said so many things that I just want to highlight quickly and for the benefit of myself and others. But the last thing you said is about having that level of organizational change. And even when you spoke about young persons not willing to, they aren't going to stay in a company like how we stayed in organizations. You know, the organization I'm here currently with, in terms of my career, I'm there 23 years. But the guys who are just coming through the door, as you correctly said, they aren't going to stay. Why? Because they're always feeling that they're insignificant. Why? Not within themselves, they're feeling that they're insignificant, but the management and the supervisory teams are making them feel that they're insignificant. Why? Because you're young and you've only been here 4 years and I've been here 30 years. So what can you bring to the table? And then those young persons coming in, they're the innovator. And yes, they need guidance and coaching and mentoring, but they're the innovators. They're persons who have strategies. They're the next generations who are prepared to really and sincerely take our organizations forward. So I really gain from that. So when my organization, which my secondary organization, in terms of my coaching and consultancy, so when that gets to the level where I have a full team that I understand that principle, and even as you said so critically, I really don't want to take up too much of the time, but as a leader, you know, you're going to see a different perspective about the organization. As a supervisor or a manager or as a team member, you're going to see a different perspective on the organization. And once again, I believe that's critical to know that when we have these different layers of management and teams and supervisory levels, that they understand that you know, naturally we are going to have different visions and pictures of the organization, but there's ultimately one goal. But most importantly, what you said is about having that customer service, customer satisfaction, internal and external. As you know, what we call the staff engagement. And what I find many times, and I think you highlighted that also, that because we are customer driven, that we're always thinking about the external customer. And even with our internal customer, we say, customer is king. I grew up hearing that when I studied principles of business at school. Customer is king. And who do we mean? We always relate that to our external customer. But now in the modern day that we are living in, with all the staff engagement and personal growth and personal development, although yes, the external customer is quite important, very important, we also have to have that level of awareness that our internal customer is extremely important. The person who's sitting next to your left and the person who's sitting next to your right. That's really important. You also spoke about change management, employees making, and this is the last point that I'm going to make that I really gain from also, that employees want to be at a stage where they can make decisions, regardless of their status, regardless of what rank they have in the organization, even. And I often say this, and I give this example, and then I'll sit down. Well, I'm sitting down already, but you know what I mean.
Well, it's me, you can't tell.
Yeah, I worked in an office and I shared an office with a colleague. Watch this carefully. This is going to be critical. And we have the cleaners, I don't know whether you say cleaner, janitorial staff. So naturally, you come into the office, you're cleaning the offices.
Right.
And my colleague had left. He had left our organization and went on to another organization. This is going to be profound. So remember, we have the janitorial staff coming in on the daily basis. In my mind, I'm not paying any attention to them. They just come, do their cleaning and go. Right. I'm not paying any attention to them per se. And in my mind, they're not paying attention to me. Watch this carefully now. A couple of weeks after, the guy came to me and said, the guy that used to sit here, and nothing has changed. The computers were there, the desk had looked the same way. Right. But the guy said, question, what about the guy that was sitting next to you? I have a very long time. And then I said, you know what, he is no longer working here. And why did I make that statement? You say employees need a choice to make decisions. Why? Because they are aware. If a janitor can come into your space and realize that things are out of place, that a colleague isn't there, and that janitor is only there, or janitorial staff is only there maybe, let's say, half hour every day, or half hour 3 days or 4 days a week, and that person is so observant of what is going on in our office. Imagine our team members who are there 8 to 10 hours per day. They are fully aware, and they want to be in a position that they can make critical decisions. You use some words, it's no longer about feeling. You say that it's about thinking, it's about strategizing, it's about critical thinking, it's about having that level of being analytical, being tactical, having that level of situation awareness. And what you said throughout your whole presentation, I am going to take this literally back into, I'm going to refocus this, reframe this back into my work environment, and even within my space as a coach, as a consultant, and as a trainer. All of what you said, I have really captured, and I'll be taking this with me, not just in my professional life, but also in my personal life. What I said, as I said before, your presentation was a heavy presentation, but instead of being heavy, it has been extremely, extremely valuable. And I am hoping to sit on the panel with you soon again, sir. Thank you, and you did amazingly well. Thank you.
I just want to make a quick couple of comments, just real quick. You using the janitor analogy. For those of us who grew up in elementary school, etc., in junior high and high school in the 60s and 70s, all right, the most important person in that school at the time was the custodian. And why do I say that? Because the custodians were the people that the principal depended upon the most to know what was going on in the school. because they were around all day. They heard what the kids were saying. They saw what the teachers were doing, etc. They were the eyes and ears of the principal back in the day. Second thing, this is something that will make my brother Scott laugh and cry at the same time. The word Kung Fu means hard work, not martial art. In Hong Kong, when I was there, they have a saying that if a dishwasher is working hard, he's practicing Kung Fu. All right. The third thing is, and I'm going to close with this, leader and manager. The leader tells you what direction to go, tells you what he or she needs from you, and then walks off, assuming that you are a sentient and intelligent enough being to figure out for yourself how to do it, how to get it to him or her, and in what format. All right? That you're empowered to do that. You know what he or she needs, but he or she's not going to tell you how to do it. That's why he hired you or she hired you. A manager will come to you every day and say, I need this, this, and this, and I need for you to do it this way. All right? Secondly, all right, what I told you today or showed you today, I only talked about a tool. All right, Dr. Lavine pointed out the overall message I was trying to give today, which is at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, no matter what you do in life, one, it's about people. All right. And second thing is, speaking personally, I'm going to close by this. I'm 62. All three of my kids are grown and in 3 different cities in the United States. They put themselves through college working full time. They have almost no debt. All right. I raised them to be independent, so I can't complain that they are. All right. Why am I bringing this type of thing up? Because at my stage of life, my main mission is to mentor, whether it's in business, whether it's in martial arts, etc. One of the problems with my generation, and I'll just be upfront, is we did a poor job of mentoring. It is incumbent upon us to pass on to the next generation, especially in a world like this, the positive things we can give them from our own mistakes. So I'll close by saying, guys, whatever we're good at, let's take from this meeting today and propagate it to the rest of the world. Thank you very much, guys. I am here. Michael and Scott both know how to get in touch with me. All right. If you want to collaborate on something or talk about something, the great thing about Zoom and other things is it costs nothing for us to get on a call or get on a Zoom and talk to each other. So with that, I say, Michael, thank you so much. Jeannie, thank you so much. And Brother Scott, bless you, my brother. I love you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Come on, let's celebrate Michael. Michael to Michael. Michael,
remember, the word Michael in Hebrew means like unto God, and we're the furthest thing from it.
Michael, I appreciate you. Dr. Lavine, I am going to reprimand Dr. Lavine because Dr. Lavine carried my first meeting to over 2:04, and my next speaker is supposed to be 2 o'clock. Dr. Lavine,
I'm sorry, I'm out of here. Goodbye.
No, Michael, not you. Michael, behave yourself, Michael. Behave yourself. I'm reprimanding Dr. Lavine because he's in my class and he should know better. He should be watching the time to the second.
Michael's putting you in detention. Let me tell you what kind of hell that really is.
Come on, everybody. Let's celebrate Michael Aronson, our best friend, and right next to us. Come on, let's celebrate him. Michael, thank you so very much. I love you. I have a wonderful, wonderful class. And please give love to the First Lady from us as well. Looking forward to seeing you in London as well, Michael.
Hey, bless you guys and love you from Texas. Good night or good morning.
Bye for now.
Bye, Scott.
Well, thank you so very much for that and that presentation. And I'm really excited about that. Dr. Lavine, he has given us a lot of food for thought. And I think that we are going to be pulling him close into presenting another session in the class of Steele along with you as well, Dr. Lavine. So well done on your observations, on your output, and I think it was good engagement as well for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, please, without any further ado, allow me to introduce His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Hilary Emoh, and he is going to come and share with us the session that we're all excited about. So I will not take any of his time further, but I will introduce Dr. Hilary to come and join us immediately. Dr. Hilary, please take the microphone.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Steele. It's been a very exciting day. I've been back and forth trying to meet up with several other engagements and also trying to keep up with the class of Steele. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Like I said, I'm always very excited, to share a little bit of my knowledge with people. And here we have a diverse set of people from all over the world, watching and listening. And I believe strongly that they've learned a lot today. I'm going to do my best as much as possible to share with you a very, very unique topic. One of the topics that people hardly pay attention to. You hardly hear speakers talk about it, but it's very important because that is the basics for every human being. For every development, that is the basics. So I'll be sharing today on personal development. Your Excellency, I don't know if you have my slide or you want me to share the screen.
Your slide is ready, sir.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much. Let me just give a little introduction so you also know who I am. I am Ambassador Dr. Hilary Emoh. I am the principal partner and co-founder of the Leaders Without Borders Development Center. The Leaders Without Borders was founded in the year 2004, and we've been doing a lot of programs. We've been hosting conferences, we've been hosting business-to-business meetings, we've been connecting countries, just basically trying to see how we can help small business owners, how we can help CEOs, how we can help entrepreneurs, build their businesses. During the lockdown, from February, I returned to Nigeria. Actually, I'm from Nigeria, but I also frequent Dubai. Dubai is like my second home. I go to Dubai a lot, and also Canada. So during the lockdown, we did a masterclass for about 6 months. We did a free masterclass. We had over 24 international speakers where we offered free trainings for small business owners on how to, survive during COVID and also post-COVID. We had speakers from universities, professors, international speakers, renowned speakers. And this is what I've been doing for over 15 years. I've been trying as much as possible to connect people with the right people to help build up, their businesses and also build up their personality. So I also sit on several boards. I don't want to bore you on that. You can check that out on my LinkedIn page. You can go through my profile. I sit on several boards. I'm a humanitarian. I've been consulting for several NGOs. I have consulted for over 80 NGOs for free, pro bono. I take no dime. I do it out of joy. I enjoy doing it. The NGOs cut across in USA, Australia, all over the world. I also sit on several boards as a board member and as executive director. I am currently a co-owner of about 7 businesses. Maybe sometime we'll talk about that, and I'll share some lights on that also. I have also consulted for several business owners, family business owners in several capacity. So I want to get down to the business for today. personal development. Very, very, very important topic. First of all, I always like to have an interactive session. So I want this to be as interactive as possible. You know, I don't want us to just sit back and just listen. Once in a while, I'm going to ask 1 or 2 questions. If you want to answer, you can answer, but I want it to be as interactive as possible. So what is personal development? If I can have just 2 persons, just tell me, give me their own understanding, or 3 or 4, you know, their own understanding of what they understand by personal development. I'll be very, very glad to hear your own side. So please, just if you want to answer the question, just do like this, and His Excellency Dr. Steele will unmute you, and then you can answer. Just 2 persons, please.
Well, I have our lady with us, Doreen, and Doreen has requested to give her answer. And let me Doreen, please unmute yourself.
Yes. Hello. Hello.
Hello,
Yes,
Doreen.
Hello.
Please go on. I can hear you.
Yes. Good afternoon. My understanding about personal development means opportunities for improvement, personal development.
Awesome.
In my opinion.
Okay, great. Can I have one more?
Yes, we also have Mpenzi Oliver, who unmute yourself, please, Mpenzi.
Yes. Hello, Dr. Hilary.
Hello, Mpenzi. Nice to have you.
Nice to have you too.
So please go on. We can hear you.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's fine. So personal development, it's a way of improving yourself in terms of knowledge, in terms of skills, in terms of growing your capacity.
Awesome. Perfect. Awesome. Any other person? Should we go on? Is there any other person that wants to try? Oh, it's Bright. I see Bright. Mr. Bright, please.
Okay, let me unmute Reverend Bright. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hilary, Your Excellency.
Thank you.
Thank you. Personal development is your ability is the awareness of yourself and how to develop yourself and how to improve yourself to meet a particular demand. Thank you.
Awesome. Awareness, self-awareness. That's the point. Self-awareness. Very, very interesting. Let's go on, Your Excellency, Dr. Steele. To the next slide, please. So we all agree that personal development does not just end in your educational status. It doesn't mean that because you have a BSc, it doesn't mean that because you have a PhD, it doesn't mean that because you are a professor, that you have really established yourself personally. It goes beyond that. I'm going to dive in a little bit. Let me move this here. So, personal development. Wikipedia tells us that personal development consists of those activities that help develop a person's capabilities and potential, whilst also enhancing the quality of life. Nice. It's also a lifelong process. So it means that even after you retire, you don't stop improving on yourself. Say, for instance, you spend 35 years working, and after you retire and you relax and begin to earn your pension, it means that your life automatically stops. But if you have developed yourself, you will know that your life does not stop because you are a pensioner. In fact, your life begins from when you retire. I am one of those persons that do not believe in earning salaries. I mean, I have never worked in my life. I only consult. I see Dr. Steele, I see your expression is priceless. I once worked for about 3 months. Let me tell you what happened. So I decided, okay, let me do some work. Let me do some service. So I was employed by a very big company, and I was there for 3 months. And at the 4th month, I didn't see I didn't see any improvement. I was doing the same thing over and over again. So, and I knew obviously that, I mean, if I was going to drive those flashy cars, if I was going to live in the house I always wanted to live, I needed to expand my knowledge. So I knew instantly that where I am is not where I'm supposed to be. So I needed to move from where I am to a higher place. So at the 4th month, I told the owner of the company, I told the chairman, I said, I'm going to work for you for another 1 month. I don't want you to pay me. And he said, why? I said, I don't want you to pay me because I want to leave. And he said, why? I said, because you pay me very good salary, but it doesn't really take care. I don't see it as something that can take care of my future. So he said, okay, so what do you want? Go and make a list of what you want and come back. I don't want you to leave the company. Okay, so I go back home, I have a discussion with my wife, and I tell my wife I want to leave my job. And she looks at me like, have you lost your mind? Do you have any other job? There are no jobs. And I said, I want to leave my job because I am not getting the kind of improvement that I want to get. I have been on this job for 3 months and I'm doing the same thing over and over again. So I make a ridiculous list to the chairman, the owner of the company, knowing fully well that he's not going to accept my offer, asking for 4 times my salary. I already had an official car, asking for, I made very ridiculous requests and I gave it to him. And he looked at me like I was crazy. And I said, these are the things I want. Can you do this for me? And he said, but this is almost my salary. I said, yes, that is what I want. Can you give me that? And he said, okay, I will get back to you. And I mean, of course, I knew he wasn't going to come back to me. And that was how I left the job. When I left the job, I had no intention of looking for any other job. What I needed to do was to improve on myself. And I knew it was going to be a very tough journey. I mean, how can you stay without earning salary? But I knew where I wanted to go to. I had seen ahead of my future and I knew what I wanted to do with myself. And staying at the place was not going to give me what I wanted to do. So please, Dr. Steele, let's move to the next slide. Let me not get too engrossed talking about myself. Okay, so here we have this. I'm trying to adjust my screen so I can see very well, sorry. Okay, thank you very much. So here we have personal development starts with knowing who you are and identifying where you are headed. First of all, self-awareness. You need to know who you are. What are you capable of doing? What are the things that you can do? Is it just to sit at the bank as a cashier and count people's money and go back home and do the same thing over and over and over and over again? Is that the only capability you have? Is that the only knowledge you have? Doing the same thing over and over again? No, I don't believe so. I believe that when God created man, God put in us knowledge, not 1, not 2, but put in us the knowledge to be able to do great things. That's why you see we have people who can bring up things like electricity, almost an impossible act. That's why we even have this opportunity, the Zoom meetings we're having. I can see you where you are, Dr. Steele, in the UK. I can see my other colleagues wherever they are in the world, just because of someone's ingenuity. So let us examine some of the essential personal development skills. We have your personality traits. Your personality trait. Please, Dr. Steele, go to the next slide. We'll come back to this one when we're done with that. Your personality trait. Your appearance. Very, very interesting. Dr. Steele made a very, I told him, I said, you gave a stinger. And when you did that, I smiled while I was driving, because you talked about people coming for meetings looking like they are not ready to do business, looking so irresponsible, looking so unprofessional. Even though your wife called your attention to stop talking like a man of God, but I don't think that you were talking like a preacher. I actually think you were talking like you were being professional when you were making those. And I was smiling because I know I was going to hurt some people's feelings today with my own presentation. Because for us to grow, we need to be able to accept some level of hurt. We need to be able to accept when people correct you. You don't get offended, you don't get irritated, you don't get angry when people tell you that what you're doing is not correct, you should adjust yourself. So appearance is one of those things that people take for granted. Imagine walking to the office of a CEO, or even meeting the current president, Joe Biden. I want to ask a question. If, for instance, you had an invitation that you are going to meet the current president of the United States of America, how are you going to dress? Are you going to wear a t-shirt? Are you going to look like you don't care? Of course, you're going to go and look for the best kind of suit. You're going to go and look for something that will make you look presentable. So appearance is key. When people look at you, instantly they get a first impression. Your appearance tells them if you are a serious person, if they can take you seriously, or if they cannot take you seriously. Everything about you, everything about your appearance is extremely important. Even the perfume you wear is very important. You don't want to come to me and I smell, I feel that you're having you're not smelling very good. That's first of all turns off the person you're approaching. So appearance is very, very key. We're talking about appearance. When you want to have your meetings, one of the things that you want to do, or when you intend to meet with a prospect or a business partner, one of the things you also need to look out for is, how do I want this person to see me? Do I want this person to see me as someone he can trade with 5 billion naira with? Or do I want this person to see me as someone, if he puts 1 million naira in his account, that's the end of it? How do you want that person to relate with you? So your appearance is key, very, very key. I'll go to number 2, openness to feelings. We get, as human beings, we get slightly offended when people tell us, what you have said is not really good. It's not correct. We have to be able to adjust to other people's feeling. You cannot always be right. You cannot always be wrong. But at the time that you are wrong, you need to also listen to the other person and adjust your feelings. You don't get angry immediately and lose out on your relationship with someone. You have to have an openness to how you feel. Straightforwardness, being frank, being sincere, and being ingenuous. I cannot be soft on this. This is one of the most important aspects of being a CEO. Being sincere, having integrity, and being straightforward. whatever you're doing, you have to be sincere. You have to have integrity. You have to be frank. You have to tell the truth, even if it means, for instance, you're having a business deal, you're having a business meeting, and it means you telling the truth and losing out on the business meeting. It's better you do that. You tell the truth and lose out on the business meeting than putting yourself in a situation where you cannot come back to say, oh, I'm sorry, what I said was false, but can we go on? You know, that will not, that does not help your personality trait at all. So let's go to competence. I have fired several of my secretaries, several, I can't count. I'm a no-nonsense boss, and I'm a very loving boss. If I ask you to do something and you do it and you come back to me and I see that there are certain things wrong with what you've done, I will embrace you with open arms and tell you, look, this is what you have done. And for instance, I say, go and prepare a letter, and you come back with errors in the letter. I will tell you, there are too much errors in your letter. Do this and do it and do like this. Correct it, read it over and over again before you bring it back. And if you repeat that 2 times, I will give you a hug and give you a peck and fire you. So for you to have a personality trait, you have to be extremely competent. You have to be extremely competent. Once you are competent, your boss can always send you to go and represent him wherever he is. You can walk into anywhere you are because you know that you are sure of what you're going to say. You know that you're sure of how you're going to present yourself. You cannot go wrong. So competence is one of the key factors of your personality traits. We have warmth, being affectionate and friendly. I think that also is openness to feelings. Positive emotions, experiencing joy, happiness, love, and excitement. Wow. This is another very key factor of your personality trait. Being positively inclined to things. When things go wrong, when you lose on a deal, keep a positive mind. Don't go beating yourself up and thinking that that's the end of the world. You keep a positive mind, you remain happy, you remain excited about your failures. I'm always excited when I fail. That means there's opportunity for me, to try again until I get it right. So I'm always very excited. So you have to keep a positive emotion, when you're dealing with your personality trait. Dr. Steele, please, can we go back and then to the list? Thank you. Inherent social cues, please come back again. Sorry, I have to, I just want to make sure that we're on the same track. The next slide. Next slide. Yes. One of the things that I've noticed about most CEOs and most high-level persons that I've come in contact with is that they have a certain charisma. They have a certain way they talk to people. They have a certain way they do things. They have a certain way they even look at you. And one of those key factors is eye contact. Always maintain eye contact when you're talking to someone. In Africa, they will tell you that it's not allowed when an elder is talking to you and you're looking at the elder. They will tell you, look away. It's not a good thing. But maintaining eye contact means that it shows strength. It shows that you have spiritual strength, you have emotional strength. And most CEOs, when they look at you, when you are doing the presentation and they're staring at you, they are trying to weigh you down. They're trying to use their charisma to intimidate you. So staring at you as you're talking, if you do not have a very strong personality strength, they can stare you down and you become confused. So you have to keep eye contact when you are having meetings with people. It's also a form of respect. When you have meetings with people, you look at the person's face. It also shows respect. I'll jump to a tone of voice. The tone of voice is one of those factors that helps your personality trait. You have to, there's a certain way you talk that shows that you're a professional or otherwise. I don't want to use the other word. There's a certain way you talk to people. It either shows that you're a professional or you're not a professional. You have to learn how to talk to people. You have to know the tone of voice to use. In Africa, I always come back to Africa because I'm Nigerian and I live here. They say that most Africans shout a lot when they are talking. But the people believe that that's the way it is, but that's not actually the way it is. When you're talking and you're raising your voice, it shows disrespect. It shows that you do not have respect for who you're talking to, because the only person you can actually raise your voice on, it's your kids, your children at home. So you're talking to a fellow professional and you raise your voice, or your tone seems as if you are upset about something, it shows that you are not being professional. Facial expression. Facial expression is so key. You're talking to somebody and someone is talking to you and you make a certain facial expression that makes it looks like you are disgusted at what the person is saying. For a very smart person, it's easy to read people from their expression. Very easy. You can tell if the person is happy with what you're saying. You can tell if the person is disgusted with what you're saying. You can tell if you need to keep on talking or just keep quiet. So facial expression is very, very key to your personality development. Your level of stress and your relaxation. Unfortunately for professionals like us, we don't enjoy this category because we hardly get up to 4 hours sleep. But it is very, very important for your personal development because your brain needs to rest. You need to be able to sleep for at least 6 hours. So my doctor told me. You need to be able to sleep for 6 hours, at least in a day. That helps to relax your nerves, it helps to relax your brain, it makes you calm. It takes away the level of anxiety. Unfortunately, like I said, people like us do not fall in this category because we don't have the luxury to even close our eyes for more than 4 hours. So your dress and your grooming, I think we talked about that already. We can jump to the next slide. Emotional intelligence and communication, very key. Emotional intelligence is the ability to understand and manage your emotions so as to communicate effectively, avoid stress, overcome challenges, and empathize with others. We thank God we had a security expert here, and I'm very sure that most of you listened to his presentation. Emotional intelligence is what most security experts use. For instance, you are traveling, you see how the immigrations look at you when you are going through, crossing over to another country. They have been trained to be able to read your emotion. So they know when you're jittery, they know when something is wrong, they know if they should come to you. So you should be able to control your emotion every time. You should be able to control your emotion, especially as you are developing yourself. You should know that for every point in time, there will come a particular moment where you need to control your anger. Someone told me recently, I was having a discussion with a friend, and I told the friend, I said, I don't know if there's anything that can get me angry. I don't know. I can't remember the last time I was really upset. And he said to me, that is crazy. That is another level of mentality. I need to get to that level. I said, because when someone does something to me, at that moment, several things comes to play. I'm thinking, why did this person do this? Something has to be wrong. So I'm trying to think, I'm reasoning for the person. So I put myself in the person's shoes and I begin to think about the person's situation and why this person has spoken to me in this manner. That is what comes to my head first of all. I don't get angry and start shouting back. I sit back and absorb whatever has happened. And then most times when I come back and I say, oh, I'm sorry, even though I'm not at fault, I say, I'm sorry if I got you upset. And they're looking at me like, I did wrong, not you. I said, I know, but I'm sorry. So controlling your emotion is a very powerful tool. Very, very powerful tool. Once you're able to control your emotions, you'll be able to access several other ability of your brain. Let's go to friendliness. Being friendly, with people, it's one of the key factors. Not being aggressive is one of the key factors of your personality development. I think we already talked on confidence, empathy, respect for others. Respect for others. Respect is so key. So key. When, for instance, Dr. Steele today was a little bit upset because he had set the rules of how he wants the class of Steele to run. But unfortunately, for maybe reasons beyond some person's control, they couldn't meet up with the rules. We should, and I remember I watched a video recently where the President of the United States of America, His Excellency Joe Biden, was saying that if for any reason, for everybody working with him, for any reason that he finds out that you have disrespected anybody, that he will fire you on the spot. I don't know if anybody saw that video. I actually saved the video. I was very excited when I saw that video. I sent it to everybody that was close to me. I sent the video to everybody. He said, for any reason that you disrespect anybody and I hear about it, I will fire you on the spot. He said on the spot. There will be no whys, there will be no reason, there will be no excuse. He will fire you on the spot. So respect is a very, very key factor to your personal development. Listening to me is like a bullet in a pistol. One of the things I do, I listen a lot. I love to listen. I talk less. People will say, it's quiet, it's so quiet. No, I'm not quiet. I love to listen. Because when I listen to you talk, I can tell the level of your mentality. I can tell the level of your intelligence. So I listen. Listening is a very, very key weapon to your personal development. I think we already talked on an open-mindedness. Let's go to the next slide, Dr. Steele. I have a lot of slides, so I don't want to keep us for long. Yes, this is very interesting, very, very interesting. How do I improve my personal development skills? How do I improve my development skills? First of all, self-awareness. You have to discover yourself. You have to discover yourself. You have to know the things that you are good at, the things that you are capable of doing. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but like I said, I worked for 3 months, okay? But I don't believe that you should die on your job. You should work you should work for maybe 30 or 35 years. I don't know how long you need to work now before you retire. And then you start waiting for your pension. That is not the life to live. It's a terrible way of being a human being. It's a terrible way of living your life. You have to discover yourself. There's a lot, human beings have a lot of potentials. Human beings have a lot of potentials. And once you are able to discover any of your potential, you will find out that you will be as vicious in doing things as possible. Let me tell you a story about myself. So I used to be extremely shy. Oh, you want to put me on a Zoom class? Oh no, I'm not. I don't want to be on a Zoom class. I didn't have up to 5 friends. I just had 1 or 2 friends, because I didn't want to have a company of people I have to talk to, I have to mingle with. You know, I didn't like that kind of. So when I left my job and I decided to discover myself, one of the things I did was to, look for a mentor. We're coming to that. I had to look for a mentor, someone that, because at the time I left my job, I didn't know what I wanted to do, but I just knew that I needed to discover myself. I didn't know what I wanted to do. I was tired of the place. How can I be doing the same thing over and over again for 3 months and earning a salary? Let me tell you. So now I'll go back to the salary thing. The salary I asked for from my boss, my only boss I worked for, I asked for his salary. I earned that now in 3 days or 4 days. Now I earned that, his salary. I earned it in 3 days or 4 days, maximum. You know, and that's because I decided to discover myself. So the term simply means identifying yourself, being self-aware, and identifying your needs. Once you know that you have needs and where you are cannot take care of those needs, you need to quickly, as a matter of urgency, identify how to get out of that situation. So please, let's go to the next slide. Find a mentor. Yes, I was just talking about finding a mentor. So, because you need a little direction, don't be afraid, don't be shy to ask someone you trust to provide some helpful tips. This could be someone you know personally or someone you've admired from afar. And let me tell you, you don't need to have one mentor. I have several mentors. You don't need to have one mentor. I have several mentors for several reasons. You know. Most importantly, you must be honest with yourself and open to feedback and all blah, blah. So now let's talk about mentorship. Mentorship actually molds who you are. Mentorship, your mentor molds you. Let's take, for instance, your mentor is an assassin. What do you think you will be? Yeah, of course, you'll be an assassin. Of course, because your mentor will mold you the way he is. Your mentor would speak to you the things that he knows, the knowledge that he has. That is what your mentor will pass across to you. So having a mentor is very, very key. Let me tell you about myself. So because I knew that I had stage fright and I couldn't, you know, I didn't have so much friends. I needed to be out there. One of the things, I looked for my weakness. And I knew one of my weaknesses was the stage fright. So I looked at my mentors, the people I knew. And one of them was not someone I knew very well, but I always admired him from afar. And I saw that he was very good at talking to people and all that. And I said, I think that this man, I need to ask him how he's able to, you know, present himself and stand in the middle of a lot of people and do his presentation. I need to. So I put a call. I looked for a way and I got his contact and I put a call across to him. And I said, sir, please, I would like to come to your office. I introduced myself and I said, okay, you can come. And he gave me an appointment and I went and I told him, I said, sir, I admire you a lot. I see how you talk to people, the things you do. How do you do those things? How do you stand in front of thousands of people and present yourself? And he gave me some tips. And one of those tips he gave me was to read books. So he immediately said, read books. I went wild. I want to tell you that I've read almost 5,000 books. Because he immediately said, read books. I said, okay, can you suggest some books? And he gave me a couple of his books. And I said, okay, go and start with this. And I started reading books about leadership, about entrepreneurship. I read a lot of books. I was reading books throughout the night. I started attending his classes. I started going for different training classes. And then I started volunteering for different organizations. You know, so one of the organizations that I volunteered for, most of the time they have to go and do a presentation and all that. So all the time I used to tag along. I would tag along because I didn't want to be out there. So I would tag along. So on one occasion, I told the country director, I said, sir, I would like to do a presentation. Let me try. He said, are you sure? I said, yes. Meanwhile, all the presentation we've been going for has been with 2, 3, 4 persons, maximum 5, 6 persons. So I thought, okay, I'm going to talk to 6 persons. So I was excited, okay, this is my first presentation. I have to be very ready. So I was very ready. So I got to where we're going to have the presentation. And I saw a lot of cars parked outside the compound. I felt maybe they were having like a wedding or a party somewhere around. So I asked, I said, I'm sure they're having a wedding or a party somewhere. I said, so I went into the building and I saw newsmen. There were newsmen with cameras, and someone pointed at me. I said, that's. So I said, please, we are here for so. Oh, you're the one we were waiting for. And then I saw all of a sudden the news people coming very close to me. And when I entered into the room, I saw almost 50 people. So, but what did I do? I mean, of course, I started sweating. I was sweating seriously. I took off my jacket. I took 5 minutes off, and he requested that I use the bathroom. So I went to the restroom, and then I drank a lot of water and I washed my face. And then I came back. I said, I mean, this is the highway I've always wanted. So I have to take the highway. So I came back to the room and I introduced myself. I introduced my colleagues, and I started calming myself. I started remembering the books I've read, how to handle situations like these when you're in front of crowd. And I started talking. And for almost 2 hours, I was talking to these people. And by the time I finished, my colleagues were staring at me and they were in shock. They could not believe that I could actually talk for 2 hours. And that's how my journey started. I started speaking from there. When I left, I asked the question. I said, how did I do? He said, you're marvelous. You spoke like the country director himself. I said, yeah? I said, yeah, okay. So one of the things you need to do is to find a mentor. Your mentor will help to mold you. Your mentor will help to be able to advise you. When you are going off track, your mentor is the one to bring you back to track. Do not be afraid to approach. Don't be overconfident with yourself. Don't feel you know all. There's no man that knows all. I still read books up till today. I still read a lot of books. I still talk to a lot of people. I still seek knowledge from people. So look for a mentor and share your weaknesses with your mentor. When you share your weaknesses with your mentor will be able to advise you and say to you, look, this is how I feel you can handle your weaknesses. And also, you have to be very, very careful who you choose as your mentor. Because who you choose as your mentor can either mend you or break you. It can either take you on track or take you off track. So you have to choose who you want to be as your mentor. So again, self-development is not easy. So it's something that we have to take very, very seriously, because once you are self-aware, once you discover yourself, once you're able to get a mentor, you'll be able to develop yourself personally. Please, let's go to the next slide. Investing in yourself. Let me tell you before we go into this, investing in yourself also means sleeping for 6 hours. I've not been sleeping for 6 hours, and that's a very big problem. So investing in yourself is very, very important. The human body is just like a moving vehicle. You know, you take your car for servicing, you buy fuel for your car, you make sure your car is okay. So that's exactly how the human body is. So investing in yourself is very, very important. Let's look at lines here. We have 5 points. Read online books. There are so many books online that you can read. So many books, so many books. Some are for free. Some you can buy with a little dollar, $5, $10. You know, there are so many books you can read to improve on yourself. First of all, you need to first acknowledge that you have a weakness. If you have a weakness, you have to acknowledge you have a weakness. If you acknowledge you have a weakness, you acknowledge that your weakness is actually not a weakness, but a strength. Then look for a mentor and then begin to read books. Read books that focuses on your area of strength, on where you're looking at, what you're looking at doing. There are several opportunities that you can tap from when you read books online. Take on volunteering jobs. Yes, those are one of the things that I love to. I love to volunteer a lot. My wife would tell me that I risk my life a lot just because I want to volunteer. But I love to volunteer a lot. I mean, it was through volunteering that I am where I am today. So take a lot of volunteering jobs, do it for free, do it with happiness and gladness in your heart, and then enjoy doing it. Attend as much leadership training session as possible. Very, very important. Like I said, there's no man that is an island. Every of the great men that you know today had a mentor, they had some form of training, they listened to other professionals, people who've had experience over time, you know, and they use that as a weapon to build themselves. So you need to attend a lot of trainings, very, very important. I am also the founder of the U Executive Masterclass. We did that for 6 months, a masterclass for people. We're going to do that sometime in this year. I will let Dr. Steele know about it. So you attend a lot of all these classes. It's good for you to listen to people, you know, listen to people's experiences, listen to how they became where they are, how they got to the point where they are. It's very, very good. Create a you time. Create a you time. I don't know if most men, I know most men hardly have a you time for themselves. Unfortunately, someone like me, I only have a you time when I'm not with my family. When I'm with my family, there's no you time. My daughter will come to me and, you know, take my phone or make sure I'm not settled. But you need to create a you time for yourself. Even if it's just 1 hour, take 1 hour to yourself. Take a stroll, take a walk around your estate. Go somewhere where there's no noise. You know, sit down for some minutes. Create that time for yourself. It's very, very important for you to have your own private time. Even if it's just an hour in a day, create a time to reflect on your activities for the day. Create a time to reflect on your activities for the week. You know, your steps. What have you done that you are not doing well? How do you need to move from that? You know, create a you time for yourself. Very, very important. A time where you don't need to be around friends, around family. Very, very important. Exercise as often as possible. Very, very important. For us men, I want to please tell you that you need to do a lot of exercise. You need to do a lot of exercise. I am in my early 40s, but I'm sure I'm not looking like I'm in my early 40s. I'm sure I've gotten that. And when I take this off, you will think I am 18 years old. You know, that's because I do a lot of exercise. I do a lot of exercise. You know, exercise can be taking a stroll, as simple as that. Taking an early morning stroll, taking an evening stroll, as simple as that. Something just to, you know, keep your heart pumping, to keep you active. You need to do some form of exercise. Even if you need to do some push-ups, every morning when you wake up, take a bottle of water, do some push-ups. You know, that helps to refresh your mentality, your mind, your body, your system. It puts you in a relaxed form. You know, so that is very, very, very important for your personal development. Please, Dr. Steele, let's go to the next slide, if you don't mind. I'm looking at my time, don't worry.
If I may interject, Your Excellency, please, I give way to you that you have my 15 minutes plus time that you need to carry on. So you are well within order, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So a to-do list. I am sure that if I should ask the members of this team class, the class of Steele, the men here today, maybe 1 or 2 persons have a to-do list. I'm sure almost everybody here don't have a to-do list. A to-do list is very, very important. Very, very important. You cannot, I don't see how people operate. I mean, even in your usual job, for instance, you are a banker. You already have a to-do list. And your to-do list is to wake up in the morning, go to the bank, attend to your customers, and come back. That's already a to-do list. But what is your own personal to-do list? You need to have a personal to-do list. If you are looking at improving on yourself personally, you need to have a to-do list. If you can create a to-do list and operate with that list for just 1 year, come back to the class of Steele and tell us how your life has improved. I am telling you, you will see reasonable changes. You'll be amazed at the kind of changes you will see if you just have a to-do list. A to-do list does not mean you should have 10 foolscap sheets of paper. No, just very important points that you need to take, you need to observe, things you must do. There are things you must do. That is what a to-do list. There are things you must do. So a to-do list is very, very important. One of the most important reasons why you should have a to-do list is the organization. Organizing your tasks with a list can make everything much more manageable, easy, and make you feel grounded. You know, seeing a clear outline of your completed and uncompleted tasks will help you feel organized and stay mentally focused. Mentally focused. Very, very important. So I want to employ also, let's have a to-do. You can start with just 5 to-do lists. I want to achieve this today. I want to achieve this today. I want to do this today. I don't want to do this today. You know, we can have a to-do list. Try and see how you can start doing that. It is a very, very important weapon for your personal development. Please, let's go to the next slide. Okay, I'm still talking about to-do list. The only way to build upon your personal skill is to become self-aware. And one of the best ways to do this is to reflect at the end of each day. So if you have a to-do list, say, for instance, you are planning a big event, just like the class of Steele, I am sure, I'm very, very sure that His Excellency, Dr. Steele, had a to-do list. And I can tell you that I'm sure that he kept to that to-do list. You know, so it is a very, very important factor in your personal development. A to-do list allows you to make notes, observations on recent events, decisions, and even conversations that you must have had. Maybe you had a conversation with someone and you said, oh, I discussed it with this. This is a very good important meeting I had with this person. You put it on your to-do list immediately. And later you sit back and you reflect on it. How can I, make this into something great? How can I initiate this discussion with this person and make it into something very, very worthwhile? So your to-do list can help you do that. Your to-do list will also help you to identify your strengths, your limitations, opportunities for your progression. Your to-do list will help you identify your strengths. I have a to-do list. What I do every day of my life. I have a lifetime to-do list, lifetime. So I follow those to-do lists. I try as much as possible not to interrupt it. Because once it's interrupted, it means that I have to make some adjustments. Even though I keep a little bit opening for interruptions, but I have a to-do list. So the next slide, please. So reflect at the end of each day. Very important, very, very important. After this meeting, I want us to go back, possible watch the videos all over again, reflect on what the speakers have said, and see what you can take home and how you can make use of the information that you have received here today for free. If you really want to take self-development seriously and not just talk about it, you want to do it seriously, you need to constantly be aware of how you can improve yourself. And the only way for you, to improve yourself is to reflect on your activities daily. Questions like where and how do I still need some work? Very, very important in yourself. When you reflect on yourself, you'll be able to know, okay, this area of my life needs improvement. How do I get the improvement I need? Who do I need to talk to advise me on this area of my life? Questions like that will arise when you reflect on your daily activities. Please, the next slide. Find others to push you and train with. Find other people. I mean, there are people that have gone through what you're going through. There are people that are doing what you want to do. You need to find out who those people are. You need to relate with them. For instance, this meeting we're having now is extremely important, because from this meeting, you can connect with people, who you feel that have a foresight of your achievement, of your goal. You can actually connect from this meeting. You can tell this person is thinking towards my direction. I think I can have a discussion with this person. I think this person is the right person I need to be talking to, in terms of building my capacity. So self-development is not just a solo game. In fact, the best self-development is done with others in some capacity. So once you have a mentor, you can always share your ideas with your mentor. Your mentor will always be able to tell you that this and this and this and this is wrong, this and this and this is right. So once you have a mentor, your mentor can also be able to introduce you to other of his mentees, who are on the same path with you. So once you have such a clique, you can now begin to share ideas with, a number of persons that share the same idea with you. So spend time with people who are working on similar things as you, and you will find yourself growing with them at a faster rate. Very important. You are having, for instance, His Excellency Dr. Steele is having this master class, and he's doing partnership with other people who have, who are also very, very widely knowledgeable in leadership classes like this. He's sharing his ideas with them. He's spending time with them. Of course, he's going to grow in knowledge when it comes to things like this. Of course, he's going to be better when it comes to things like this. So spending time with people who are on the same path with you will help you to grow very, very fast. Next slide, please. Stay honest with yourself. Stay honest with yourself. there's no amount of talking about it that will ever instigate true change. This is the hardest part for people. It's far easier to buy a book on self-development, carry it around and say, I am working on being more present, while staying constantly on the phone to text your friends about how you're trying to be more present. You have to really be honest about it with yourself. Are you doing the right thing? Are you working on your set goals? You know, being honest with yourself will help you to build yourself greatly. You have to be able to tell yourself the truth. You cannot pretend to be a billionaire when you are poor, when you're broke. You have to tell yourself that you have to tell yourself that, look, this is where I am. This is the fact. This is where I am, but this is where I want to be. This is where I want to be. So you have to be the prosecutor, you have to be the defense, you have to be the judge. So you judge yourself and say, this is where I am today. I want to be here next month. But if you're not there next month, it doesn't mean you can't be there in the next 2 months. But don't get to next month and start pretending that you've already arrived where you are, when you know that you are very, very, very far from your set goal. So you have to be honest with yourself so that whoever is your mentor will be able to give you advice that can lead you to your set goal. So being honest with yourself is a key factor. Next slide, please. Oh, create a reward system or punishment system to keep yourself in check. Create a reward system or punishment to keep you. This is very, very necessary for people who need to stop some bad habits. Very, 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 very necessary. You know, you make $1 million today and you decide to spend it the next day. And after some days you make $1 million, you decide to spend it. So I'm just using that as an illustration anyway. So you have mastered the art of wastage. Master the art of wastage. You have to call yourself to order. You have to call yourself to order. There are several bad habits that we, even us sitting down here, we know that there are several habits that we have to stop. As small as getting angry, as small as controlling your anger, you know, controlling your emotion is also a habit. Controlling your emotion is also a very, very huge habit. So those habits that you know will deprive your personality goals, you need to shove them aside. Because you are your own prosecutor, I said this already, your own attorney and your judge, a reward when you succeed is sometimes necessary, or a punishment for immediate and rapid change. You know, a reward when you succeed, a reward can be as little as taking your family on a vacation, or you know, something just to make you feel good, as little as possible. Just reward yourself. You know, that is a form of self-motivation. That helps you to boost your morale. It gives you some form of filters that you're actually doing what you're supposed to be doing. You are on the right path. So a reward for yourself is also a very, very good factor of self-development. Next slide, please. So consistency is the key. You cannot be self-developed when you are not consistent. Dr. Steele, His Excellency Dr. Steele, cannot start the class of Steele and stop the class of Steele in the next 1 month, and then wake up in the next 6 months or the next 1 year and say, oh, the class of Steele is back, please come back. That would show that he is not being consistent. Consistency serves as a reminder to people that you're working with. When you're consistent, you don't need to pick up your phone and tell anybody, I'm doing this stuff. Are you interested? Because they know you are consistent, they will always keep track of what you're doing. They will keep track of your activity because they know that you are consistent. They always follow through to what you're doing. Consistency is one of the most important factors of self-development. It shows seriousness and creates truly meaningful change. Unfortunately, this is what makes the process so difficult for people. Some people are not consistent. They are not. They start a project, and at the middle of the project, they stop the project. And they come back after 1 year and start this. It's like starting afresh. That's what it means. But when you are consistent with what you do, people know you for what you do. People don't need to, you don't need to actually blow your trumpet because you have been consistent. People actually can even refer people to you and say, oh, I know somebody that does this. He has been doing this for a very long time. I think you should speak to this person. So consistency is very, very key to self-development. In fact, it is very, very important that we stay, constant in what we do. Next slide. Is there a next slide? Oh, finally, we we have come to the end of our presentation. I want to end by saying that we live in a very competitive world where only your unique qualities can bring you to the topmost category of successful bunch of people. So to stand against the crowd, one has to work in cultivating those special skills. You need to discover who you are. When you discover who you are, you need to also get a mentor, someone that can mentor you. Once you get someone that can mentor you, you need to be able to push. Don't stay in one place. Don't say, I have a job. Already I have a job. I don't need to discover any part of myself. Dr. Steele was telling me yesterday that he knows graphic designing a lot. I didn't say anything to him, but I'm actually a very, very good graphic designer too. I do a lot of graphics. I can't begin to tell you the amount of things that I know how to do. You'll be shocked, because I knew that I needed to develop myself to a certain standard. That is the only way certain people will take you seriously. When you develop yourself to a certain standard, that is the only way certain people, I use the word certain people, will take you seriously. So the change starts with you. You are the change. Thank you very much for a wonderful session. I hope I've been able to do justice to the topic. I hope I've been able to at least give you a little bit of, share some of my experiences. And I know that if you follow some of these key factors that I've laid down here today, you will surely become a new person in the nearest future. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Dr. Steele, for having me.
Thank you so very much for your presentation. It has been extremely informative and well received. Come on, let's say thank you in our way. And I want to also assure you, Your Excellency, Dr. Hillary, that this broadcast, there are those who are in my international community that are watching, and there are those who are following you as an individual equally. And I want to thank you for adopting the class of Steele. I also would like for you, if you would, to give us your blessing in the class of Steele, because I don't want to use my words to endorse your blessing. I would rather you give your own words yourself, so that the international community for future reference would have heard it from you themselves, your own endorsement of us in the class of Steele?
Yes, like I said, you've started in the right path. You started very well, and I'll always be here to support you. I'll always be here to support you. The Leaders Without Borders, we have professional trainers, speakers, and we are going to I'm going to make sure that our trainers and our speakers get on board the class of Steele. So we're always going to be here to support you. I'm giving you my blessing. I'll always be here for you. Anything you want me to do, whoever you want to come on your platform and speak, I'll get the person for you. Whatever you feel that you need us to do at the Leaders Without Borders Development Center, we'll do that for you. We'll give you all our best.
I want to thank you, and equally I want to say to our international community that the vision of the class of Steele started out of a chaotic situation, out of the COVID situation, and as a result of that, I've remained consistent, and I've found my calling. I've found where I belong, where I fit in. This is not a challenge. This is a hobby. This is a pleasure. And I equally want to endorse what you shared in volunteerism. Most individuals are not keen to give of their best to others freely. But I can attest that that's one of the things that have opened many doors for me as well. So again, I want to celebrate you. And as a result of time and our next speaker that we are preparing for, I also want to say to you, we look forward to the other times that you would come to the class of Steele and you will share equally, and the other conferences and initiatives that we will work on together. So again, Your Excellency, Dr. Hillary, I want to appreciate you and endorse the Leaders Without Borders Development Center and let you know that we will be standing as a child looking at daddy. So we want to make sure that we behave well and we do it the right way. Thank you again so very much. Come on, let's celebrate him and bless you, sir, for your contribution to the Castle Steele's development. God bless you, sir. Are there any questions for His Excellency? I'm going to still open if there are any questions. And please, before I say that, I want to appreciate Colonel John Graham. Pastor John Graham, I want to appreciate you, and we are coming to you immediately after for our final session of the evening. But if there are any questions for Dr. Hillary, kindly please ask your questions or make yourself known that you have a question as we are going to wrap up this session. There any questions, or are we good to move on to the next session? Okay, go ahead, Dr. Lavine.
Ambassador Hillary, Dr. Hillary, you did extremely well. Just like the speaker before you, I took lots of notes. I wasn't prolonged, but what you said, especially in the area of emotional intelligence, that's very, very extremely critical and vital. And I experienced something yesterday that really brought me back to reality. I was engaging with a person, and the person said to me that we were supposed to meet, but it was work related, and I was just running a bit late. The person isn't a part of my work organization, but it was a work related task. And I said to the person, I am on my way with you. I literally just finished a meeting, and the person said to me, you know what, well, I'm a very busy person, just in that tone, you know. Well, I have a very busy day. I'm a very busy person. And I simply said, I understand what you mean, but I also want you to know that I too am a very busy person. And you know what the person said to me? Because the tone that they said it, something never felt right. And you know what the person said to me? The person said, you know what, I'm so flustered because my mom passed away, and I'm preparing to bury my mom today, Saturday.
Wow. That was his
Just
response.
yeah, and just that whole area of emotional intelligence and being angry and managing our emotion. It was like a refreshing eye opener to me that the person on the other line might be up here, and normally persons don't want to be up here, but as a reason why that person was up there, and that person was so candid to say, you know what, I am this way because my mom passed away and I'm prepared to bury my mom tomorrow, which is today. And that almost like sank me to realize that although I say, you know what, I just want you to know that I'm also a busy person, but I never went overboard with it. But I sat back and said to myself after he said to me, my mom passed away, it was like, you're not having that level of a greater level of self-awareness that we all go through things, and a response does not always merit a response.
True.
A response can just merit a soft answer turns away wrath. So as you said so wonderfully, that era of emotional intelligence. But Dr. Ambassador Hillary, thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Hillary, I want to confirm one attribute that you have that I am going to be taking from your book, and I want to share it publicly, and it is your calm demeanor and your composure. I want to declare that in as much as I have so much knowledge and wisdom, that's one of the areas that I need to focus and work on. And I want you to know that I'm going to be working for that aspect of you to be imparted to my life. If there's anything I see that I'm attracted to and I'm really pleased with, is that ability to maintain a level of composure and calm, even in the midst of situations. And I'm not doing too badly, but I just need to tone it down so that I can be more appreciated and accepted and less offensive when even not meaning to be. So thank you so very much for your presentation. I appreciate you, and I will work towards adding that to my own personal development.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
God bless you, sir.
God bless you. God bless you too.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to, or should I say lady and gentlemen, I want to bring Colonel John Green to you, Pastor John Green. He's going to be without his video this evening. He has begged for permission not to have his video, and we have agreed it is in order. But I want to say that John Graham, I've known John for many years from my youth. As a matter of fact, John is one of my mentors. And John has been mentoring me and pushing me from the time I was the age of 18, 19 years old. And he has followed me all through my life, even to the place where I am a bishop, I'm a man of God, I'm an ambassador to the United Nations, and all of the things that I've accomplished. And yet he still stays by my side and is still endorsing and supporting what I do as a young man from the very first time that he met me and he saw value in me, and he never stopped pushing me. So please allow me, without any further ado, to bring our next speaker and our final speaker for the evening, Colonel John Graham. John, you are very welcome this evening.
Good evening to everyone who is in the forum today. I want, first of all, to apologize for the absence of my visual, simply because I had an experience where my computer crashed as I thought it was, but I was finally told it was just one of those criminal activities. So it was hacked. And as a result, the computer is currently under repair. And as I'm speaking with you, any movement I make, if I make the wrong decision or touch the wrong key, then I'm almost back to zero, simply because it is under repair and I have in a docking station a drive that is doing some work. and that has been from last year. I have a very good friend, Dr. Orville Payne, who's a specialist in this field, and he's the one who came in and retrieved all of my files that were taken away. And that's a specialist skill that is required to do such a thing. So I've been privileged to have that. However, I do apologize once again for the absence of a video. And I pray that you will work with me and you will welcome me and embrace me in your spiritual visual eye. So I will want you to use your imagination and see me presenting to you. So I listened to all of the speakers and I am tremendously impressed. But I want, first of all, before I can proceed with my own discourse, to say in a very complimentary way that I am very pleased and happy with my brother, Michael, Bishop Michael, and the success that he has made in impacting lives and touching world communities. I am tremendously happy and grateful and joyful that he is reaching these echelons of life. And I've been with Michael from age 18, 19, and I will just briefly give you a little synopsis and insight into how we came into contact. And from sometimes we will chat and I will see him as the man from the back door. Because when Michael was introduced to a men's class, a class of 500 men at the time, the youngsters at church, the pastor said to me, who was conducting the men's class, and I was responsible for it at the time, he said, would you be willing to take this young man in? I said, but do you know that he's a youngster? He should not be here with us. He needs to be wherever he's supposed to be. And he said, and he pleaded with me for 5 seconds, because it does not take me very long to accept anyone in any given situation. And I said, no problem. I said, listen, I'll take him in, but let him come through the back door. And so he entered through the back door. And I have always been impressed with him entering through the back door. As very often we lose focus and we lose sight that the back door is really and in fact our front door. But that's another discourse, that's another discussion for another time. But I am happy with Michael and his progress. And we have always remained close, and we are still very close. And I just want to say to all of you who are here that he is a good guy. And his name represents who he is. He's a man of steel. And so he is not easily broken. When I was asked to join the forum, I willingly accepted to do so. And hence the experience that I'm having at the moment, and you wouldn't be able to see me. But I thought I would speak on simplicity mentoring. Simplicity mentoring. My background is, as Michael said, Bishop Michael said, it's I'm pastoring, and I'm a lawyer. I'm a social scientist as well. So I hold a master's in law and a master of science in social sciences. And I have been blessed with doing many things that all of you have said. You have varying experiences throughout the course of life. And just quickly to say that I work with the UN as a consultant with PAHO and UNESCO in the past. And I became the first Black man within South America and the Caribbean to qualify as an auctioneer. I studied auctioneering law and qualified as an auctioneer. I also became the first Black man in the Caribbean, in South America, to establish the first Caribbean School of Public Speaking. I became the first Black man to be accepted into the Council of Protocol of Executives in the USA. And the first Black man, again, in the Caribbean and South America, to be presented with rules of order for the Australian Parliament. And I've also became the first Black man who qualified as a parliamentarian of Caribbean and South America, again, to be qualified as a parliamentarian. I've studied the Robert's Rules of Order extensively. I could go to any chamber in any given country and I can take the speaker's chair, whether it be the House of Commons, Congress, Senate, wherever it may be, and I can take the speaker's chair and I can conduct the ceremony. I can carry the forum. Corporate organizations would contract my services to come to their board meetings and assist the presiding officers with managing or running their meetings, parliamentary speaking, so that the meeting is not informal, but it's a formal meeting. And as all of you here know, when you go to board meetings, it's not a little chit chat, and you have to follow the formal protocols. When we had the first global conference where all the world leaders came together for the first time, and that has never ever happened since. I was also one of the protocol consultants at the time. So I understand protocols and I understand many things. I am very ardent and competent in speech communication skills, taught at the University of Wisconsin for a little while, and I'm a specialist in speech communication and presentation skills. I've taught politicians, diplomats, protocol, public speaking, and so forth. Just a little background, and the list can go on, but I will shorten that just to say that I am elated to be here with you. And I share that so that you can understand when I speak with you where I'm coming from. But I want today to just bring together everything that you have said. And in the absence of the video, it is only right and correct of me to bring together everything that has been said and share with you how it fits in with what I'm talking about, simplicity mentoring. And we hear so much about mentoring, and it's a term, it's a word. It is being used and it's being practiced. And we heard that there's a need for mentoring in all spheres of life, all spheres of professions. Yes, there is. But I had the privilege last week to be with a group of professionals, and being with that group, I taught them a few things. And when Dr. Lavine spoke, I was happy to hear what he was talking about, because the subject that he touched is very important for us as a people to excel in life. But more importantly, prior to excelling in life, the subject he taught on is very important because it gives us the root foundation toward excelling. And what is it that I'm talking about? I'm referring to the behavioral science that he spoke of. And I always say to people that if you do not understand human behavior, it's going to be extremely difficult for us. And Dr. Hillary just mentioned it as well. It's going to be extremely difficult for us as a people to work together and to move forward toward achieving specific goals, but more importantly, impacting lives and impacting communities. All of the presentation given the last presentation given touched greatly on soft skills. That's what happened. We learned a lot about soft skills. I want to say to you as well that I'm a student of life. So I am not here to speak down. I'm not here to speak up. I'm just here to share. And by saying that, I want you to know that I too, like Dr. Lavine, I have lots of notes that I've taken from everyone who's spoken this evening, today. And I have learned so much from you. And I will share with you what I can share with you. But I'm a student of life. And I want to say to you that anytime someone asks you who you are in relation to the context in which we are speaking here, always refer to the fact that you are a student of life. We are all students of life. And even when we are 100 years old, my friends, we will still be learning. And I heard that mentioned earlier today as well. And I appreciate those sentiments. I hold a black belt in karate, and I'm thinking everything that these guys are talking about and where they are, I am and I have been. And I've been a yogi. I practiced yoga for many, many years. I think I ceased the Raja when I was 35 years old. So I'm not too far away from you, but I done that when I was 35. And I've done many things in a similar way. Now, when we speak of simplicity mentoring, what are we really talking about? It's about being able to mentor someone in the most simplest way possible so that that individual can develop the acumen in a simple way to excel. Because sometimes we want to mentor and we want to show in very, very candidly in our mentoring that we have all the knowledge, and we showcase the hard skills, thinking that the hard skills will enable the individual or push that individual into a place where he or she will say, yes, you got the knowledge, I want to have that knowledge. Hard skills, we can never stop that. Once you've gone on to your tertiary education, you will develop your hard skills anyway. And once you go through the University of Life, you will develop your hard skills. That is quite fine. So you will be a specialist in your area of expertise. But where we fall down as professionals is in the soft skills. That's where we fall, in the soft skills. I heard about the to-do list, and I'm going to reference to some other things that was spoken of earlier. The to-do list, I want to say, Dr. Hillary, that thank you for that. I am an advocate of it. And I've been doing that from when I was 17 years old. I've never worked for any man yet. I never knocked on the door and asked to be employed. Never, ever have done that. I don't have the experience. No one sat before me and says, okay, you passed the interview, so here you are. The job is yours. I've never had that. However, I had the experience of being interviewed as a company for a contract. So you will say to me, yes, I will award you the contract. I've been privileged to be interviewed on that level. But the to-do list is very important. And I want to assist you with re-emphasizing the importance of it. If we want individuals to develop and to excel, make a list of the things you have to do every day. And I'm talking not about excelling as a professional and in a career, but excelling as a person, excelling individually. And Dr. Lavine will know that when it comes to understanding behaviors, sometimes we need simple little things to fashion our behavior and to put it into the perspective that we need it to be. And there are little things that we will laugh at and some will scoff at it, but that to-do list is very important. Yes, it helps us with being focused. So let us pass it on, not just to another colleague who is in a profession or who is an associate, but let us pass it on to those who are coming from behind and those who are young, to children as well. Let's pass it on. Get them early to start making their to-do list. Make a list of the things. As the ideas come into your head, write it. As thoughts come, write them. As you know, so those thoughts are the things you want to do, the ideas of the things you want to do for today or for tomorrow. Make a list of them. Very simple. And we will become efficient. One of the things that we need to understand in human behavior is that efficiency is a tool. And if we can develop the art of efficiency, and I add to it to be proficient as well, because we think only of the hard approaches to what we are doing. But if we adopt these simple basic protocols in our personal lives, I am confident that we will more than excel. Why would we more than excel? Because we will be feeding the subconscious mind. And this is, I can take guidance from Dr. Lavine in this area of discussion. But if we can develop our subconscious mind, then success belongs to us, my friends. Success belongs to us. So there's something that we lack in knowledge, and it's not taught. And I think we need to start teaching how to develop the subconscious mind. We need to start teaching that. If we can teach individuals, if we can mentor people, mentor individuals in how to develop the subconscious mind, I am simply saying to you, my friends, that success will not be a difficult thing. Once the subconscious mind takes what the conscious mind has recorded, and the subconscious is now feeding on that, and it comes to the subconscious will now bring it into an actuality, it brings it into a reality. And when it comes into a reality, I'm telling you that you will excel beyond measure. Listen, people, if you want to experience wealth, there's only one thing you need to do. Allow the subconscious mind to be dominated by that which you desire and that which you want to achieve. If you tell your subconscious mind that, well, success is mine, then the infinite intelligence will permit that to happen, and it comes into reality. You become who you say you are, because it is dominating your subconscious mind. You know why some people can only dwell on negativity and only live negativity? Because negativity dominates the subconscious mind. It does. And that's it. So who you are is in the subconscious. And so the subconscious mind will allow you to live who you are. But if you feed it with positivity, if you feed it and let it be dominated with the positives, then you will become successful in whatever you want to achieve. And all you need to do is to practice repeating and learning simple affirmations. And the simplest of affirmations that you can embrace, I'm saying to you, my friends, you take those affirmations and put them on your wall, put them on your bed, above your bed, put them somewhere that you can see them, repeat them, study them, and feed the subconscious, dominate the subconscious with positive affirmations, and you will see success in any area that you want to achieve. It will come. It belongs to you. Success is yours. I heard earlier in the forum reference to creativity, and I want to say to you that, listen, creativity is something that is so natural. You were born with it. Even before the foundations of the earth, creativity was yours. It was yours. When Dr. Lavine was speaking, and he looked at the birds, and he gave us the theory of what he wanted us to learn, I smiled, because I know, and I am waiting for him when we can't see each other. You cannot see me, I apologize, but I'm waiting for his comment when the opportune time is here to tell us a little bit more about the wood duck. If you want to understand the true intelligence of how we can feed our subconscious, but how we can also feed our being, the wood duck is an excellent example. And as parents, if we can follow the example or the examples of the wood duck, how the wood duck communicates with the young in the egg, and tells it what it wants it to do, how it ought to be, then we can feed ourselves and we can feed those whom we are mentoring in the same way. But I would want him, if he may, at that necessary time, comment on the wood duck and how he would fit the wood duck into the 4 precepts that he gave to us. I would want to hear a bit more about that and how the wood duck would fit into that, because I'm elated to hear that one. However, the word simplicity, and I want to stay simple with us today. I don't want to speak on the hard skills, because you have done an excellent job. But I want to look at the word simplicity. The word simplicity means singleness, and it means to be straightforward. Singleness and to be straightforward. And believe it or not, if you go back to the root word, the root meaning of the word simplicity, when you are mentoring and you want people to understand what you are saying, I want to encourage you to go and find the original root meaning of the words that we are using, because each word that we use, each word that we write, to each letter, and to each letter there's another word and there's another letter. And to each word, there's another word and there's another letter. And there are symbols to that. So the first language that was ever spoken was mathematics. That's the first language that God spoke, mathematics. The galaxies and the universe was created through the first language of mathematics. Then the original root language was Hebrew. We're not in the scriptures, but I just want to say briefly to you because it's relevant to what we're saying, because we can then take it and condition it and fashion it according to how we are mentoring. The scriptures, whether you believe in, whether you are Hindu, whether you are Buddhist, Muslim, Christian, whatever, the scriptures, the original word, the original meaning, and the original root of scripture cannot be changed. What we read and what we see in the scriptures every day, when you take up the scripture and you read it, that's called the secondary word. Whether it's English, French, German, or whatever, but the root word is the Hebrew word. And if you want to understand, you go back to the root word, and if you were to take all of the words in the scriptures and transliterate them, it gives you a different meaning. But I just want to share that to say, if when you are mentoring and when you want to impact the life of an individual, take a word and go and take that word and explore that word. Go back to the original and explore it and see what the Hebrew root is saying for that word that you want to share with the individual you are mentoring. And you will open up a whole world before them. And you are now able to bring them to the next level of development. And so the word simplicity, it means singleness and straightforward. And it also represents integrity. Integrity. The word simplicity means integrity. Now, when you are mentoring, I'm saying we, because all of us together, we are to mentor with a certain level and depth of integrity. Integrity is not about dishonesty here. I'm not referring to that. I'm talking about the integrity of communication, integrity of sharing the knowledge. That's what I'm referring to, the integrity of sharing the knowledge. I work with lawyers, and up to last night, I was working on a few cases with a lawyer from Canada, and I work with them on assisting lawyers with their legal practice reviews. So in order for the Law Society to, when the Law Society is coming, or they may refer you to certain practice reviews where necessary, then as professional as they may be, right there, they need a mentor. Oh yeah, they need someone if they have a difficulty to come in and say, look, this is how you do what you need to do. I work in that capacity, as well as guiding when someone has a case. Sometimes I have someone who comes to me with cases, and every case that comes, it comes to me, and I work through it with them. But I do so in the most simplistic way possible, so that the language I speak is simple. The language that I want to transfer to him, I speak a language, but I also want to transfer a language. You see, when you are mentoring, and I'm looking, and I'm trying to stay within the theme of what Dr. Lavine said about the behavioral sciences, because I recognize that the only way that we can communicate and we can succeed as a people is if we understand human behavior. Look, when the bishop spoke about the man who put the gun to his forehead, that's the most touching, and it's the most humbling experience that anyone listening and hearing can go through. That touched me in many ways. But when I just heard that the guy was so angry, and Dr. Lavine said, I'm also a busy man. I can just imagine the tone that he used to let him know that he is also a busy man. And you know what caused that man to humble himself and to say to Dr. Lavine, this is the reason why I said it? It's because of the mannerism that he exhibited. You see, one of the things that we need to learn in our human behavior is that we need to exhibit the right mannerisms. If your mannerism is not right, then people will react. Michael Aronson said, and he was referring to the law, one of the laws of the universe. To every action, there's a reaction. But he fit that in to the context of his subject. But I'm saying to you, what he's saying is correct. To every action, there's a reaction. And if Dr. Lavine had reacted in a harsh manner or in a very authoritative way, or to show that he and Dr. Lavine, and who are you talking to? How can you speak to me like that? And then give him certain annotations in his speech expression. I'm saying to you, my friends, no. There may have been a verbal war if Dr. Lavine had stepped to that level easily. So there's a way of expressing self. There's a way of bringing over what you want to say without appearing to be uncanny, because when you have to know how to say things so that people can receive what you're saying and not to feel offended by what is said. And the only way is simplicity. I have a quote which I practice all the time, and I take it and I use it. Humility is the simplicity of life. I give that wherever I go. Humility is the simplicity of life. I believe, rightfully said by Dr. Hillary, if you are a billionaire, if you're a trillionaire, you can be simple, but yet effective. You don't have to showcase that I am. You don't have to showcase that you are. However, I want to say that given where we are today and what we are speaking about, I recognize that my time is due. So I'm going to just summarize really quickly so that, so you can have, so I can yield the floor to the moderator, to Bishop Michael. There is something called listening pain. And I teach those that I mentor, and I'm still mentoring. I teach those that I'm mentoring and those that I'm teaching and I'm talking to and working with, that there is something called listening pain. Sometimes people say things to you and you want to react. But if you want to be a true professional, if you want to be an individual that people will love and want to be around, and someone who is of peace, there is pain in listening. Listen to what I'm saying to you. There is pain in listening. There are times when people say things that you want to react, and it's pain in you to keep listening and hearing what they're saying. But you are to endure that pain and continue to listen. Because if you can endure that pain, it tells me that you are a humble person. And then it reflects that you are a person of peace. And because you now reflect that you are a person of peace, you will find wisdom in listening through the pain. You'll find the wisdom in what the person is saying. And I want to leave that with you, that practice listening pain. Listen with pain, and you will experience greatness. I remember when they had the Million Men March in the US. I was also sent to Guyana to be part of a 1,000 Men's March as well, which was to coincide with that event. They were all kind of linked. And being there, I recognized that life is simple. No matter who you are and what riches you have, what wealth of knowledge you may have, life is simple. And if we can understand that and learn how to live a simple life, then we are deemed great achievers. I heard Michael Aronson spoke about the internal and external customers. Well, I know we talk a lot about customer service, but I want to say to you that when we speak of service quality, it surpasses customer service. Service quality is what we need to adopt when we are mentoring people. We need to have to give them a service quality. Why? You exceed and excel beyond the expectation. That's what it means. So when someone says, "Oh man, he go and get a good customer service from X or Y," Yes, you get a good customer service, but when you get a good service quality, it means that you are going beyond the expectation of the customer, beyond what the person is expecting you to give to them. So I want to say that being in this forum and hearing all that was said, it's really, really heartwarming. And I'm really moved by those two experiences, and I will never forget them. If there's anything I take away from here, is one, the miracle of the brother being shot in the forehead, and secondly, that man who was so angry only to discover that his mom had died. And the only way the brother knew that his mother had died is because he has mastered the art of managing human behavior, understanding the sciences of being, what makes us who we are. And I will want to encourage my brother Michael Bishop Michael to have a forum another time when you can focus only on teaching and helping individuals to understand the science of human behavior. And I'm sure Dr. Lavine can simplify it and make it something that every single person who comes on the forum, when they leave, you can go and teach their children and their children. We are going, all of us who are in here, we are going. But you see the ones who are coming, like Michael Aronson said, those who are coming, we need to be able to pass on to them. We need to give them a foundation. We need to leave a root with them so that that root will take the water, will take substance from the water. A bamboo tree takes 5 years to grow, and you will never know that that there's life under there. Why? Because it's taking root. One day you just see it sprung. Let us be like the bamboo tree. Pass it on so that they can take root. But if you have it in you, long before your children come into this world, they have it. I don't know if you understand that language, but if you got it within you, long before they come into this world, they have it. And I believe behavioral sciences will teach us as well where the DNA comes from. And I think, brother Dr. Lavine, perhaps you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the DNA is really within the father. The DNA is within the father of a child. So whatever is in that man is fed into that child. But it is a subject area that I would love to see my brother introduced to his forum and be able to pass on that knowledge so that others can benefit from it. But I want to say, in summarizing what I have to tell you, is that I will leave here, because I'm talking about what I'm leaving here with. I'm a bit unorthodox, so forgive me. I'm a bit different. I'm not always the one who would do things like not how others do it. But my summary is what I will leave here with. I want to tell you about what I'm leaving here with from you, as opposed to summarizing and telling you all the things that I have said and the points I've made and so on. That is necessary and it's important. But for me, I want to say to you, my summary is that from each of you, I have gained, I have benefited. And the two touching experiences that I will never forget, I will live with them, is that one where the man is angry and the brother was able to extrapolate from him a simple experience. And that is when you listen in pain, because it had to pain him to listen to the way he was spoken to. When you listen in pain, you will get the results that you are desired to receive. When you listen in pain, you will get the desired results that you're looking for. When you listen in pain, you will understand the pain of the other person who's communicating with you. When you have faith and you have and you know who you are, anyone who puts a gun to your forehead and shoot and put a shot in your forehead, because you know who you are, you can conquer that gunshot. I'm taking that to a different level of speaking. You can conquer that gunshot. I've learned from both of those experiences here today, Bishop Michael. If I take away anything from here, those are the two experiences that I will never forget. But more importantly, I've learned from the financial perspective of things. And Bishop Michael, you know that I'm also into the financial arena as well. or say we are also into the financial arena. But I've learned from those speakers. I've learned from them and all of those who contributed. I've learned from you. So my summary is that I have learned from you. I've benefited from your simplicity experience and the way in which you deliver what you had to deliver. And I will want to say, let us adopt a protocol. When something don't seem right, let us establish why it don't seem right before we can comment on what does not look right. Let us establish the protocol. Let's use a protocol to establish why this does not look right or why this is happening before we comment on what is happening. It will help us to keep relationships and to keep those who are listening to us to stay with us, because they will understand that we are operating within the realm of simplicity and humility. And I like what happened here today, and I like what is happening, and I will certainly come again upon invitation. Once my brother invites me again, I will certainly come. But I want to say that I quite enjoy being here, and I love everything that I've heard. But I take away from you those two experiences. And I want to say, Dr. Lavine, I bless you because you and Michael Aronson have left me with something that's very indelible. It has imprinted my subconscious. And once it gets in there, now I know what to do with it. I know where to take it. But I want to say, brothers, please have a forum where you can teach our people the importance of managing their subconscious mind and using it, because that's where our success is, and using it to succeed in life. Bishop Michael, and to all the participants and presenters in the forum, I leave you with this quotation. As a vessel is known by its sound, whether it be cracked or not, so are men proven by their speeches, whether it be wise or foolish. Bishop Michael.
Let's celebrate my brother, my friend, and our associate and partner in the class of Steele, John Graham. Please let's celebrate him this evening for bringing us to an excellent climax. And I am going to bring our day to a close, but I want to have this privilege, if you would just engage me for the next few moments to bring a closure to what I believe was a successful day today. His Excellency, Dr. Lavine, and all of the ambassadors that have been here today that have gone through this whole journey. I want to declare something very, very important. The longest journey begins with the first step. Today has been our first conference. I had expectations of many individuals who would come and be a part of what has happened and celebrate what we were presenting. But I want to declare that having John Graham, my brother, my pastor here, who has been with me for over 25 plus years as a young man, still pushing me, still encouraging me, have given me the utmost confidence that I'm on the right track, I'm on the right path, and that as we continue to go, we will grow. I want to declare that most of you who are seated here today are going to be going down in history. The reason is because the class of Steele is going somewhere, and you are a part of the first conference that stood the test. I've watched carefully for every person who stood until the end. Mpenzi, Olivier, I want to appreciate you for your presentation. I want to appreciate you for your commitment. You've given up your whole day. There's so many things in your schedule as a busy individual, all of you, but you've given up your day to spend this 7 hours with me in this conference. I want to thank all of our past speakers. They have done eloquently. They have done us proud. Our event, as far as I am personally concerned, is a rousing success because our speakers all showed up. They all performed and delivered on time. And they all gave an excellent contribution to this, our first conference that we held here in 2021. I want to thank Buddy Larrier. You've seen the name there, Buddy Larrier, who equally is in Barbados and one of my mentors for many years. He's in his 70s, and he has mentored me in human rights and African culture. And he has been seated right here. He doesn't have a microphone, but he's been here all throughout this conference just watching me. Buddy Larrier, I want to celebrate you, Reverend Buddy Larrier. Daniel, that have been here out of Nigeria, you've been here even at the expense of data and time. I celebrate you. Pinos, I celebrate you. Even with the language barrier and the communication barrier, you still chose to remain with us. I celebrate you. Doreen, I want to celebrate you for being you're one of my students and my mentees, but you sat here even in your busy schedule and you maintained your time with us. I celebrate you, Doreen. The class of Steele is going somewhere, and you are the backbone of our conference. You are the backbone of every single event that we will ever have again. You can say to yourself, I was a part of the first event that the class of Steele had in 2021. Equally, I want to assure you my commitment that I will not give up. I will not throw in the towel. And even if we have a conference that only one person shows up, I will deliver with integrity. I will deliver with due diligence and make sure that I do all that is in my power to represent you, great leaders, well. So with that being said, thank you so very much for being a part of this, our first men's conference. It was a rousing success to the world. To our international audience who have taken the time to watch this conference, I know I have many who are watching, who have been watching me for many years. I want to declare that I have found my calling. I've found my purpose on the earth. Yes, I might be a bishop. Yes, I might be a reverend. I'm a great artist. I'm a great designer. But one of the things that I want to thank God for is that I've discovered the joy in creating a platform for bringing peace and unity amongst our communities and nations. I want to also celebrate the Reverend Dr. Holmes Williams, who is deceased. But I want to attribute this excellence to his mentoring and his teaching. All of my pastors and mentors that have pushed me, I want to thank you. And I want to give you my dedicated commitment that I'm not going to give up. The class of Steele is here to stay. It's a registered business. It's not a charity. You will see that I will not just be celebrating the Christian walk. You will see Muslims. You will see Indian chiefs. You will see all men and women from all persuasions and backgrounds. Don't judge me on who you see I align myself with, but judge me on the fact that I believe that my calling on the earth is to give an opportunity to bring about peace. And however I can contribute to making that happen, I am willing to do so. I stand strong as a Christian and as a bishop, and I will never give up my Christian calling. But I want to equally assure you that my honor and respect for my fellow brethren in whatever persuasion they may be found is equally on par. Thank you so very much for being with us. And I enjoy this time of listening. I've listened to all of you. And I look forward to the next conference. I don't have to be one of the speakers because I thoroughly enjoy listening to you. On the behalf of my wife, who have worked so hard in putting this men's conference together, on behalf of all the women and the men who have reached out and shared the videos and shared the links and shared the communication, I want to thank you. I want to thank Marriott in her absence, Marriott Ram, for being here with us in her busy schedule. I want to thank Michael Aronson for eloquently presenting. Dr. Hillary, I want to celebrate him. Grandmaster Scott, I celebrate you and I salute you, sir. John, I salute you. Dr. Lavine, I celebrate you. All of my persons who sat with us. I'm Dr. Michael Steele. Thank you for being here. Good night and God bless you. The microphone is open for anybody who wants to say anything, or we're free to go because I know we have to get some rest. Dr. Lavine, this is our final time. It's done.
Yes, excellent presentation by all. I just want to respond to the Colonel. You know, when the Colonel asks a question, you have to respond. So Colonel John, just quickly, when you asked about the wood duck, you said? Yes, I think he mentioned about the wood duck and the personality of a wood duck, and I think the wood duck fits in mostly the category of the S personality, which would be the dove, and even bring that a bit closer. If you think of a sheep, which is you know, we're told that a sheep is easily scared and shy, so a wood duck will fit into that, probably that same category in terms of, you know, that dove S personality, S stable and steady personality. And all that you spoke about, the subconscious mind, that's another conversation for another day. But if my wife Salita was here, she would have been elated when you start to speak about the whole aspect of the subconscious mind. As I said, that's another conversation for a different day. But your presentation was excellent. Once again, I took lots of notes, but I wouldn't belabor my time anymore because I'm assuming that lots of other persons wish to say something. But Colonel, you did amazingly well, and I love to speak with you sometime off the air relative to the whole aspect of the mind, the brain, the subconscious mind. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Steele, thank you.
You're welcome. Doreen, I'm going to let you as the lady just greet us. And you've sat in for the whole day, most of it. And as a lady, please sound your voice, Doreen. You sat among us men and you were chosen lady among the men. So just sound your voice.
Good evening to you all. I want to thank you, Dr. Michael Steele, my mentor, for allowing me to sit with the men. It has not come as a surprise to me because most of the people I deal with are men. I have learned a lot. My brain is really tired. I was sleeping in between. But I appreciate all the speakers because they spoke in areas that I personally and my team back in Africa would like to have them engaged in the future to speak to the young people so that they can be transformed and therefore and see their futures get better. Back in Africa, we lack mentorship. When somebody finishes education, you know, they have to just mingle around their career, around their lives. I think Olivier can affirm that. So I am very grateful to be a part of the class of Steele, and I promise and pledge that I will be inviting speakers, different speakers that I have liked that connect to Africa. I will, of course, through Dr. Michael Steele, I will ask him to invite them and speak to the young people that I lead. and the other communities that I will be introduced to. So thank you for accepting our invitation. All of you from Rwanda, from USA, from United Kingdom, and from, of course, Nigeria. So we are learning a lot, and thank you for all your contribution. I look forward to attending more of the class as I also mentor myself into holding conferences down here in Africa. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And God bless you and have a good weekend. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Your Excellency Doreen. And Mpenzi, Doctor, I just want you to just kind of, you've sat with us, Mpenzi, Olivier, and it's been a wonderful day. Lovely seeing you and having you with us. I really appreciate you staying on for the other speakers. And you can just give your final thoughts.
Thank you very much, Excellency. And thank you, everyone. It was a wonderful day. It was an interactive discussion. This was kind of facilitator. We exchange the ideas. We learn more things from other people. So it was very, very wonderful day for me and for everyone, I cannot doubt. So I'm happy. So you cannot imagine how, for me, I had another meeting in this afternoon, but I had to cancel. You can't imagine. So I said, no, I cannot leave this. As I'm here, let me stay here until the end. So together we can. So I'm very happy and I'm very sure that we'll be reached very far. Thank you very much and God bless you all.
I thank you so much. I have plans for my team. Don't think that I'm sitting lightly here watching people sacrifice and I don't have plans. Me and Pinos have some good plans. Pinos, just say your final thoughts before we close. I have not turned off the live recording. So Pinos, share your last thoughts. And Mpenzi, you can translate for him.
Mpenzi.
Yes.
Nimefurahi sana na hii main conference sana.
He said that he's very happy with this conference.
Sababu gani? Sababu inatujenga kwanza sisi mbele tujenge wengine.
Because it's built us before we build other people.
Na ile ni kitu ya maana sana sababu kama mimi siyakuwa transforme, siwezi weza kutransforme mwingine.
And that's very, very important because once I have not yet transformed, I cannot go and convince someone to be convinced or to be transformed as well.
Ninashukuru wa intervena yote vizuri sana na Mpenzi nimempata na hivi tutakutana Kigali. Ninashukuru sababu hii ni Carrefour, hii ni nafasi ya kuweza kukutana, hii ni nafasi ya connection. Kama hauna connection hauko mtu mzima.
I really thank all the presenters and all the people that had been intervened, and also I'm really happy because I met Olivier Mpenzi from Rwanda. And very soon I go to Rwanda after COVID, so I'll be happy to meet him.
Na kitu moja ni pendekezo, recommendation yenyewe mimi ninatoa kwa class of Steele, kama vile Doreen ametoka kusema, hii mambo isibaki tu Ulaya, lakini twende tugeuze watu Afrika sababu na wao wakuwe kama watu wazima.
As Doreen said, this is not something that can stay in the Europe or other continents. So he'll be happy to see this in Africa as well, so that even Africa continent can move to the next level.
Ninajua kama watu kama hawa watu ambao wametoka saa hii kupresent hii mambo kwetu, wakapresent kwa leader africain, moya wawili wataweza kusikia na tutaweza kunyangula ulimwengu yote.
Okay, so as this has been presented to who are who have a high knowledge. So he's very sure that if this can happen to the African leaders, African leaders can reach to the next level.
Na ninashukuru sana. Mungu abariki timu yote, abariki class of Steele, abariki wa intervenant wote.
He really thank this, and may God bless everyone. May God bless all the presenters and all the people that intervene. May God bless you all.
Amen.
Amen.
Merci beaucoup, Peñas. Merci beaucoup.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Merci.
very much.
You're welcome.
And for the final word, I'm going to ask His Excellency Dr. Donald Ewers just to have his final say.
Yes, Your Excellency, and to all the dignitaries and all the ambassadors and guest speakers, it was a privilege to sit in a Class of Steele conference and to listen and to empower our spirits, our minds, our hearts, and we all take away something today, something to reflect on, something for us to develop our own personal skills, something that we can look something and reflect back and encourage others. It's a sharing, giving and sharing. And I think somebody mentioned earlier on, leaving for the next legacy for the next generation. And so therefore we can give God thanks, and the pioneer of the Class of Steele, Bishop Steele, we celebrate you. We've seen your vision. We've seen your heart. You're not a selfish man, a man who wants to give and give to others and help the down and trodden, being a good Samaritan. I was sick. You visited me. I was in the prison. You came and visited me. You gave me water. I was naked. You clothed me. And so the concept of the Class of Steele is the humanitarian compassion. And so we salute you and all the guest speakers, myself, we have a lot to catch up on, and just to celebrate the whole Class of Steele and give God thanks. It's a wonderful, wonderful day, sir. And those who didn't turn up, they have missed out. But for us who are here, we give God Almighty thanks. Bless you, sir. Blessings to you and bless you. Amen.
I want to open the doors to my international community who've been watching and following, and I want to endorse Dr. Ian Lavine, Pinos, Donald Ewers, Doreen, Mpenzi, Oliver, Buddy Larrier, and Colonel John Graham. I want to publicly endorse them, and anything that they have need of, I want to declare that they are recommended by myself. I honor them, all of my speakers today. I want to endorse all of my speakers. You don't have to check me to get permission, but I want you to bless them, empower them, and assist them so that they can reach their highest ideals. And I want to assure all of you who are here today, the Class of Steele, we're going somewhere, and let's look forward to the next chapter. See you in the next class. Good night. God bless. Bye for now. Hey, we must thank those in Zoom and the technical side that didn't let us cut off for the day. Come on, let's thank those in Zoom. We had a full day and we didn't get cut off one moment. It was in our favor. It was in our favor. Thank God for his favor today. God bless you guys. Bye for now.